welcome to the American Show, weekend edition, unplanned, but back here before the big snowstorm hits here in PA. Looking to start in the AM, I think, here, like 2 a.m. or so. We're supposed to get 15 inches of snow. I know that a lot of people have some inclement weather right now, so I don't think I'm dealing with anything out of the ordinary of many of you as well. So stay warm. Stay safe, as we're going to talk about. I was not around a couple weeks ago when we had Renee Good was shot by ICE, but I am around today, so I figured I would cover this story. I'm not going to do any yelling or screaming today. I'm not. I don't know. I just have different moods at different times, and I'll be honest, the emotion I have now is just I'm tired. I'm just tired. It's it's hard to stay upbeat sometimes now. It's very easy for me to stay upbeat with my family. They're great. I'm going to go hang out with my family after this. Maybe doing a TikTok stream siege with Andrew today. Maybe not. I don't know. I'll talk to him when I can, but I literally just got back in the house. So, but man, looks like we're in for another night of riots, insurrections against the United States. I don't even know do you even need me here? Is there anything to say? Am I going to say anything that you haven't heard me say for 6 years now? It's the same old story playing out, except it's just accelerating, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And I don't know. I don't know at this point of an easy way out. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. There's a lot of things I could say when it comes to things to stay positive about in life, your family life, go to church, get married, have kids. Those things are more important. But as far as our national politics, the conflation of things going on, I just don't know. I don't know how much hope there is. I just don't know. So we'll talk about all things connected to this. No, I disagree. Get married. You should definitely get married. Don't do it for money. Do it for love, for spiritual reasons. Now, nonetheless, not here to talk about that today. Yeah, if you didn't see here today, there was another ICE shooting, and a person killed. I don't know what YouTube's terms of service is. I'll probably play the video. But before we play the video, we're going to talk about the situation surrounding it in real time as I heard it. And we'll talk about the situation surrounding. Is anyone surprised? I mean, I can't believe I'm going to actually pseudo brag about this. It seems like a morbid thing to say, but did I call this? Did I call it or what? First off, let's start with the video I did. A short. I need to start doing the shorts again. I really do. Let's go way back in time, shall we? This short I did was from, when is this? Why is it so hard to see the dates on this? March 11th, 2025. So let's start with this. You'll be seeing this video a lot from me. Seeing reports of Tesla buildings being attacked, people that drive Teslas having their cars vandalized. There's other stories of people that are suggesting on places like Reddit that Elon Musk and Donald Trump may need to be taken out. Make no mistake about it. I've said for years, all of the insane violence that we saw coming from the left, from places like Antifa, from way back when you saw them rioting at places like Berkeley to prevent people from going in to hear the terrible Ben Shapiro from speaking, riots that we saw on college campus, them locking Riley Gaines into a room, not letting her go out, other attacks that we saw all across this country during the Black Lives Matter, the Chaz Zone, all of this stuff. The irony was, all of this was occurring while the left had institutional power. And I said, if you think this violence is bad now, wait until they start losing those connections to institutional power. Now, they had direct connections in the sense that there were cultural connections, such as the people that were running things were advocating policies and at least paying lip service to the issues that these radical leftists wanted, such as Trans America, Black Lives Matter, etc. But now we're starting to find out that there are connections, possibly in the terms of financial connections, where we see NGOs that were possibly financing institutions that were leading to these sorts of people that then went on and engaged in different attacks. Oh, I forgot to mention those against pro-life centers. Remember, the FBI couldn't get to those because most of those attacks occurred in the evening. Remember, that's what Chris Wray, head of the FBI, said? I predict that as we see these NGOs start to collapse and the funding dries up and the cultural shift starts going the other way, that these groups will become more desperate. Initially, they won't understand that they can't get away with it with impunity like the majority of the Black Lives Matter riots, and there will actually be consequences if there's any justice in this world. So you're about to see what I would predict would be an uptick in violence that occurs from these left-wing groups. They feel morally righteous. They've been gaslit into believing their opponents are Nazis, and you're justified in doing whatever you want against Nazis. They'll become more brazen in nonviolent attacks, such as going after JD Vance when he's walking with his daughter, and violent attacks in the form of vandalism and other things that we see, up to and possibly including things such as assassinations, which we've seen 2 attempts so far against Trump. So gird your loins. We're probably going to see more of these violent reactions from the left, and it'll all be smugly ignored, cheered on, or wink, wink, nudge, nudge from people in positional power in the establishment and on the left. Now, that was in March 11th. That's pre-Charlie Kirk assassination, pre-Antifa attacking ICE agents in Dallas, pre-Antifa, or a guy shooting 2 detainees in an ICE agencies, tons and tons of riots against ICE, all of which started after this. And it's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It is. The establishment is desperate. They see that they can no longer keep up the facade. Their policies are a disaster. People see it. The fraud is becoming evident. People see it. And so now they go back to an old playbook. Violence. That's it. It is a simple bargain that the Democrats had, and it's the same bargain they had in 2020. Vote for us or we riot. That's it. When we control things, we will use lawfare, we will use law enforcement to aggressively push our agenda. When you control things, we will riot against law enforcement, we will burn down cities, and we'll blame you for both. I've been saying for months that you're going to see these sorts of riots that are going to start to get way worse. It's easy to see the game that's going on. I said this, I remember saying this in a live stream 3-4 months ago, I believe. I was like, so here's what's happening. The left is intentionally setting up a situation to ensure there are violent confrontations with law enforcement. And inevitably, when you set that up, there will be the worst consequence. And that is someone will lose their life. It may be a law enforcement agent. It may be one of the people that are using violence or resisting them. But it's inevitable. Today, I'm at lunch with my wife. Early lunch. It was like in between breakfast and lunch. Though I went with a roast beef sandwich, so I got lunch. I didn't get eggs or anything like that. And I saw my phone real quick on X that someone was like, "Yep, ICE agent shooting. Looks like the guy may have be deceased." Now, I know nothing about it. So let's just go through my thought process on this. Is the ICE agent, as soon as I hear this, is the ICE agent justified in the shooting? So I just read, there's a shooting, ICE agent shot someone, looks like they could be deceased. At that point, should I be saying, yep, the ICE agent was justified? New angle just dropped. I haven't seen the new angle. Great. I'm not going to look for it yet. We'll look for it later here together. So you can see in real time what my thought process is. The answer is, when I read this story, no, I have no clue. I have no clue. Is it beyond the realm of possibility that an ICE agent shoots someone in an immoral and illegal way? No, of course not. You can say the same of any law enforcement agency in the United States, or for that matter, in the world. Given enough interactions between people and law enforcement, yeah, there's going to be times law enforcement acts poorly. So I don't know. But I knew this would happen. It doesn't matter if at the end of the day this ICE agent is justified or unjustified in the shooting in this sense. It matters for the individual. It matters for the ICE agent. It matters for the response of whether or not this guy gets arrested, there's investigation, etc. But in the grand scale, it doesn't matter in this sense. There's going to be more. Most will be justified, some may not be, but it's going to keep happening. When you tell people resist law enforcement, resist them, fight back, you make it inevitable that there will be confrontations. Statistically, inevitably, if you have enough of those confrontations, the worst will happen and someone will be shot. That's what the left wants. That's what the Democrats want. That's what the people in positional power on the left want. They want the death. They want the violent confrontation. Then they could say, do you see? Do you see? We're totally justified. We're justified in it. They're not going to go out there. You're not going to see Tim Walz with a gun in his belt fighting back against ICE, but he'll send his people out there. So everyone waits with bated breath. Was the ICE officers in the right or were they in the wrong? As if this makes some sort of implication as to what the policy should be. Should ICE be deporting people? Yes. But Rob, what if an ICE agent does something bad? Should they still deport people? Yes. Vance, show me Vance saying ICE officers have complete immunity to murder people. That's bullshit. You're a liar. Now, people like this, I can make a prediction about these people. These people are pieces of shit that also want people to be martyred so that they can achieve their agenda, which is that this country is for illegals. This country is for corrupt people that don't give a shit about citizens of this country. They will encourage a system that leads to violent confrontations against ICE and then go, oh my God, someone died. Oh, let's clutch our pearls. It's the end of the world. 200-something thousand children misplaced during the Biden administration, record numbers of deaths of people crossing the border, and not once did these people give a fuck. Not once. Not once. This guy does not give a shit. He doesn't care. I will guarantee, without knowing anything about this guy, that there is a better than not chance that this guy's a piece of shit lefty that doesn't want immigration enforced. Yes, I want the video of JD Vance saying that ICE agents have immunity to commit any crime that they want. My guess is that JD Vance said something like, ICE agents enjoy the same forms of immunity that law enforcement does. Not that they're allowed to just be like smoking cigars, shooting people out the window just because they feel like it. You're a liar and you know it. Really? Then show me your social media post saying that you're absolutely in support of ICE deporting people. I'll admit if I'm wrong. Go ahead. Show me your post. I'm willing to admit I'm wrong. All you have to do is show the proof. No problem. Let me guess. You don't say things like that in social media, correct? We know. There you go. I'm not in social media. How did I know? Isn't that amazing how I knew that? Isn't it amazing? Huh. Amazing, right? I'm an adult. I don't say things on social media. I just come in YouTube chats and talk, but I don't have any other social media presence. Okay, I'll look at this proof. Vance says absolute immunity. If the context of this is JD Vance is saying that an ICE agent could go sexually assault women, do whatever they want, then I'll admit that I'm wrong. If that's not the consequence, you're banned from the chat. Your implication was it doesn't matter if ICE kills someone in cold blood because JD Vance says they have immunity. So I'll look at it and you're banned if it is not the implication of what he's saying. So let's find the video of JD Vance saying ICE has absolute immunity to commit any crimes they want, rape, murder, shoot people on the ground. Let's find that. There we go. You said complete immunity. Oh, idiot. Let's see. Your claim was it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if this was a cold-blooded shooting. I was talking about, of course, there'll be times when ICE acts inappropriately, where they can do terrible things. You said it doesn't matter. JD Vance says they can do whatever they want. They have complete immunity. They have complete immunity. I was like, that's not what he's saying. Yes, that's it. It's on video. That's what he said. We'll take a look.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous.
Seems clear to me he's talking about he's held under federal law. So, area. Was your video different? I didn't see you post a video. Did you post a different video? I'm sorry. Did you post a different video? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't see the link. Go ahead. Let me know if that was a different video that you posted. Yeah, they're immune from state prosecution, not federal. Now remember, what this person was implying. It doesn't matter. An ICE agent could throw you to the ground, shoot someone in cold blood, and they have absolute immunity, JD Vance said. What? Did you post a different video? Look, exactly what I said. No, exactly what I said. That he is not implying that an ICE agent can murder people in cold blood and has immunity. We'll look at your chat history. That's fine. We'll look at it. My contention is, before we look at this, that you were implying that I saying, did this person have a justification to shoot, that it doesn't matter, that they could do whatever they want because they have total immunity. And JD Vance said so. That's what I'm contending your implication was. But we'll look, and we'll see exactly what you said. Here you're on the right. First, he starts off saying, Rob, I want to become a Republican, but MAGA dirtying their knee pads to please Trump is crazy. An unhinged lefty that claims that it's filleting Trump because he's a sack of shit that is incapable of making any sort of arguments. So that's where he starts there, as you can see in the bottom. Then he says, Vance said ICE officers have complete immunity, so it doesn't matter. When I talked about whether or not he's shot in cold blood. Yes, this is exactly what I applied. No, that is not JD Vance saying they could commit murder in cold blood. This is him saying they had immunity from state charges if the federal charges clear them. Then he says, you want video of Vance saying ICE agents have absolute immunity? Notice how he changes his phrase. He went from complete immunity to absolute immunity. Then he says, look at what I said. I said, Vance said officers have complete immunity. Now, he changes once more from absolute to complete and showed you a video of him saying they have absolute immunity. It doesn't say they have absolute immunity. In fact, you in one sentence said both. You said you asked for proof. Now you won't look at it. As you can see from the chat, your video never showed up, but I did find the video myself. You said I never said sexual assault. I didn't say you said sexual assault. I said your implication was if it doesn't matter if ICE murders someone in cold blood because JD Vance said they had absolute immunity, that would also imply they have immunity from things like sexual assault. Your next claim is, I never said that. I never said that, idiot. Yes, I just explained why you did. Laughing my ass up. Now you're making stuff up, Rob. It looks bad. I'm not making stuff up. If your argument is JD Vance says they have absolute immunity, does this mean they would have immunity from jaywalking, from punching someone in the face, from sexual assault? Define to me what you meant by absolute or complete immunity. Define what you meant by that. I never said it doesn't matter if it was a cold-blooded shooting. Then why did you bring this up? We were talking about whether or not this was a cold-blooded shooting or not from ICE. You said it doesn't matter. JD Vance says they have absolute or complete immunity. Then you say I didn't look at the video. I did. Look at exactly what I said. I did. Look at the chat history. I did. Any final words? Would you care to explain to me what you mean by absolute or complete immunity and why it mattered? Okay. Now, back to the story at hand. These situations are going to be inevitable and they're going to escalate. Because people like that person you just saw, and like the guy that doesn't have social media, this is what they want. They want martyrs. I talked about this the other day. They are intentionally setting up situations that they know will have bad outcomes that they could then point to those bad outcomes and say, that's the reason that you have to prevent. In other words, what they're saying is this. The solution to the problem is what? What's the solution to the problem? Someone tell me what's the left-wing solution to this problem right now in Minneapolis?
Can I take a stab at it?
Sure.
I would assume that they don't think that there is any problem on their end. and all of it has to do with the enforcement.
To get rid of ICE. Yes, that's right, Pandemic Slayer. That is it. To stop
So it's close.
immigration. Yeah. To stop immigration enforcement and to disband. That's it. So they have a political agenda. Now, here's how it goes for Democrats. They lied and said that they actually want secure borders. That's what they said. For 3 years, we had more of an influx of illegal immigrants than we've seen almost in history, right? In the United States. And they said, it's not a problem, it's not a problem. We saw record numbers of deaths at the border. We saw record numbers of children being lost by these very federal agencies. Record numbers. We saw more kids in detention centers. They didn't give a shit. None of them cared. Did not care. 3 years, didn't care. There's no problem, there's no problem. You're xenophobic, you're racist if you're talking about this. Right? Then on year 4, it's an election year, and it turns out a lot of people don't like open borders. A lot. So they had to, we got to win the election. Now, brief side note, do you see how Spangenberger over in Virginia ran as a moderate and then gets in and just does a bunch of shit anyways that's more extreme, doesn't give a shit? That's who the Democrats are. They don't give a fuck. By the way, a lot of Republicans this way as well. Oh, it's election year? What are we supposed to say? It's not they're going to change anything. They're going to still govern exactly as if they would have. They'll just say what they feel like. They don't give a shit. So that's what happened on immigration. All of a sudden now, they were like, oh, wait, we care about secure borders. Actually, we care. We care now. Trust us. Here, pass this bill that allows 5,000 illegals in a day. Pass that. And then, trust us, bro. Trust us. Then we'll enforce the border. Trump comes in, even without that bill, immediately secures the border. Wasn't that hard. Did it almost immediately. Now Democrats like, yeah, we want the worst of the worst deported, but we just, we don't like ICE. Okay, then why aren't you pushing for sanctuary states to cooperate with ICE to deport criminals? They're not, though. They instruct their local law enforcement to not cooperate with ICE. That's what they do. Okay? Then ICE is going to go in themselves and do the work themselves. Then they say, but you can't be on the street. They set the situation up so that the only answer is, shucks, trust us. Trust us. We actually want secure borders. Trust us, we do. We actually, but we just, it's unethical and immoral to do anything, though. So I know this is going to sound weird, but shucks, it sucks. It sucks. We hate to say this, but we have to leave everyone stay. We do. We can't enforce immigration. We can't. I know, that sucks. I know, you've accused us of wanting exactly that. But trust us, we don't want that. It's just that's the only thing we can do. Are they their worst enemy, though? I mean, in a sense, yes, but here's the truth. They're going to win. They're going to get away with it. They are. Just like they did. If you would have saw the riots under Black Lives Matter, you'd have been like, yeah, this is going to bite them in the ass, right? It didn't. It didn't at all. It's the same here. The end result of this probably will be Republicans caving and the Trump administration caving. That's the most likely scenario. Let's be honest. Every institutional level other than Trump, other than the executive and the people directly under Trump, every single one of them are dominated by people on the other side. The entertainment industry, the media industry that sets the narrative, law enforcement in the local aspects, the prosecutors, the judges, the juries. Go back to the George Floyd riots. How was I able to predict so easily? What did I say? This is all on tape. You go back and watch it. I was like, look, I'm someone who's distrusting of law enforcement normally. And I certainly don't want to see federal troops on the grounds in U.S. cities. But we're at a point where Democrats see riots as beneficial to their cause. And that means they're not going to stop in Democrat-controlled areas. So do I want to see my fellow Americans terrorized by violent thugs that could take to the street and loot and burn down property and attack law enforcement when they see fit? No, I don't want to see that. Okay, then what are the options? Well, option one is that these Democrats would stop allowing this and use their own law enforcement to stop it. That's clearly not going to happen. Was it going to happen in BLM? It's not going to happen now. When you have the governor, the mayor, and so many other people cheering on the violent rioters, demanding that law enforcement be removed, federal law enforcement. Okay, so that's not going to happen. What's option two? Do nothing. Back down. Allow violence to win. Allow domestic terrorism to win. If large groups of people don't like the law, they could go and use violence and intimidation, and that will change the law. That's option two. I think that's really bad. I think that sets a precedent that both sides will then say, when we want things changed, we just take to the street and beat the shit out of the people we disagree with. That's number two. Or number three is Trump deploy federal soldiers. Now, that's not a good option, but it's the best of the bunch. Now, of course, spoiler alert, Trump didn't do that, and what happened? Oh, and I said, here's the other option. I'm sorry, I missed the most important one. If that doesn't happen, here's the final option. Pogroms. People are going to say, we've had enough. Roof Koreans. That's the final option. People aren't going to lay over and take it. They're going to say, fuck you, we're fighting back. Then you're going to have Americans shooting Americans. I don't want that. I think that's bad. So, what happened during the BLM riots? And I was like, by the way, this is what the Democrats want. They either A, want Trump to send in the National Guard so they could say, see, he's a fascist, or B, they want the riots to continue to go until things get excessively violent so they can say, see, it's all Donald Trump's fault. And what happened? Kyle Rittenhouse. It was easily predictable. It was absolutely predictable. When you allow rioters to attack with impunity in these left-wing cities over and over, inevitably someone's going to say, I fucking had enough. Trump should have sent in the Guard to try to stop this. He didn't. Now, this time he did try to send in the Guard. Courts ruled against him. Okay? He could have declared the Insurrection Act. He hasn't yet. Okay? He should, but even if he does, whether it just be through ICE or through declaring the Insurrection Act, inevitably what's going to happen is Democrats are going to continue to tell their people to take to the streets, that ICE are Nazis, that these are brown shirts on their streets, that they need to fight like hell, and they will, and inevitably, as conflicts occur over and over, someone will die. And then Democrats will say, you see, it's Trump's fault. Now, this shouldn't work. In an ideal world, this wouldn't work. Because the people that set our narrative and talk about it, in particular people in an honest media, would be calling this out. But they're not. They're not. They're spreading every hoax. Just the past couple days, many members of the mainstream media spread the fucking hoax that ICE cruelly was detaining a 5-year-old kid. They continue to pour gasoline on the fire. Okay? It continues to rile up the left-wing base. The left-wing base sees that not only are there almost no consequences for when they attack ICE, to the contrary, they're hailed as heroes. So they're going to keep doing it. There's no consequence. They're going to keep doing it. And what they want, what all of them want, what the people at the top want, the people, the Tim Walz, the Frays, the Kamala Harris, the AOCs, what the judges want, the left-wing judges, with the people, the left-wing powerful people in the media, etc., and even what many of the on-the-ground protesters and rioters themselves want, what they want is someone on their side to be killed. And they're getting it. I talked about this with Renee Good. I said, imagine that. Imagine that your fellow protesters that are out in the street there with you, imagine Imagine knowing that the best thing that could happen to them is for you to die. That's what they want. Then they can say, see, look, oh my gosh, fascists. And it's going to continue. Something's got to give. It only ends one of two ways. That finally the Trump administration, and he'll need help from Republicans and in Congress and Republican prosecutors, they start not just aggressively prosecuting the people engaged in violence against ICE, but also start aggressively investigating and prosecuting, when applicable, the leaders, the financial benefactors of the people that are doing this, the politicians that are spreading this hate to get them to go out and do this. That's it. That's option one. Or option two is Trump's team backs down. And that's what it'll be. That's what it'll be. Most likely. I hope not. I'm not 100% convinced. But the most likely scenario is the Trump administration looks for something to save face. You want to know how I know that that's the most likely scenario? Believe it or not. You want to know how I know? Joe Rogan. That's how I know. There's a nice bellwether. Joe Rogan. Well, we should deport some people, but the way that ICE is doing this, they're just too callous. They're too callous in there. And, they should only go after the worst of the worst. That's it. That's how you know they're winning. That's how you know the left's winning. Because that's going to be the prevailing attitude. Look, clearly if people are using violence against ICE and resisting, ICE needs to back down. They're being too callous. I said this from day one. First off, Trump's dropping the ball anyways on deportations. He's out there again the other day saying, oh, we only want the worst of the worst. The illegals that are hardworking can stay. What a slap in the face. But even beyond that, the American people don't have the spine for it. And that's why we're going to lose. Let's be honest, they don't have the spine. They don't. I said this day one of Trump being elected. I was like, here's the deal. The first image you see of a crying child is her father's being hauled away. The whole country's going to crack. Oh, no. Now, you could have showed crying children as their fathers were hauling away for protesting outside abortion centers. Or January 6 people that committed no violence that were hauled away. But no, that wouldn't matter. The media would say, those are evil terrorists. Throw them in fucking prison. This guy right here is why we'll lose. I will assume this is a good guy. This is the weakness, is why we will fall. Right here. This guy. That's it. Frame it. Frame that quote right there. That's it. This guy, probably a decent guy. Hell, he probably even voted for Trump. This is the reason. Take a look at it. Read it. Soak it in. That guy right there. There it is. That's why we'll lose. I certainly will. Who suggested ICE be able to do anything they want? Who suggested that? Tell me. Did Trump say that? Did Trump say ICE should be allowed to do whatever they want? Has anyone credibly said that? But no, you offer that up. Because what you're really saying, what you're really saying is, well, just because I think some illegals should go, we have to rein in ICE and some of the things, the confrontations and stuff, they could de-escalate. With all due respect, go fuck yourself, you spineless prick. Fuck you. You might as well be so. I'm saying I support the Trump administration, but I'm just saying that soldiers shouldn't follow illegal orders. Shouldn't we just say that? Right. We know the reason people said soldiers shouldn't follow legal orders was that, though, they could then apply the implication is, and some of these orders that Trump's offering are illegal, therefore you should stand down or we'll prosecute you. King of Pixels here. At the end of the day, this is the guy that when your children's country is overran and they never have a voice, will go, at least I was moral. At least I said, well, we don't want to go too far. I virtue signaled that. At least I did. At least I did that. Yes, King of Pixels. I agree. I do not think ICE should be allowed to do whatever they want. I also think that the far greater problem, 99.9999999999999% problem, is that the left is encouraging to use violence and other tactics to interfere against ICE. And that will inevitably lead to violent confrontations, sometimes justified with ICE, sometimes unjustified with ICE. The fact that you feel it necessary to virtue signal, well, I'm for deportations, but I don't, maybe ICE needs to check themselves. The violent mob has spoken, and now that's leading to violent confrontations with ICE. With all, I'm for deportations, but ICE needs to back down. ICE needs to back down. They can't just do whatever they want. If the violent mob starts attacking them, they must back down. They must. Now, Q Pixel saying, I never said that. Really? Fair enough. If that's not the logical inference from what you said, can you explain to me who said I should be allowed to do whatever you want? Can you show me who said that? Was it me? Was it me that said that? Was it Trump? Was it the leaders of ICE? Who said that? Why did you make that claim? Why did you say that? You said it because you don't like some of the shit you're seeing with ICE. But instead of seeing the root of the problem, all these lefties are being encouraged to go engage in violent confrontations. You instead want to talk about a symptom. And that symptom is the exact same thing the people that are causing the root of the problem want you to talk about. And by the way, King of Pixels, no offense. I know I'm swearing a little there, but honestly, you're probably a decent dude. You probably are. And you probably think I'm being hyperbolic, but I swear to you, I view you as the problem. You are the problem. You are the reason that our country will inevitably fall. We have the faction that wants mass importation and demographic change. We have them. And then we have those of us who are like, we'd like that to stop. And whoever wins the middle ground, people are going to win. And they're winning you. I know where the left stands. It's you. It's your weakness that'll be the tipping point. And people just like you. That's the problem. Yes, I agree that I don't like, cartels that are sexually trafficking children, but we must be, instead of focusing on that, let's focus on, I don't want the people going after the cartels to be mean. I don't want that. How do we stop that? How do we stop the meanness against the sexual trafficking cartels? That's my concern. That's my concern. And if that means that I have to side with the sexual trafficking cartel people, so be it. I don't want to be seen as mean. I don't want that. I don't want that. That would be terrible if I was mean. We get it. It's the same mentality that led to decades of grooming gangs in the UK. King of Pixels would have been right there saying, Tommy Robinson, your language is too harsh. Shut up and let them assault those children. Come on, Tommy. That's King of Pixels. And it's not just him. I'm not just picking on him. It's millions of people. Millions. It's millions of people just like that. Millions of them. They are the problem. And until we learn on what to do with those people, I don't know what it'll take. Maybe it'll take his children being harmed or him being harmed. But it won't be, and I wouldn't wish that on him anyways. That probably won't happen, thank God. And instead, what'll happen is King of Pixels will wake up someday and see that the country that he wanted for his children and his children's children is gone. And he'll wonder how it happened. He'll say, where could we? He'll point the finger, too. The people like him will point the finger. Who's responsible? Who did this? How did this happen? And I'm just telling you, King of Pixels, when that day comes, you walk right into the bathroom and you point that finger right in the mirror. That's who's to blame. You. And the millions of people like you. You're the problem. That's the issue. But don't worry, if you're Christian, you'll still go to heaven, and we'll see you there, and we'll still party. So the response is to not question ICE, legitimately asking, if this person was a radical left-winger, would what they say be any different? Would it be any different? That's the extreme on the other end. Would it be any different if he was really a lefty that wanted the disbanding of ICE? Most of them aren't going to come out and say it. They're going to give you this exact line. Hey, I'm just saying, shouldn't we be allowed to question? Yes, you should be allowed to question. So let's go through the order of what we're talking about here. I'm explaining how these conflicts are inevitable. The left has set up a situation where they have mass imported people, and now that there's going to be enforcement to remove people, they're going to encourage violence and intimidation against law enforcement that's trying to do it. And when that happens over and over again, that means that violent confrontation will be inevitable. Sometimes that violent confrontation will be completely legit. In fact, most of the times, it'll be completely legitimate from ICE. Sometimes it won't be. And that's fucking horrible. Yes, we should hold those ICE people in account. And yet you, in the middle of that conversation goes, but I don't want ICE to be allowed to do anything or everything. I don't want that. Yeah, right, we got it. So in other words, we could have every Democrat in the country come out and say, pick up arms, shoot ICE officers in their home, violently attack ICE every time you see them. And then thousands of times ICE could lawfully defend themselves against people shooting at them. But if there's one time that you're like, wait a minute, I think they shot too soon. They shot 3 seconds too soon. There you'll be going, actually. Yeah, I'm just asking questions. Right. And meanwhile, what happens? Then the national conversation goes that way. Yes, you're right, King of Pixels, we should. Let's spend 2 weeks hyper-focusing on every video we see from this particular shooting. Meanwhile, we'll ignore the violent attacks that are occurring against ICE every day. We'll ignore the illegals that are engaged in violent actions against Americans every day. We'll ignore all of that. But we'll hyper-fixate on this one thing, as if that has some sort of greater articulation on what ICE policy should be. Oh, I know who the head of ICE was under Obama. Tom Homan. He got awards for deportations of people. The same guy that's there now. So if you're out there and you're thinking like King of Pixels, just know that you're the problem. That's the truth. I'm sorry. I don't hate you for it, but you are the problem. And I hope that, I hope you live a rich and successful life and that no one ever listens to a fucking word you say about politics. I hope people say, shut the fuck up and sit down. Get the fuck out of here. We're fighting for this country and for your children's future. You might not be. You might be weak and leave your children suffering because of it, but we're gonna fight for your children too. So shut the fuck up and sit down, okay? That's how I feel. That's how I feel about the Joe Rogans of the world as well. So we get back to this now that we're done hyper-focusing on one person who, again, I think isn't just him. It represents a large amount of people. New prop, should ICE take over the EU? So I hear about this shooting. I have no idea if this ICE agent's justified or not. I don't. I'm telling you inevitably, even if in the Renee Good situation, I think that ICE agent was totally justified. And even at this point this morning when I hear this, even at that point, if this ICE agent's legitimate, he did okay with the shoot. It was a legal shoot. Right? Even if, I'm telling you 100%, if things don't change, there will be an illegal shooting from ICE. There will be. And yes, that guy will deserve to be punished. Border Patrol ICE, nonetheless, same difference for this. It's going to happen. It doesn't change the overarching question. You deal with that individual and then you ramp up ICE. Then you do 10 times more deportations. That's the answer. This ICE agent did something poor. I'm not saying this guy today, but something happens. ICE agent did something poor. Hold him accountable. Ramp up ICE's efforts. That's what you do. We're so sorry that happened. That person will be dealt with. We're going to replace him with 5 different officers with better training that are going to get 5 times more arrest of illegals coming to a city near you. That's the answer. It's going to happen again and again and again and again and again. And it's going to escalate until one of 2 things happens. The Trump administration backs down, in my opinion, the most likely scenario. Or Trump administration grows some sack, declares the Insurrection Act, and starts aggressively not just throwing these people on the ground, throw them in jail, give them the January 6th treatment, send them to fucking jail for 5 years, put them in solitary. Find the people that organized it, like Enrique Tarrio, who wasn't even there January 6th, throw their asses in prison for 25 years. Have a special counselor that's fucking investigating clandestinely every Democrat that was connected to these people. Throw their asses in prison. Every single person that, their language, not mine, engages in an insurrection should face the punishment for that, like they tried to do to Trump. That's the only way this ends, one or the other. And if Trump backs down, make no mistake, this will be the story of our country going forward. You already see it. They're like, if Vance gets elected, he's worse than Trump. It's never going to end. It'll never end. The violence works for the left. That's the truth. It works. And it's hard for me to say because I spent years on this channel, probably 6 years, and I still stand by this, saying that we need to condemn all of this political violence. We need to condemn it all. And I can tell you right now as a right-winger exactly why strategically and morally it's wrong. We'll skip the moral argument for another day. It's oftentimes hard to convince people morally anyways. Let's just talk strategically. Because if you engage in violence, they will not hesitate to throw your ass in prison the rest of your life. And your efforts will lead to the further demonization of the right, which will lead to a crackdown on them. But the exact opposite's on the truth of the left. First off, yes, you may become a martyr. You may literally, in your violent confrontation, get harmed. But if not, your chances of being left off by a sympathetic prosecutor, judge, or jury are incredibly high. Hell, as some of the BLM protesters even did, they received millions of dollars in settlements. You'll become a national hero to people that shape our narrative and people on the left. And your efforts will lead to political outcomes that your side wants. They'll win. They'll win those arguments. What's the downside? They shot and killed Charlie Kirk, and what's the downside for the left? What's the downside? One of the greatest organizers on the right, who was probably, as an individual, the person most responsible for going on to college campuses and changing young kids' minds to make them more conservative, he's gone. Within 2 weeks, the left is successfully using this as an attack on the right. The murder of Charlie Kirk then became about Jimmy Kimmel being a victim. What has the consequences been on the left? Nothing. We covered the riots against ICE in LA. What were the consequences against the left for all those riots in LA? Nothing. What are the consequences for the Chaz Zone in Seattle? Nothing. What are the consequences for their actions against ICE facilities in Portland on a nightly basis? Nothing. Nothing, never anything. The inevitable consequence at the end of the day will be that enough people like King of Pixels and Joe Rogan will say it's just going too far with ICE, and so the Trump administration will back down. Republicans will convince Trump to back down, and they get what they want. That's it. Why would they stop? Why would they stop? Why would they stop? May 31st, 2020, left-wingers attacked the White House using Molotov, or let me rephrase, burning down a building. I don't know if they used Molotov cocktails. There were some reports, but they burned down a building, had other weapons, injured some 52 Secret Service members. What were the consequences? I think there was one arrest. Did they investigate to see who the organizations behind the rally was? Nope. What are the consequences? And then, what was the political outcome of that? Was the story in the news for months after that, the violent left? No! The story became, the next day, Trump held a Bible upside down, and his evil Secret Service was rude in dispelling people that were protesting. That was the story. Go ahead, ask your normie friends. You remember what happened on May 30th, 2020? They're going to be like, no. And then be like, do you remember when Trump went to St. Paul's Church and held the Bible up? Oh, yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah, that's bad. What was the consequence for them? None. Remember when ICE. Let me rephrase. Remember when the left was like vandalizing the shit out of Teslas? What were the consequences? What were the political consequences they paid? Yeah, if you call him Bunker Don, right. Oh yeah, Trump was a coward. He had to move to a bunker. But they're not going to think of it like, yeah, that was the violent left attacking the White House to get to Donald Trump. They won't think of it that way. What is the incentive for the left to not engage in violence? Now, if you're listening in from the left, I'll give you one incentive. You may get killed, and your left-wing buddies sort of want that to happen. So don't do that. Your life has value. Look, regardless, all things aside, and I'll say this about George Floyd too, I don't want these people to die at all. You didn't see me making a lot of George Floyd jokes or anything. Look, if people want to do it, fine. It's not my style. I didn't want Renee Good to die. I think it's a fucking tragedy that she was gaslit and brainwashed into that position in her life. I still think it was a legal shooting. I didn't want this guy today to die. I don't want that. The left does. They want the martyrs. They absolutely do. So before I see any details of this shooting, I just know someone's been shot and it looks like they're dead. I'm like, of course. It's entirely predictable. Entirely predictable. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. I'm not going to remember the exact day of this video to go back to it later, 3 weeks from now, when the next shooting occurs. But I remember saying it, just like I remembered saying it before Renee Good. Or after Renee Good. And I remember saying it before Renee Good. And I remember saying it back in March. And I remember saying it in the 4 years that Biden was in office. And I remember saying it during the summer of love. It won't stop. Eventually, Democrats will take office. Magically, the riots will disappear. Antifa, an anarchist group, all of a sudden won't care about strong state government under the Democrats. Magically, they'll just go away. All of a sudden, we'll stop enforcing immigration, which is what the left wants in the first place. We'll stop investigation into fraud like in the Somali community, which is what the left wants. We'll open the fucking borders right back up again, which is what the left wants. We'll prosecute the people that tried to stop it, like Elon Musk or Donald Trump, which is what the left wants. Then the fighting can stop. And then you'll see Joe Rogan and King of Pixels and the rest of people that said, we just don't, well, ICE is callous. We'll see them. All of a sudden they'll be like, well, then when their city gets ran over by the very lefties that they just helped put in power, they'll go, we need to go to a different city. We don't like these left-wing policies. Then they'll get there and rinse and repeat. Same fucking solutions. Same thing. Same thing. How did this happen to us? They'll say. How did we end up with millions of people coming in? We need to vote for someone to do something. Oh my God, they're doing something. We don't like that. And then, how did we get here where we're allowing millions of illegals in again? How did that happen? King of Pixels and Joe Rogan are this guy. In the scenario I always talk about. You're not around for Halloween. So you have a Ring camera. You put a bucket of candy out. Put a sign up. Kids, take one. You check the video. Your adult neighbor comes over, dumps all the candy in his bag. Kids get none. Next year, same thing. Third year, you put up a sign. Sorry, people took advantage of this. I can't do it. And King of Pixels and Joe Rogan are sitting there with their full arms folded. You don't care about the kids. You don't care about them. And you're like, but didn't you want me to do something about the neighbor guy stealing? Yeah, sure, but you don't care about the kids. And whatever you do to prevent that neighbor, there will be King of Pixels. There will be Joe Rogan. I don't know. I don't know about these tactics. I just don't know. We were better off when they were stealing all the candy. I watched AOC suggest deploying the National Guard in Minnesota. Tim Walz should deploy the National Guard against ICE. Joe Rogan will have very little to say. King of Pixels will have very little to say. Millions like it. Nothing to say. This is how sad it is. Tim Walz could deploy the National Guard to fight back against ICE. Then a National Guard member could open up fire on an agent of ICE for no reason. And these people would just go, I guess that sucks. But if ICE fires back, they'll be like, no, I don't like this. I don't like that. What's happening there? Trump needs to, no. The National Guard hypothetically would be under Trump's direction, but in the immediacy, the governor gets to deploy the National Guard. They're suggesting using federal troops against federal troops is what they're doing. When you allow tens of millions of people in, and the people vote, hey, we got to remove them, there is no easy solution. Now, there are things that Trump could be doing that are better. I agree with that. But the idea it wasn't going to be messy is laughable. And as soon as the first sign of any messiness, where the side that doesn't want the problem solved, they don't see it as a problem. They see it as a beneficial thing. So they're going to fight back. And when they fight back and it makes it just a little messy, people are like, imagine this. Imagine if like al-Nusra or Al-Qaeda started a terrorist cell in the United States, and literally took over a city. A whole city, imagine. Right? And they're launching terror attacks outside that city. And everyone's like, we need to do something. They're killing Americans. This is crazy. And you're like, wow, it's going to be tough. They've barricaded themselves into a city. We got to do something. And as soon as you start doing something, the same people that said do something are like, you can't do that. What? That's terrible. It's going to be messy. You can't do that. I don't want to see it either, man. I'll be honest. This was my ideal situation. My ideal situation is that our immigration system has never been taken advantage of in the way that it has. Of course, I don't believe in a utopia. Would there be people that make their way here illegally, that overstay visas, that cross the border? Of course. Would some of those people be good people? Sure. Would they be hardworking? Yeah, I'm sure some would. They wouldn't have been criminals. There wouldn't have been a massive problem where we have tens of millions of illegals in this country. We'd just have a handful, maybe 40, 50,000. So when I found out that my neighbor was an illegal, but it's like, fuck, the guy's a good guy, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't have gave a shit. I'd have been like, if he gets caught, he gets caught, but I'm not going to go out of my way. I'm not going to think that it's a massive problem that requires hard solutions. But we're beyond that. I think most people are in that camp. I think most people are like, we're not fucking heartless. Of course, we understand that some people come here for good reasons, even if it's illegal. We get it. But our empathy's been taken advantage of. Oh, good. You have a big heart. Good. Then fuck you. We're going to keep scamming you. We're going to keep taking advantage. And eventually you're like, no more. No. And then they go, oh, you're a cold. Oh my, what would Jesus do? This is terrible. This is terrible. Jesus would allow the fraud to continue. Jesus would allow it. How dare you? Grinch also ended up with too big of a heart, right? But that's where we're at. This is why I say, this is my answer to Joe Rogan. Joe, here's the deal. On theory, are you correct? Yes. There are some illegals that are good, that are hardworking, that have been here for years, that add to the system and haven't committed any laws broke any laws other than coming here illegally. In an ideal system, could we say leave those people? Sure. But as soon as you do, they go, okay, and what about this person? And what about that person? And what about that person? And what about these dozen? And what about these 100? And what about these 1,000? And what about these million? And what about these tens of millions? At some point, you're going to have to cut off the line. For those of you that watch sports, let me give you a shitty analogy. So for years in college football, we just had the bowl game series. And then you basically just had one championship game and you declared the national champion. And people clamored, we want a playoff system. We want a playoff system. But how do you do the playoff system? Well, let's just have 4 teams, the top 4 teams. They do a playoff. Okay, what about 8 teams? Is it fair that the team that was the 5th best, they're really good? In fact, they're almost indistinguishable from the 4th team. Oh yeah, you have a point. Okay, let's do 8 teams then. Well, what about that 9th team? Why would you cut them off? They didn't play hard? They didn't deserve? Okay, that 9th team. But what about this 10th team? Huh? They don't deserve it? Okay, what about that 11th team? So now, I forget what the college bowls or playoff is. Now they're talking about expanding it again. At some point, you have to draw the line, right? At some point, you have to say, no more? And wherever you do, that's going to be right where the left is to say, that's cruel. You can't do that. One of my favorite Rogan videos of all time. How did we get here? How did we find ourselves in this situation right now where there are millions upon millions of illegals? We have people could come in that can't speak the language and get billions of dollars that ends up just being bullshit fraud. We're called racist if we want voter ID. We're called racist if we want the border secured. How did we get here?
Yes, I just don't understand how it gets to the point where
things get to terrible places one tiny step at a time. You know, if I encroach on you and I'm sophisticated about it, I'm going to encroach 2 millimeters. I'm going to encroach right to the point where you start to protest. Then I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to wait. Then you're going to calm down. Then I'm going to encroach again right to the point where you protest. Then I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to wait. And I'm just going to do that forever. And before you know it, you're going to be back 3 miles from where you started, and you'll have done it one step at a time. And then you'll go, oh, how'd I get here? And the answer was, well, I pushed you a little farther than you should have gone, and you agreed. And so then I pushed you a little farther than you should have gone again, and you agreed. And if anybody's interested in this sort of process, and this is...
That's how we got here. So as soon as you say we had an election, 80% of the country wants deportations, let's begin. Okay? You just took a big step. You said, fuck you people. You pushed us a little step at a time the whole way. And now we're taking ground back. Nope. We're pushing back. And the left said, okay. Why don't we push you just a little bit? And so many people are like, okay, just a little. And away we go. Right back on the same path, the same fucking mistakes again. Again, the same steps. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's saying not one step back. What do you think that means? And so we'll find ourselves right back in the position as soon as Democrats are in charge. Right back there. There's going to be another Renee Good. I don't know this guy's name yet that was killed. There's going to be another. There's going to be another person that engaged in an acts of violence or obstruction with law enforcement, creating an escalating situation that die. And I don't want that. And the left's going to push and push for it. They're going to push. How was it? By the left's definition, this is a clear-cut insurrection. A bunch of people that are protesting the enforcement of federal law. using violence or intimidation. They said Trump engaged in an insurrection by saying things like, I think the system was stolen. We need to have alternate electors. Go march peacefully. They said that was engagement in insurrection. Then what do we call it when Tim Walz is telling people to go out there and cause trouble for ICE? As we see every day ICE being attacked. What do we call it when AOC calls for deploying the National Guard against ICE? What do we call it when people are calling for the disbanding as ICE as we see violent attacks against ICE officials every day? What's that called? That's not engaging in an insurrection? Destiny's now saying this is not an insurrection. Imagine if January 6th would have occurred dozens of times. After the first January 6th that we saw over and over, right-wingers came together to riot and attack federal buildings or federal officers. And imagine the whole time you had Republicans saying, yes, cause trouble for these officers. Yes, disband these officers. Yes, these officers are evil. They're Nazis. You think the left would have said that was them engaging in an insurrection? You think? But where are they? The people that were screaming the loudest about insurrections, now they're celebrating them. Or they're ignoring them. And by the way, let me show how it goes. All these people I debated on the left, all of them. Destiny, Bisco, a bunch of them. And I was like, did you call out the insurrections from Black Lives Matter based on your definition? Remember, here was basically their definition. Assemblage of people united for a common purpose, resisting the implementation or execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of a government proceeding. In other words, interfering with ICE and immigration enforcement by way of force or intimidation for a public purpose. That's an insurrection. They have to acknowledge that many of these anti-ICE protests and riots are insurrections. Same with BLM. And I say, where were you guys during BLM as it was ongoing? And I'm talking to them, and Destiny saying things like, violence and it's the other side of the coin to voting. That's what they were saying. Then, for 4 years after January 6th, they're like, oh my God, this is the biggest deal ever, the violent right. Destiny, to this day, is like saying shit like all Republicans should fear for their lives to go in public. Why is he allowed to say that? Well, because Trump didn't condemn violence enough like on January 6th. Then when you ask people like him at Bisco, did you guys condemn the insurrections? Did you look at what seemed like people like Kamala Harris that were engaging, based on your ideology, engaging in insurrections by promoting a bail fund? Did you condemn that at the time? Well, baby, I was against it. Okay, where are they now? Where are they now? Right now, as we speak, there are people in Minneapolis that are setting up barricades, using violence against ICE. There was yesterday. There was the day before. Did they call out the insurrection? Did they call out people like Tim Walz or AOC in the language they're doing? Did they say these people are engaging in insurrection? Did they do that? Did they say they should be removed from office? No, they didn't. But they're going to tell you they did 3 years from now. Inevitably, there'll be a right-wing riot, and these people will run around with their hair on fire saying, oh my God, this is the worst thing in the world. The right wings, they're fascists, they're insurrectionists. Oh my God, no. And you'll say, but wait a minute. When we saw this occur over and over and over again with the left, like with the anti-ICE riots, were you saying the same thing? They'll say, yeah, I said a little is different, but I said a little, but anyways, we're focused on this. What's it like being a beta cuck, Rob? Tell us. I don't know. Again, they are setting up the situation that they know will lead to violent confrontations between ICE, and they're okay with that. If this guy would have shot ICE agents today, what would they have said? Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that sucks. Anyways, ICE is evil. They're Nazis, blah, blah, blah. They're fascist. Remove ICE from Minneapolis. In fact, it's Trump's fault that this ICE officer was shot. They should have never been there. If they shoot back, then it's, oh my God, this is murder. That's where we're at. Now we're going to get to, I'm going to risk it and play this video on YouTube. I've not seen the second angle of the footage. But the point I want to make, and first we'll read Super Chats. The point I want to make, though, is this. If I look at this footage, and I sincerely believe this ICE officer, or multiple of them, engaged in inappropriate actions, I will say they should be held accountable. My bias is going to be such that I understand that they're under constant threat, and that they're being demonized. And I also have a bias towards law enforcement in this sense. In the heat of the moment, it's hard to make the best judgments. This doesn't mean that you should never be held accountable. But if I'm standing in front of a car and it accelerates to me and I shoot through the window, the standard of that being a criminal act for me is different than if I'm a law enforcement officer standing in front of a car giving a lawful order to the person who then accelerates the car. Different. That's what I'm trying to say. But that doesn't mean that I can't make a judgment if I think that this officer did wrong. So I hear about this story. I'm like, okay. And then before I saw the video, I saw the pictures that there was a handgun that apparently was found to be the possession of the person who was shot. It does not matter if Ross gave any orders. His partner was giving order. Even if they wouldn't have given order, it's irrelevant. If police holds up their hand and stands in front of you, and you know not to be accelerating past them, that's different than if a random person comes up to you. Now let me see. Let me read Super Chats first. First, we'll start on Rumble. Our good friend Byron, how you doing, man? It's been a while. $5 says none of this garbage would happen if walls, fry, etc. hadn't been from the top been encouraging locals to act violent, unhinged morons to defy popular will of the vote of the result of 2024. I couldn't agree more. That's the point I'm trying to make. I sincerely haven't seen the second angle of this. I may watch it and say, yeah, fuck this ICE officer. It could happen. I'll be honest, I did one time see the first angle, and it was not clear. I don't think it clearly showed a murder or a legal act. I thought it leaned towards more something looking like it was a legal act, that it could look reasonably like the officer felt that the person was reaching for something. But I haven't seen the second angle, which apparently is clear. So I'm going to watch and give my honest opinion. There's 3 angles now. Okay. Bill Madden. I will look that up. So let me do that now. I only saw the one Angle. As I said, Bill Mann. Which one? There's a bunch of Bill Maddens. Okay. We'll try that. More super chats. Perry says, what's up, Rob? We got ice in East Texas. Please stay warm and safe, everyone out there. Trey Saylor, member for 3 months, says, yo, Rob, what's up, Trey? Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you as always, my friend. How Long Nate, $10 says, hit the thumbs up. Don't be a meat sword swallowing lemon hopper. Thanks so much, Nate. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, unfortunately, I'm one of the ones that believe they need to go even harder with deportation, so my wants make the landscape more volatile. No, they don't. It's the people that are advocating against the lawful enforcement of immigration and the violent confrontation that make it more volatile. You wanting the law to be enforced isn't that. Christian Potts guy, $5 says, would love to make shorts for you, Rob. If you remember, I sent you an email a couple weeks ago. Let me know. Oh, thanks, man. My editor does a pretty good job, though, but I do appreciate it. AJC, $10 says, I think, the AG in Arizona where I live saying ICE officers might potentially get shot because it's a stand your ground law and ICE officers don't show their faces. That's right. I saw that too. I think it was definitely a prosecutor in Arizona. I think it was the AG. Imagine that. While these ICE officers are under attack, they've been shot at, etc., saying, hey, lawfully, you might be allowed to shoot at them. Christian, again, thanks. $2 says the guy was grabbing for a gun to attack ICE. That's what's been alleged. I'll try to make my best judgment. Perry Incorporated, $10 says something I've been struggling with is the idea that we can't afford to care when bad things happen to the left. I'm starting to think Andrew's right about not punching right, even when we're wrong. It's very difficult. So I talked to John Burke about this the other day. The problem is politics in the world is messy. There will always be shit that, and so if you constantly look at the speck on the wall and ignore the plank in your eye, inevitably, you're going to lose. That doesn't mean that I don't call balls and strikes when I feel necessary, and I criticize Trump all the time. But it becomes immensely frustrating. How many people even put up any defense whatsoever of Ashli Babbitt getting shot that are now condemning ICE officers as murderers for shooting Renee Good or this person? Did Ashli Babbitt have a car that could be a lethal weapon that was advancing towards officers? No. Did she have a gun on her? No. It didn't matter. She had it coming. Now it's different. Stank Jesus, $5 says, this is all just to ramp up tensions. That way they could crack down on all of us. Dems did it with January 6th, and now the right is doing it with ICE. Not true at all. Could not disagree more. Absolute. If you think King of Pixels is bad, this guy's even worse. Stank Jesus, even worse. I'm sorry I didn't see this comment earlier. So what's the solution, Stank Jesus? You know what? I should stop going in places that call themselves sanctuary places. There you go. The reason they're going in there is to ramp it up so that they could crack down. Yeah, that crackdown's been real significant, hasn't it? Tell me, with Black Lives Matter, was that also the right ramping it up? Was Trump ramping it up by having law enforcement exist? We will never win. We will never win. This will be constantly the mantra. The constant mantra. Man, the tensions are escalating. Time to stop enforcing the law. When the left doesn't like the law, let them use violence, and then we'll say, stop enforcing the law because tensions are escalating. When the right doesn't like the law, fuck them. Send them to prison. But we don't want to send them to prison when they do stuff, or else they might send us to prison, which they were going to do anyways. Yes, brilliant strategy, Stank Jesus. Left-handed assassin, $5. Thank you so much. James, $10 says, elite communists just using street communists for what they are good for. Yep. Baxter Boy, $5. Thank you. Pre-incorporated 5 says, Rob, I hate to say it, but if someone on the far right passed in a way that benefited the left, they'd claim the person. They will get martyrs. Yep. Sam's Lenderman, $2 says you articulated it perfectly. 100% agree. Not one step back. Thank you. The great Flavius, thanks so much. $50 says anyone who promotes degeneracy is the enemy at this point. Yeah. Ken, $10 says here's a better alternative. I don't mind protesters protesting, but that doesn't give them a do whatever you want card. Protesters need to let ICE officers do their job, not one step back. Exactly. Protest all you want. I don't give a shit. This is the same thing with Black Lives Matter. Did you know that 93% of locations of Black Lives Matter were peaceful? Cool. No one had a problem with that. We had a problem with the riots. Notice how the left is so good at controlling the narrative, right? When you talk about illegals, they're like, oh, you mean immigrants. No, we said illegals. When you talk about being against riots, they go, oh, you're against protesting. No, we said riots. Protesting's fine. The little town that I went to college in, they had a Black Lives Matter protest. I didn't give a fuck. There's like 10 people. It didn't get violent. Right up the road, another town. My friend just told me this the other day. There was like 6 people that protested ICE. Okay, outside the courthouse. Who gives a shit? Fine, great. Maybe I'll even listen to what they have to say. Maybe they'll say some compelling things. That's different than getting in the way of ICE doing their job with your car, ramming into their vehicles, attacking them, shoving them, resisting arrest. Those are different things. That's different than riots. It's different. I don't mind the peaceful protest. The reason we don't talk about the peaceful protests is because we don't mind them. We mind the violent ones. We mind the unlawful ones. How long Nate, $5 says, the etymology of the word nice is ignorant, and they want us to be ignorant of our own demise. Yep. FB, thanks so much. $5 says, evil flourishes when good men sit back and do nothing. Yep. GG, $5 says, haven't seen the clips yet, but it sounds exactly what tomfoolery asked for at the pre-debate con debate with you. Yep. You wonder why I got so pissed off at that? Oh, we should just shoot. If I would use my Second Amendment to go after if I saw people that weren't uniformed, blah, blah, blah. Want to know why I was so pissed? I'm like, you're going to make these violent confrontations inevitable. People are going to die. Here we are. And for every person that sits behind their fucking keyboard and tells people to go do this shit, it's not going to be them. They ain't going to be the ones out there. Go ahead, tough guy. You get out there then. Let's see Tim Walz out there and Mayor Fry and Destiny and all these streamers that say this sort of shit. You get out there. Arm yourself and get out there. See what happens, fucking big boy. No, instead you'll inspire a bunch of fucking people that don't know any better to go throw their lives away. Jeopardizing both the law enforcement, the actual people being detained, lest we forget. Remember the 2 people detained at ICE facilities that were killed by the anti-ICE shooter in Dallas? You make the protesters' lives in jeopardy, the law enforcement lives in jeopardy, the people being detained lives in jeopardy. Trey Saylor, thank you so much. 10 gifted subs. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, I want us to focus on disabling the other party first, then bicker amongst ourselves later. Yeah. King of Pixels, thanks for being a good sport. Give some membership, thank you. Wade Bugs, 20 memberships, thank you, man. Another new account, $5 says, per CBP press conference, this guy who was shot didn't have any ID on him. Minnesota requires a permit to carry in public. Maybe so, but that still wouldn't be a death sentence. If he reached for the gun, that's one thing. Like, had he had an ID on him and reached for the gun, would it have been okay? Probably not, so. But I get the point. William Elliott, $10 says, hey, Rob, good job covering the cutting edge. Not one step back, sir. Thank you. Sam Lendersman, again, gives 5 memberships. Thank you. King of Pixel says, $5. Never thought it's part of the problem, but I realize I am. It's all right. I say shit that makes me part of the problem all the time. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, my countrymen straight up be like, do something. But I don't know what it is, and it better be nice. Yep. Minutemen, $2 says, they never want to play by their rules. Senior Missile Monkey, $5 says, what you're talking about is how people black pill on whether things will happen, let alone get better. I just wish there was something that could be done. There is. Look, it's not a total black pill moment. The entire system is structurally set up to allow this sort of shit to occur. It's going to take decades to solve. We have to keep winning incremental battles. Balkanize. Get in communities where you're more safe. Don't live in places like Minnesota. Get the fuck out of there. Go to places where you trust law enforcement and the local community more. Push for cultural change. Stand up to these people. Stop allowing them to control the narrative. Go to church. Build a family. Push for political candidates that you think will be better to push back against this shit. Make it your number one priority. Run for local office. John Curry, $2 says, what's it like being an absolute unit, Rob? I don't know. I wouldn't know. I'm a fat guy. I know that. I know about that. Thomas O'Brien, thanks so much. 20 memberships. Thank you. Adam's View for Now. Thanks so much. Becoming a member. Contemporary Compendium, $20. Thanks. Says, my kid's schools let students go protest ICE. We never talk politics in the house. My kid took part without my permission. We had a long talk about it. All he had were talking points. We're now going to talk politics in the house. Yeah. Look, I'm very lucky. First off, I'm not one of these people that's going to sit here and say, you have to homeschool, you have to homeschool. In fact, I'm not homeschooling my son. But my son is going to a Catholic school, and it is ran by my wife's cousin, and it is the school my wife went to, and we are heavily involved. We're there at least once a week. But that doesn't mean that our teacher couldn't be, it's preschool for now, but that's where he'll be until 6th grade. You have to pay attention to what your kids are being taught. That's where it all starts. That's the building blocks for all of this. While we were focused on winning elections, these radical left-wing globalists were focused on indoctrinating our children for generations. And I think it was Yuri Brezhnev that said, all you need is indoctrination of 2 generations of children to totally take over a country. And we're at like 3 generations now. It's depressing. I'll tell you a little story about me, just a little. When I went to college, I started in 2002. I graduated the summer of 2002 high school. So I started a small state school called Clarion University in 2002. And when the Iraq war started, when was that, 04? I was against it. I was heavily against it. In fact, I marched. I went to Pittsburgh and marched against the Iraq war with all my friends. Well, not all of them, but so many of my college friends were lefties. And I was heavily against the Iraq war. And I fucking hated George Bush, right? And so I was marching against these in like the city and shit. And then our university one day put out a bulletin that you were allowed, they were having a protest on campus that day. And professors had to excuse absences of people that were participating in the protest against the Iraq war. And I went to class and I was fucking pissed. I was like, why is that? What if I want to protest for the Iraq war? Am I allowed to miss class? Well, no. Fuck you. Why not? What's the difference? If I'm allowed to be excused from class for my political protest, what's it matter what side the protest is on? I say this as someone who is vehemently against the Iraq war, but it didn't matter to me. That's bullshit. Those are my opinions. Class is a different matter altogether. Why should I be rewarded or excused for having one political opinion and punished for having another? It's outrageous what happens, and that's college. It's much worse when you start to get to high school and hell, even primary school. Guitarist, thanks so much for the $10. Says, God bless you, Rob. Not one step back. Thank you. And then our good friend How Long Nate, another $10 says, 230 pole-sitting lefties not hit the like. Get on it, ninjas. One more thing I guess I should do. It's not important, though I do like this person. But our friend Gabriel Carbo Gaines does have a contest going on right now for Streamer of the Year. Let me find the link to it.
Do you want me to DM it to you?
No,
I have it up.
I got it.
We're winning.
Yeah,
they tried to bot you. They tried to bring alt accounts against you. They tried to bring everything against you. We're still winning.
I'm not too worried about it. But there's the link if you guys want to go over and vote. Here it is. We're winning 60 to 40%. Voting ends soon, but there you go. So you can vote in that poll. But no big deal. But if you'd like. All right. Now we're going to take a risk. So before I share this one more time, I know I've talked about this. But the whole theme of what I'm discussing here is, before I look at this video and before I make a conclusion to the best of my ability, whether or not this was a justified shooting or not, I just want to say the following. It is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. The reason that this situation exists is because the left does not want the law enforced and are encouraging active resistance, violence, and intimidation against lawful officers of this country. They're doing this from the bottom level straight to the top. I apparently will not watch this on video. I trust Gigi's interpretation, so I won't watch the video live here. I'll watch it behind the scenes, and I'll explain what I'm seeing. How's that? Because I don't want to jeopardize my channel. After all, this is my livelihood. By the way, send in super chats. You will be able to follow along if you like. So any videos that you would like me to look at, again, I won't look at them on screen because I guess I shouldn't jeopardize my channel. But here is the link of the first video I will be looking at. Right? So I will describe what I'm seeing and try to come to my best interpretation. This is from Bill Madden, who says, this is the most comprehensive video I've seen showing what transpired. The disregard for human life mirrors 1934 Nazi Germany. What happened on Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis was cold-blooded murder. A 37-year-old U.S. citizen was executed by an ICE Nazi. So this is definitely a video from someone who is on the left. So again, before I watch this, if I find the fact that it seems, I'll look at other videos as well. So if people have other videos that you want me to look at, I'll happily do it. But the key point is, I am actively predicting that even if this ICE agent is legitimate and lawful in discharging his weapon, eventually we'll see one that isn't. Because the left has set up the dominoes to engage in, not my words, their words, an insurrection. I remind you again, their definition. An assemblage of people united for a common purpose. Yes, that's what's going on. Resisting the implementation or execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of government. Yes, they're resisting ICE. By use of force or intimidation. Yes, that's what they're doing for a public purpose. What this means for a public purpose means, like, if I get a group of you for a common purpose and we use force and intimidation and it's to resist the implementation of a law, but it's just to prevent our friend EOD from being arrested, that's not a public purpose because that's just protecting our one friend. If it's to prevent a certain group of people from having the law enforced upon them, then it's a public purpose. This is the left by their own definition, supporting insurrections.
I've done research, Rob. Don't screen it live.
Okay.
So far. Sorry.
It's all right. All right. So here we go. I'm going to start the video. It's 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So it's starting with, it's just a vague shot of people walking in. I believe this is supposed to be from the woman in the pink coat, though I'm not sure. And it looks like ICE is, right now there's no physical confrontation, but it looks like cars are blocking, or at least lined up on the street, and it looks like ICE is talking to someone. They're blowing whistles, and there we just saw a car swing by and almost hit a person. The person filming saying, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And they just shoved someone to the ground. Now they're macing someone that's resisting. So there's someone there. And now they have two people on the ground that they're wrestling with. Looks to be about 6 or 7 officers. And then the shooting occurs. It looks like 4 or 5 shots. So if you're following this video again, I'm about 50 seconds here. And again, I would love to show this on stream. I certainly am not for showing gratuitous violence. In fact, I would say I'm quite squeamish. This doesn't look super bloody or anything to that point, but it is still someone tragically losing their life. But I can't show it just for terms of service reasons. So if you go to that video link there, and I'm about at 50 seconds, I'm going to slow it down now to half speed. All right, and I'm going to play it. So the woman's saying, "What's wrong with you?" And they're struggling, and it looks like it's going to be the guy on the right. And it looks like it's hard to see, I'll be honest, but it looks like they're struggling with them. They're spraying mace in his face. And then, so the shooting like sort of ends at 105. So let me go back again. Go to 1 minute in the video and so I can't tell. I honestly can't tell. I'm just going to be straight up with you. Again, if you go to 1 minute, I'll slow it down even further. They're like wrestling, they're like punching at him, and he's scrambling on the ground. He's like on all fours, and it looks like they use mace like towards his face. And it's clear at 1 minute and 2 seconds, you can see a law enforcement officer. It's clear he's pointing like he sees the gun. One of the other videos, yeah, DM that GG, the third angle. The white guy's just exercising his Second Amendment rights. Great. And I'm exercising my First Amendment. See ya. So I'm going to be honest, from that angle of that Bill Madden video, I'll be honest. If I keep looking at it, maybe like I'll watch one more time. GG, if you go ahead and DM that me, are you going to use X or Discord? And I will try to look at other angles of this. But from that angle, it's difficult to see. Oh yeah, GG. Okay. So let's see what this shows. This is a different angle of the video. So here is the video. Again, I can't show this, but you could watch yourself if you want. Panzer says, from the original angle, you could see an officer walk away with a gun and then the suspect is shot. We'll see. All right. So this video is 43 seconds. I'm starting it here now. Now, so far, if you go back, I'm going to watch this in slow motion, but they mace the guy. And there's another person, a woman maybe they're tangling with, but another person. So I'm going to watch this at half speed. They mace him. He says, okay, he puts his hand up. And then it honestly looks, at this point, at about 17 seconds, it looks like he's holding a glove. And maybe he's trying to put the glove in his pocket. However, if the gun is there, it could be that he's reaching for the gun. My guess is, though, that that's irrelevant because the officers probably haven't seen the gun at this point. So now he's at about 19 seconds, whatever he's fiddling with, he then like tries to cover the woman or the other person they're attempting to detain, Or maybe he just falls on her. Now he's standing back up. And now there's a group of, now we're about 25 seconds. There's a group of officers around, and I can't tell. Maybe this one guy's plainclothes, or maybe not. Maybe he's just a civilian. All right, he's on the ground. I would guess at this point they probably, maybe they saw a guy. I don't know, though. I guess I won't say that. I can't. So we're at 29 seconds. And he's on his forearms. All right, they're wrestling with him. We're at 36 seconds, and he's still like on his forearms. Now officers are trying to keep some people away. I can't tell. So I know what people are saying. So let's look at the exact timestamp here. So there's an officer. It looks like, well, wait a minute. I wish I could zoom in here. So we're at 33, 34. All right. So at 37 seconds, if you look, it looks like the guy's hand, like it looks like they're struggling around his hand for something. So it looks like what happens then at 40, and GG's saying this, at 40 seconds, you can see the guy that I said, I don't know if he's plainclothes or not. I would guess that he is plainclothes. He's wearing like a beige jacket. And it looks like he grabs a gun and starts running away. So let's assume that that is the guy's gun. And that's where you hear the first shot. So it looks like they chirp that there's a gun. They hear the gun. But it is. I'm gonna be honest. Initial watchings of this. I'm not seeing a clear-cut evidence of either way. Did the guy reach for the gun? Here's possible things that could happen. Let's do worst case scenario. I think, can we all agree with this, regardless of what people think? Can we agree with this? The officer saw a gun. We all agree with that, right? Even if you think this is a bad shooting. Okay, so let's start there. So let's run the gambit of, now that we can start there, we can start on what we agree with, of the worst possible situation for law enforcement, of the most justified. So the worst situation would be they see the gun. The man never comes close to the gun. One of the officers grabs the gun. The other officers see the officer grab the gun, and they shoot him. That would be pretty fucking bad, right? If the officer saw that the gun was safely secured and then shot him, that's really bad. That would be the worst case scenario, right? The most legal scenario would be that the man was legitimately reaching for his gun. And that's when officers fired. And maybe the gun even discharged. That would clearly be a legal case, right? Does anyone disagree with that? If the man was reaching for his gun, especially if the gun discharged, or he could have been reaching for someone else's gun, sure. That would be legitimate. There you have it. This is the left. I'm worried all this ICE brutality might reflect poorly on the only president who was found guilty of felonies and owes millions of dollars because he's found liable for sexual abuse. Now, we know that kitty-sniffing fans like you, who like kitty-sniffing Joe Biden, we get that, who enjoyed a president that took uncomfortable showers with his daughter, and she admitted that, you enjoyed the lawfare against Trump. And we know that you're celebrating. Notice the little, did you see the little emojis there? Audrey here is very happy that this guy died. That's the truth. Audrey's very happy. That's the truth of people like Audrey. She wants this. She wants more lefties to die so that we could go back to having unfettered illegal immigration. That's what she wants. She wants lawfare. In fact, I guarantee Audrey wants ICE agents locked up. Everyone that worked for ICE, she agrees with Eric Swalwell. None of them should be able to get jobs in California. She wants the borders opened back up. Right? I sound like Brian Shapiro. How so, Elbows? How do I sound like Brian Shapiro? Go ahead. Explain, Elbows. Go ahead. I would. I'm sorry. What did I say? What did I say that makes me sound like Brian Shapiro? Go ahead, Elbows. I'm willing to hear it now. I like a little criticism. So what was it? You don't have to apologize and mind your own business. You made the claim. I'm asking. How did I sound like Brian Shapiro? What was it? Was it that I sounded like Brian Shapiro when someone came in and said, oh, this has to do with Trump's felonies and being found civilly liable for sexual assault? Is that what it was? That rebutting that made me sound like Brian Shapiro? Was it trying to step by step going through and seeing whether or not this was a justified shooting? Is that sounding like Brian Shapiro? Please, let me know. Let me know, Elbows. I'm interested. I've seen you on here a long time. So you seem to be someone who's a fan of mine. So I'm interested to see what the criticism here. Yeah? Last week he used the word the, and today you heard me use the word the. Really? Well, it sounds like you're being a coward right now. That's what it sounds like. Why don't you just tell me the truth instead of being a disingenuous coward? Why don't you do that? What was it that I said that you thought was so ridiculous that I sounded like him? Go ahead. Don't backtrack now. I'm asking. Go for it. What was it that I said? What's the opinion that is so egregious that I hold here? What was the behavior was so egregious? Go ahead. Don't cop out. You used the word the and he used the word the. Don't do that. Come on. What is it? Don't be a coward. You said it, that's fine. For fuck's sakes. That's the worst thing you could be is a coward. Do I think it was a solid kill after the cop laid the gun on the ground? Well, I haven't said right now. Right now I was working through. What I said was it's difficult to see what happened. That's what I said. Now, here's what I am confident. I think you're a piece of shit coward fuckface. That I do think. I think someone like you, not only do you want to insinuate just because I don't immediately jump on your bandwagon and jump to a conclusion as I'm looking through the videos for the first time, that you want to criticize me. I think that makes you a fuckface, but worse than a fuckface, you're a coward. Because after you accused me of being Brian Shapiro, you tried to backtrack like a little puss. That's what you are, isn't it? A little anonymous pussy, huh? That's what I think. I think you're a fucking loser. I think you're an anonymous sack of shit whose opinion I don't give a fuck about. How's that? coward. Maybe I'd have cared more about your opinion if you weren't such a fucking little pussy. Maybe I would have cared a little more. But as it is, you proved yourself to be a puss. You used the word thee, and he used the word thee. I'm sorry, I'll go back in my little corner. Well, you're here now. Now you're here, tough guy. No, I won't chill out. I don't care if they're getting what I want because of my reaction. I don't give a shit. Start your own show. React in the way that you want. Your tone policing means nothing to me. But thanks, Elbows, for the commentary. I thought it was a lot of fun. No, I hope he didn't get banned. Don't. Am I afraid it's not a solid kill? Afraid in what sense? Do you people even listen? Did you even listen? When did you tune into the show today, Elbows? If I go back and look, how long have you been watching? Because I think I said something like this. Boy, I've been predicting for a long time that these things would happen. And most of the time, ICE will be justified, but sometimes they won't. But it doesn't matter as to the grander scale of what we should do. We should not give in to violent lefties that are encouraging violent interactions to say that then we should stop enforcing the law. I haven't seen much except one quick clip of this, and I was unsure of what happened. Now I'm going to look at other videos. Then I watched the video and said, geez, I don't know. I don't know what I'm seeing. And you're like, you sound like Brian Shapiro. Are you afraid this might be a bad shooting? What do you mean afraid? Are you afraid it might be a good one? Are you afraid it might be a good shooting? Is that what you're doing, Elbows? You afraid? Is that what you're afraid of? Tell us about your fear that this might be a legally justified shooting. Go ahead. Tell us about it. Check and see how honest you are. I did. When you said, oh, I'm saying you're like Brian Shapiro because you used the word the and he does. I saw your honesty. A sack of shit lying coward. I saw that honesty. Fair enough. You could say agreed, but when you react like that, it looks like you're spurting. It looks like you're tone policing. It looks like you're the same little bitches that say, can ICE just be nice? We have to watch their tone. I don't give a fuck what people like you think. Your criticism's noted and quickly dispensed with. Yes, that is tone policing. I don't like when someone... Brian Shapiro is someone that person thinks is a super bad faith piece of shit. He says I sound like him because I said, let's look through this video and see if we can make a judgment. Me telling that guy to go fuck off and you saying I'm asking you to tone down your rhetoric because you sound like you're sparking is you tone policing. I don't give a shit what your opinion on this matter is. Start your own show, let people call you a bad faith sack of shit loser, and then you can deal with it in a very calm, rational way, and I'm sure you will surpass me and every other streamer out there with your calm, stoic way of presenting things, and good for you. I wish you the best. Until then, I don't give a fuck about, don't fucking go heavy after someone that accuses you of bullshit with no right. I don't care. Call into Andrew's show in the next siege and say that it seems like he overreacted when on whatever that girl made fun of his wife. I don't like your tone. You people are fucking worthless, you tone police assholes. That's my opinion. You're fucking worse than worthless. Just my opinion, though. Just like you have an opinion, right? All right. Now, back to where we were before we had a bunch of people as I was trying to talk through this. So the worst case scenario would be if they literally saw that this guy's hands were nowhere near any gun, they saw the gun being removed, and they still shot. That's fucking ridiculous if that's what happened. The most lawful case for a shooting is if the gun discharged and he was grabbing it, or if he was reaching for one of the officer's gun. My guess is the truth somewhere in between those two things. But where? But I think we could all agree those are the two extremes that we could be looking at. So, what is the likely line that we see here? Well, again, it would be better if I could put the video up on screen, but unfortunately, I'm going to watch it again here, this clip. And what GG says, and I think this is my initial reaction as well. I didn't say you were tone policing, I said the other guy. So we'll start at that video. We're going to watch it again. We'll skip ahead. We're at 17 seconds. And I think what happens is around 20 seconds in this video, they start to get more aggressive. I don't know if they see the gun or something. At some point they see the gun. We all agree on that. I don't know when. I think probably by 29 seconds, when you see them like macing and swinging at him, I think they see the gun at that point. Now, at 32 seconds, the guy that looks like eventually walks away with the gun, you see him like dive in. Now, I can't see, though. I can't see if the guy, it looks like his hands are on the up. All right, fuck, I wish I could show this. The guy that comes in and eventually, in the like beige coat that eventually gets the gun, it looks like, imagine the guy's like on his forearms like this, like on his hands and knees, and he's on his forearm. It's kind of like the guy in the beige jacket comes from behind him a little. Now, if his hands are in front of him and the gun is on his waistband, it would seem that he would have, his hands wouldn't be reaching for the gun. So let me look again and see if that's what it looks like's occurring here. It's very hard to see. It really is. So he's facing the guy in the beige, and then he starts to rotate at like 30 seconds. So his one hand I could see. It honestly, to me, looks like at 33 seconds, when you see the beige guy go for the gun, to me, it looks like the guy's hands are facing almost directly at the camera, and the guy's coming from like 4 o'clock, right? And his hands are in front. So it would look to me that they're like this, kind of touching each other in front of him as he's on his elbows. So it would look like it would be difficult for him to be reaching for his gun at this point. But I can't tell because right at that point, this woman walks in front. And by the time she walks away, you can't really see where both of his hands are. Now, it looks like he's sort of rotating, too, which would imply that his hands have to be moving. Do you see what I mean? So, like, if you're like this and you're on your hands and knees and you rotate this far, you probably are moving your hands to shuffle, right? Like in the scrum, your arms are probably moving. So is there a chance they see the gun, his arm goes back as he's struggling towards his waistband? Maybe. But anyways, we're at 35 seconds. So they're struggling, and it looks at this point at 35. They're sort of getting more aggressive and piling on. Like it looks like they see the gun. That they're going for this gun. Literally. Now this is fucking hell. This is so. All right, so I'm going to slow it way down. We're at 36 seconds. The slowest I could slow it on X is 0.25 speed. So at 36 seconds, 37 seconds, 38 seconds, you can see that for like 36 to 38, now at 39, the guy in the beige that ends up with the gun, it looks like he's really struggling to try to get the gun. Now, does this mean that the guy's hand was fumbling with it, or was it just stuck in a holster or a waistband? That I don't know. Okay, right at 39 seconds, he clearly gets the gun, but it's in a scrum. So I think it's, if you go right now to 39 seconds and pause it. If you go right to 39 seconds and pause it, right? It appears to me that this is the moment that the guy gets the gun and he starts to go away. I think at this point that I think this isn't one way or the other. I'm not saying this vindicates or this. I'm just saying, as a matter of fact, people that look, can you see at 39 seconds, if you play through that 1 second frame, that looks to be the exact point where that beige guy that ends up with the gun, he's like in the scrum and then he comes out. That looks to be like probably right where he got the gun. Does everyone agree with that? That they think it's at like 39 seconds? Can you show me your post when you criticized Capitol Police killing a veteran and Ashli Babbitt? Or all the other people that were brutalized by law enforcement that day? No? They had it coming, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, anyways, 39 seconds. It looks like that guy goes out with the gun. Then, I mean, my goodness, it can't be a quarter of a second afterwards that you hear a gunshot. There's 3 videos. So the first shot comes right in at 40 seconds. So, oh, fuck it hell. All right. I'm going to make my judgment. What I think likely happened. Based on these 2 videos that I've seen. This is what it looks like happened to me. We can agree that this guy was in a scrum and eventually officers saw a gun. It looks like, to me, they were struggling to get the gun. I'm not convinced this man was reaching for the gun. He may have been, but I see no evidence of that. So I'm going to go after the assumption that he wasn't reaching for a gun to shoot them. I don't think he was. Right? So, one of the officers is struggling and trying to get the gun out of the waistband as this scrum continues. And the problem is, I've never been in a scrum like that. I've been in football scrums. You really can't see what's going on. Like when you're on top of each other like that, you really can't see what's going on. So I believe that the officers at that point, probably almost all of them, knew there was a gun. They're struggling. on top, trying to get the guy, prevent him from moving, because once they see a gun, the situation is rapidly escalated. So they're trying to like prevent him to like from reaching back there, even if he's not reaching. So they're all on there tight. He comes in, tries to the one agent at 39 seconds removes the gun. But I think that a reasonable interpretation is, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, if you think I'm wrong, I don't think any of the other officers saw that man remove the gun. Is that fair? Even those of you that think this is a bad shoot, is that fair to say? Because the first shot comes so rapidly after, I mean, literally within like a half to a quarter of a second of the man escaping the scrum with what looks to be the gun, that you hear the first shot. So I don't think that in that quarter of a second that whoever fired that first shot looked over, saw the man pulling that gun out, and realized that was the same gun that was on the person. That doesn't mean that this was a legitimate shoot. I'm just saying, can we agree with that? So the worst case scenario of they saw this man disarmed and then shot him dead on the ground, that doesn't appear to be the case. Doesn't mean it's a legitimate shoot. Just seems to be the case. Okay, so it seems most people agree with that. I would assume even the people. Now, let's assume then that this shot comes out. You know, you're an officer. Let's assume from the mindset. Let's make the following assumptions. The guy never shot, right? He has a gun. They see the gun. That's assumption one. I think we all agree with that. All of these officers at this point knew there was a gun. Secondly, we're going to make the assumption that this guy didn't pull the trigger or the gun didn't go off. Right? Let's make those two assumptions. Third, we're going to make the assumption that the officers that initially shot did not see the one officer had just removed the gun. All good? I think those are all reasonable assumptions to make. Those three assumptions do not say that this was a good or a bad shoot as is. Okay, so starting there. Okay, now we have, well, that throws another. That wasn't the firearm. There may have been a silver black with no optic. That's different. We'll get there. So let's take that out of the equation for now, right? In that scenario, could it be, I won't say could it be, I'll say what I think would be most likely. One of the officers panics because they think he's getting this gun and shoots. I didn't time anyone out. Then, once you're one of those other officers and you hear the shot, all you know is you're wrestling for the gun, you hear a shot. You don't see who shot, you're face to face with this guy struggling, you know he has a gun, you hear a shot. What are you going to do? The video's right here. Well, I don't even know that would be a panic. If you're in the scrum and you see this guy who's fighting law enforcement that you know is armed and you hear a shot, you're probably going to get up and shoot. So in this scenario, I don't know if this is legal or not. First officer discharges, then the other officers hear it and, oh shit, back up. Boom, 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 boom. Is the initial discharge illegal if the law enforcement did? I don't know. Can I understand why you would shoot? Yeah, but I'll admit, that's a little skeptical. If this man is armed and he's not reaching for a gun and it doesn't look like he's reaching for a gun, and you have a bunch of officers on top of him and you stand up and shoot, that's not good. The shooting after that, I'm a little more sympathetic. So let's assume that was one officer that did that. Then another officer shoots multiple times. I'm a little more sympathetic because if you hear that shot and you think this dude's fighting you and you think he just fired a shot, so you're like, oh, fuck. And you back up and you see the guy still moving, and for all you know, he's still armed. You didn't see that other officer take the gun, so you shoot. No, go fuck yourself. I support you go fucking yourself. I do not support an investigation by the very people that are already saying ICE are Nazis, and fuck you for suggesting it, you piece of shit. You know what you're doing. Do you support an independent investigation? And by that, we mean the same people that let left-wing rioters out of jail over and over again and say ICE are Nazis. Fuck you. Do you support go fucking yourself? Where is the independent investigation into the shooting of Ashli Babbitt? Fuck you. Let's let Tim Walz run an investigation. Perhaps Mayor Fry. Hell, let's put some of whoever's running the Quality Leering Center. Let them do the investigation, right? You see how they come in and try to sound reasonable? Oh, we're not sure. Can we just leave Tim Walz in charge of an investigation? Yes, that's exactly right. That's how it works. I support federal investigations into federal law enforcement officers. Just like, who investigated Ashli Babbitt shooting? Just curious. Were you okay with that? Oh, so you're okay. You don't think that Tim Walz and company should be in charge of the investigation? The same people that stood back idly as Somalians ripped off? You don't think that? Fuck you. You people will at least be a fucking truly out and open scumbag, Lefty. I think the people that are calling ICE Nazis and calling for violent action against them should investigate this. Fuck, why not just... Hell, how about why not the Catholic charities that, imported all these illegals? Maybe they can investigate it, right? That makes sense. What was there to investigate with the Babbitt shooting? I don't know. What's there to investigate with this one? Did Babbitt pull a firearm? Did she charge law enforcement with a vehicle? See? You see? Did I call it or what? Did I call it or what? See? He didn't want an independent investigation into Ashli Babbitt. He was happy for the Biden DOJ and company and the Capitol Police to do it. Why? Because she was bad. She was a terrorist. She had it coming. But the people that are fighting the evil ICE Nazis, wow, we need independent investigations. See? You're right. There weren't similarities. There's Ashli Babbitt was unarmed. Yeah. This gentleman was armed. He was actively fighting with police. Yep. You're right. He's involved in an ongoing attacks, or he's just another in ongoing attacks against ICE on a daily basis. Isn't it amazing how accurate you could predict these people? Isn't it amazing? Hey, I'm just a reasonable person. I was wondering, maybe we could leave the state of Minnesota ran by Tim Walz. Wouldn't that be reasonable? Just have an independent investigation? Sure. Did you support an independent investigation when Ashli Babbitt was running? She was a fucking terrorist. She had it coming. She had it coming. We didn't need an independent investigation. We didn't need one. Fuck her. She was a terrorist. Keep doing this. What about Ashli Babbitt? What about that? Instead of being good faith, look at each situation with impartiality. I am. You're incapable. Rob, please don't bring up my blatant double standard. Can we ignore that? Can we do that? Adam Gibson, tell me how I sound like Brian Shapiro. Go ahead. The voice impression, I don't know, maybe. I'm not very good at impressions. I just do kind of an asshole sounding voice. Maybe that does sound. So, back to this. I haven't seen enough evidence to see if this is legally justified or not. I really haven't. I think this is less clear than the Renee Good shooting. I think the Renee Good shooting was absolutely justified. This is less clear, I think. I think it's less clear than the Renee Good. I could easily see it being ruled justified. There's all sorts of variables we're not seeing. So let's go with my final calculation. What my best guess is happened, according to what I'm seeing here. They see that this guy's armed. They start to wrestle with him on the ground. It's a scrum. It's hard to see. One of the officers gets the gun, and almost simultaneously with him removing the gun, there's an immediate shot. Perhaps it was that gun as he grabbed it that went off. Perhaps it was a different ICE officer that shot right then. If it was a different officer that shot right then, and they didn't see him reaching for the gun, that's bad. It's going to be real hard to prove that they didn't see the guy reaching for the gun or didn't think they did. Then the shots after that. If in the moments afterwards, the officers heard a gunshot and saw what was this guy that was armed fighting with them, they may have assumed he was the one who shot, and they eliminate the threat. I'm not so sure what the legality of that is. I'm sympathetic to that. My understanding is, based on what I was reading from some of the stuff with the Renee Good thing, is once you think someone is a lethal threat, that they're trying to kill officers or kill members of the public, you don't just shoot to wound. You ensure that the target, is incapacitated. So at that point, people screaming, but they shot more than once. Why'd they mag dump? Well, it makes sense. You're not going to shoot once and then wait to see if he could hurry up and grab a gun and shoot again, right? You're going to eliminate the threat. Now, there is no doubt if there's a state investigation, no matter what the facts are going to say guilty, and that a jury in Minnesota is going to say guilty. No doubt. That's the legal system that we deal with. Now, let's go further back from this. One, I already said this has nothing to do with whether or not ICE should continue to operate in Minnesota or ramp up their activities. They should increase their activities, even if the officer pleads guilty and says, yeah, I did it, was a bad shoot. Fuck it, ramp up ICE. Sorry. You need to aggressively go after the people that are suggesting violent confrontations with ICE, including people like Walls, Frey, AOC, etc. Secondly, there are a bunch of variables that we still can't see from this video, from the two videos I've seen. Was his arm reaching back that way? Is that the gun that they found on him? Someone in the audience tell me this. Someone suggested this gun doesn't look silver. The gun that they showed in the car was silver. I can't tell, to be quite honest with you. So at 39 seconds, the gray or beige. By the way, I'm colorblind, so forget my fucking color. When I say beige or grayish, I don't fucking know. But the guy that like has the gray or beige coat, comes out holding a weapon, to me it looks black. I don't know. I would not be. I'll be honest with you. I would not be comfortable making a judgment. It has a mini optic. Now, was the gun that they supposedly they showed in the car, did it have a mini optic? I know there was a picture of the gun that officers were saying was on him. Oh, shit. Where's a picture of that? Okay. Yes, it does look so. I think I could show this. This is allegedly the weapon that Trump put out. And we'll read Trump's statement here. I haven't seen it, but this is the weapon. So you can see it's like a gray with a more light silver base and then a white. Is that white? I would say. And then the slide seems to be tan with a small optic. That's going to be the magazine there to the top left. Trump says, "This is the gunman's gun loaded with 2 full magazines ready to go. What is that all about? Where are the local police? Why weren't they there to protect ICE officers? The mayor and governor called them off. It is stated many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do. Why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account? Where did the tens of billions of dollars have been stolen from the one great state of Minnesota? We were there because of massive monetary fraud with billions of dollars missing, the illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through Democrats' open border policies. We want the money back. We want it back now. Those fraudsters stole the money are going to jail where they belong. This is for theft and fraud. The mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. Instead, these sanctimonious political fools should be looking for the billions of dollars that's been stolen to the people of Minnesota and the people of the United States. Let our ICE patriots do their job. 12,000 illegal alien criminals, many of them violent, have been arrested and taken out of Minnesota. If they were still there, you would see something far worse than you're witnessing today." So good and bad with this. One, I don't mind Trump sort of on this, right? He should stay on the offense, right? But it's a bit rambling when talking about this specific situation. Our friend Gigi says, well, let me read this. I don't know if he wants this. Gigi says, at the same time, stamp 39 seconds, my best hypothesis is the agent that is shoved by another agent is in the back slightly, has a negligent discharge from being shoved. He's the only one I could see with the gun in hand when the first shot is fired. Maybe. Could be a negligent discharge. So here's possibility. Let's start with that. It could be a negligent discharge. Once the first shot's heard, the other officers are going to assume that the person they're wrestling with that has a gun perhaps fired the shot, and they're going to eliminate him. Or it could be that the gun that was pulled out is not the actual gun. I think it probably is, but let's say that that's not it. It could be that an officer dropped a gun and that officer picked it up. Or it could be that there was... But I'm going to say the best interpretation is that is the officer's gun. The other thing to take into account is all of this, just like the Renee Good situation, is us looking at this under a microscope, slowing it down to 1/4 of the time. I don't know what it's like to be in that situation, wrestling with someone that's armed, as you've seen ICE officers attacked over and over and over again in this very city. I don't know what that's like. I don't know. So that to be in that position, I think even law enforcement officers, I don't care for. I even did the same with Ashli Babbitt. My take on this was, listen, I haven't seen frame by frame footage or anything of that case, but I understand the impetus of you think you're the last line of defense from civilians being harmed. You may discharge your weapon. I don't know, but I could be sympathetic to that. And I think we should give a presumption of that. Now, I don't want to see a world where anytime there's any pushing and shoving at a protest or any resisting, that law enforcement just starts fucking opening up on people. I don't want to see that. Was the officer resisting lawful commands? Yes, he was being detained. They maced him. He was pushing back. Yes. So we don't know. In that moment, did one of the officers think that this guy was reaching? Did the other officers, when they heard the first shot, assume that it was the guy with the gun that shot? I don't know. I still think that we should say that even though officers could be fearful, that doesn't justify anytime they shoot someone saying, oh, it must be a clean shoot. So I'm open to people wanting to weigh in on this. And I think thus far, it's less clear than the Renee Good thing. But here's where it gets problematic. Let's take a lesson from the Renee Good thing. One, remember, people had made up their mind, and then we saw additional footage that literally showed the car hitting the officer. So how do we know? What if more footage comes out that you could see this man literally reaching for his gun? Then what? Who knows what more footage could come out? I didn't ban anyone. I trust my mods, but I didn't ban anyone. I don't know that the agents have body cams. That I'm not sure of. Then you change your analysis. Duh. Well, how many people changed their analysis when that new footage of Renee Good came out? Do you think the people that are rioting right now are waiting for their analysis to possibly change? Or are they just taking to the streets and calling these ICE agents murderers? Just curious. You think they're just waiting for analysis? Well, shit. They rioted for 3 days, but now we have new analysis. Haha. Maybe the point is, like, before you declare someone a murderer, you should understand that there may be things that you're not seeing. Let's say you don't get that evidence, elbows. Let's say you don't get that. Then what? What's the recommendation? You've seen enough? These are murderers? You saw from the footage you've seen where that man's hands were? You've seen enough? Is that your suggestion? Seeing what other people are saying. Shipwreck Crew, who I follow, says the following. Oh, no, I agree with that. All you can do is make the best judgment you can at the time. But there are already people calling him a murderer and rioting. It's all right. Please. Here's what Shipwreck Crew has to say. The video taken by the lady in pink close to the event shows first. The confrontation began between one ICE agent and a lady, as well as the individual shot. That's true. That's what I see. The agent was forcibly moving them out of the middle of the street while an ICE operation was underway. Okay, as far as the ICE operation being underway, that's probably what was going on, but I didn't click that in my brain, to be fair, when I watched this. The person shot was actually in the middle of the street directing cars through the enforcement operation. There were ICE agents in the street. The guy's actions were causing a hazard for them. It does appear that that was the case, that this guy was in the middle of the street telling people. Now, what Shipwreck's putting together and I didn't was, if ICE is like talking to someone in a car or doing some sort of enforcement operation and this guy's directing vehicles through while they're there, that is a danger to them. Okay, so far reasonable. Obviously, that doesn't justify killing someone, but okay. The agent then pushes the lady down where she stumbles in the snow going backwards. I saw that. The guy comes in an assistant. The agent pushes him back. Yes, also saw that. That is an 18 USC 111 violation. I could show you a few dozen where similar or less contact at the Capitol on January 6th produced those charges, and the defense of others was not allowed. All right, so we've established, yeah, I would say these people were obstructing and that was a crime. Sure, okay. And it says, now the guy is subject to arrest for felony assault with physical contact. Then when the scuffle to restrain and cuff him begins, still looking at the videos to see where, as reported by others, he makes an effort to pull his gun while this is happening. I too have not seen that evidence. It could be. I think anyone who's being good faith would say it's very difficult to see exactly where his hands were at. It may be that he really did reach for his gun. It may be that officers thought that he was reaching for his gun. It may be that officers are cold-blooded assholes who knew he wasn't reaching for his gun. Ryder bit off the finger of an officer. Damn. As with Renee Good, I don't see a single officer pull his gun prior to the warning that is yelled, he has a gun. I did hear people yelling about a gun, but I couldn't tell if it was officers, if it was people around there, so I did not make that claim. But fair enough, I don't think I saw officers pull the gun until we all agreed it was evident they understood that he had a gun. Okay? Again, that's the training. You idiots claiming this is a clear case of murder because he was already disarmed are just that, idiots. Just admit you've opposed immigration law enforcement from the beginning. And that is the truth with the majority of people, I believe. Let's see what else people were saying. We'll read some more here coming up. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom, come back, read super chats, then we're going to talk more about this. Shipwreck Crew was the X account I was reading. I'll post that link in a second. I'll be right back. I'm just going to head to the restroom real quick. I want to shut this door. Stupid jeans. All right. Let's read some super chats. Then we'll go more with thoughts of this. And then, yes, the chair knew. And then we'll talk more about what we're seeing now in real time. If you're going to narrate, please use Morgan Freeman's voice, says Reverse Massage. I'm very bad at in impressions. Wakira, member for 9 months, says protest and whistle from the sidewalk, idiots. Yeah. Mostly peaceful Polynesian, $5, says Rob, just come out and condemn all violence now. Then we could talk more about important things like the penguin. Yeah, the penguin thing was crazy, right? That got so viral. Chris, $20, says Rob, I got to go get my pizza. Definitely need more clarity on the video to make a decision. Do you know if they wear body cameras that might clear this up? I don't know. I don't think ICE does wear body cameras. They should. All the anti-police lefties that demanded body cameras, it was the worst thing that ever happened to them. Because now you see so often that the police are actually right. But, all right. Some more. American Dad, 15 months, says, shoot looks sketchy. We need more info, yeah? 2 Wills, member for 9 months, says, my favorite show, also enjoyed by the Nor Prep Show. Also enjoyed the Nor Prep Show. Thank you. I enjoyed it. Stacy, Lady Christ Warrior, thanks so much. Member 7 months, says, I finally caught up. Love your show. Not one step back. Thank you. Appreciate it. Elbows, member for 7 months. Sorry I made you upsetty spaghetti, Robert. I don't give a fuck. Look, I hope it's clear. I'm not trying to fucking ban people and shit for that sort of stuff. I'll call them. You're being a coward, bitch, about it. Just say what's on your mind. Oh, you both used the word the. Fuck you. Vincent DeVici, $5, says, why do people hate Christians so much? The other religions are much worse to LGBTQ people. Elites banned the name Jesus. Turning Point USA isn't Jesus first anymore. They hate Christianity because I think they see it as the biggest impediment to their attainment of power. Right now, it benefits them to side with groups that they deem oppressors to divide us. Muslims are that. Jewish people are that. Though Jewish, it's, some of them hate, some of them like. Jolly Feets, $50, says, for the independent investigation. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Johnny Utah, $5, says, Zale wants us to trust the state with an independent investigation while they simultaneously hold Chauvin as a political prisoner because he's white. Flair Riot, thanks for the $2. Peter Deletarius, $5, says, all of these ICE people are the same people who are demanding government do this to everyone who refused to take the COVID jab. Hypocrite. Oh, I'm sorry, all of these anti-ICE people. Gotcha. Yeah, you're absolutely right. DT, $6, says, is pistol whistling a suspect part of the ICE handbook, do you think? I'm sure that absolutely that you're allowed to use force, including using your weapons, whether it be mace, a nightstick, a pistol, as a blunt force implement if you see someone that is lethally armed. I'm sure that's part of the calculation. Again, I could show you dozens upon dozens of riots, law enforcement interactions, etc. that no one ever questioned, where you see police use all sorts of blunt instruments to beat people that are resisting arrest, particularly if they're armed. Devil's Raspberry, $2, says, anyone harassing LEOs nonstop can expect to get some sort of violence. I mean, yeah. Stank Jesus, $5, says, watch how this is used to grow the police state. The feds agitate the people lash out, and then the feds crack down. Rinse and repeat. Really? Is that what happened after Black Lives Matter? I saw the opposite. I saw what happened was police stood down, left take to the street, use violence, beat the shit out of right-wingers anytime they see fit. The police state shrinks, and actually illegal immigration went up by the millions. That's what I saw. Always be skeptical of the people like Stank Jesus here. Stank Jesus, this sort of mentality is, again, the very mentality. When your opponents are blatantly violating the law, beating you, beating people, demanding that law enforcement not be enforced against illegals, hey, don't let police do anything. Let that violence win. Stand back. Stand back. Else, if the police go in there, well, then that's just encouraging a police state. Same shit I heard during Black Lives Matter. We don't want the police to go in there. That'd be police state shit. Let the left riot with impunity. Let them burn down private businesses. Let them. My guess is Stank is a libertarian through and through, would be my guess. They arrested 2 women for biting off an agent's finger. Well, I'll have to look at that. Jolly Feets, $10 says, I think Chair should lead to the independent investigation. Better takes than the lefties. Thank you. Good job, Chair. Devil's Raspberry, $2 says, all things considered, I'm sleeping well tonight. Well, good. And then Brett Fricker, $10 says, freezing down here in the South, power just went out. Keep me entertained while I have power up. I'll try. All right, before we get into more of this, the idea of this guy being armed. Now, I don't know the legality of his situation. Did he have a permit for the gun? Did he have a concealed carry, an open carry, whatever? I don't know. Did he have to have forms of ID to have a gun? I don't know. In general, I support the Second Amendment, people's rights to have guns. I do. I also supported Rittenhouse having a gun at a protest. I'm not going to be a fucking hypocrite and lie and say I didn't support that stuff. Should you be allowed to be armed at a protest? Sure. But there are key differences between this and what we saw with something like Rittenhouse. The Rittenhouse situation was the police had basically said, lawlessness on the street. Go ahead. We're going to stand back. We're just going to let them riot. Again, night 3 in Wisconsin there. And so people said, fuck that. I'm protecting my shit. That's a little different than saying I'm arming myself to protect from law enforcement. So there's a difference saying I'm arming myself because I perceive the threat as the violent left-wingers that are damaging property versus I'm arming myself to protect against law enforcement that I view as Nazis. Right, Rittenhouse wasn't a protester. He was preventing his property or people's property from being destroyed by protesters. I don't know the legality when it comes to carrying firearms at protest, but I'm going to assume that it's legal and probably should be legal. What I will suggest is this. Regardless if you're at a protest or if you're just carrying lawfully, if you have a firearm and you are resisting arrest, you are escalating your chance of having lethal force used against you. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't exercise your right to carry a weapon. I'm not suggesting that. In the best case scenario, you should not resist arrest, even if you're unarmed. You shouldn't. And this is something I've been consistent on. The January 6th people shouldn't resist arrest. The people that were bullshit arrested for FACE Act violations for being outside abortion centers, they should not resist arrest. You shouldn't. I even said on January 6th, the people that were fighting back against police was outrageous. I have the video to prove it. On January 6th, you should not resist arrest. Take your fight to court. Even as a right-winger, you say, but the courts are stacked against us. Yes, but still, the risk of resisting arrest is too great. You put risk to yourselves. You put risk to the people that are there with you. You put risk to the general people in the community. And you put risk to the law enforcement officers. Do not resist arrest. If you're being mistreated, take your day in court. Don't give an excuse for violence to be used against you like that. You're cheering for your own cage to be built. Stank Jesus, I agree. You're right. You're brave. Can you tell us your name and where you choose to go use acts of violence against law enforcement? Go ahead. Please, go ahead. Tell us your name. Instead of what it seems like you're doing is suggesting that you want other people to go fight law enforcement on your behalf. Why don't you do it yourself? Right? Unless you're afraid of your own cage being built. Only a coward would be afraid. In effect, you're allowing your own cage to be built by not showing yourself on cam, telling us who you are, and telling us how you plan to use violence resistance against law enforcement. It's Tyler. That doesn't help us. Go ahead. I love these people that give this. No, you should resist arrest. Get your firearm and resist arrest. How brave of these people to suggest that as keyboard warriors behind their own fucking screen. You fucking assholes. Dozens of people could die listening to this dickhead's fucking advice, and he'd be like, oh, well, we're fighting the system. Tyranny. Fuck you. Meanwhile, you know this guy's the biggest fucking bitch in the world. This guy ain't doing shit. He ain't going out there and taking it to the streets. You literally just told me I was calling for a cage by saying, if you get arrested, don't resist. You're cheering for your own cage, you fucking idiot. What's the implication we're supposed to draw? Oh, you should resist arrest. Fucking asshole. That is violence. I have no patience for this bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit people say online, and that's fine. But people that are actually giving advice to people that are going to get them killed is fucking ridiculous. Always big fucking tough anonymous guys, too. I cannot make this more clear. Republican, Democrat, Socialist, Antifa member, Proud Boy, right-winger, left-winger, white, black, Asian, man, woman, straight, transgender, whatever. Don't resist arrest. Fucking stupid. I'll give Stank Jesus the benefit of the doubt that that's not what he was saying, as he's trying to clarify now. I am dead serious. If I see people saying that shit in my chat, I'm going to ban you, though. If you believe that, then please go to a different channel. I don't want to hear any potential calls for justification on violence from the right, from the left, period. It's such a bad fucking idea. It's why I got upset with Tom Foolery when he was saying in our in-person debate, you should exercise your Second Amendment if it's law enforcement that aren't identifying themselves to you. What the fuck are you talking about? It's going to get people killed. Now, as to your, I'm building my own cage, go fuck yourself. What do you mean? When I'm directly saying something and you respond, it seems good faith for me to assume you're responding to what I said, not that you're a half hour back in the video. To your point, that me pointing out that you should be skeptical of people like Stank Jesus that are telling you you should allow left-wingers to riot with impunity because to have law enforcement stop them, to have law enforcement do things like deport illegals is, quote, building your own cage. You go fuck yourself. Not as offensive as saying that you should resist arrest, but you're a piece of shit that just wants my country subverted, and you go fuck yourself. I hope you never find yourself needing law enforcement. Imagine that you get mugged or your house gets broken into and you say, please, law enforcement, I'll stand right there smuggling and go, you're building your own cage. Look at this guy building his own cage, calling for law enforcement. Well, you're just giving the justification for law enforcement to crack down. Don't vote for the enforcement of immigration laws, because if you do and you attempt to enforce the laws, well, when the left riots, then you're just building your own cage to be against that. Yeah, go fuck yourself, man. I don't care. These fucking excuses for why we should allow the left to riot and get their way all the time are bullshit. I'm not impressed. And I bet, Stank Jesus, you tell me, you consider yourself a libertarian? I bet. Reverse Massage, $2 says, Rule 1, never scuffle with police while armed. Yeah. Devil's Raspberry, $2 says, it wasn't a protest, it was illegal behavior. Yes. And Tiger Gary's $10 says, excellent analysis, Rob. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, I don't know. I'm not telling you not to if you're going to a protest or whatever, not to arm yourself. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying be cognizant that that will raise the escalation level, which is okay, but you have to know then if law enforcement's arresting you, you can't struggle back. It's one thing to be lawfully carrying and having a misunderstanding, but you can understand how it happens. For example, let's say I'm lawfully carrying a handgun in my glove compartment. Cop pulls me over for speeding. License and registration. Sure, officer. I reach over, undo the glove compartment. My handgun comes falling out. In that moment, my chance of having a violent altercation with police has escalated. That doesn't mean that law enforcement is justified at that point in discharging their weapon upon me. I'm not suggesting that. But what I'm saying is I have to understand the mere fact that that is there escalates the tension. What I would say in that situation is, officer, I'll grab that, but I do want to let you know I do have a firearm, which I have a license for, in the glove box. I would want the officer to know, I would keep my hands visible to let them know I'm being as unthreatening as possible. Once that gun is visible, if I start resisting arrest, even if I'm not reaching for the gun, the tension is escalated to the point where the officer is now thinking, if this person successfully resists and gets away from me, they could go for that gun and harm me. It makes the situation escalate. Again, you shouldn't resist arrest, period. But if you are armed, you have to know this. You can't be fighting with police. If someone's willing to use violence against police officer, a reasonable person, and I do believe that a law enforcement officer included in that, would have to say, geez, this person's likely to be more unhinged than a normal person. A normal person's probably unwilling to just punch you in the face or fight with you one, but they would be even less likely to punch a law enforcement officer in the face. That shows you're a little unhinged. So if you're that guy punching law enforcement and on your hip is a gun, what do you think they're going to think? So when you see these people bragging, and I saw it this week, they're like holding guns like, yeah, if ICE comes here, it's like, yeah, man, you're making a huge fucking mistake. Because regardless if you think they're legally allowed to enforce that law or not, the truth is, once you start brandishing a weapon to prevent them from carrying out their duties, you're now a threat. And you make it likely that whether legally or illegally, law enforcement ends up using lethal violence against you. And either way, you don't want to be at the end of that. He didn't brandish. Hell burns hot for you. Where did I say he brandished? Do you see, like, is it any wonder that people could see, like, a video and come to exact opposite conclusions when I literally just say things and people say I said something completely. Where did I say that this guy brandishes weapon at officers? Where did I say that? I said the videos I'd seen earlier of people arming themselves saying, if ICE comes here, blah, 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 that's bad. If they see that, that's going to be bad. I said with this particular guy, he was armed and was resisting arrest, and that would escalate the situation. Yes, you also should not brandish guns, like I've seen people in the past week holding long guns saying, if ICE comes here, blah, blah, blah. You should not resist arrest, period. If you are armed, you should doubly not resist arrest because there could be a mistake. Oh, I was just going to throw punches at the officer. I wasn't going to reach for my gun. ICE did not disarm and execute him, even if this would be deemed an unlawful shooting. You could see how people jump to a conclusion that is nonsensical. From the time that on the video that you saw, Tempest, how long was it from the time that one officer comes up with a gun until the other shoots? Tell me. There you have it. They'll remember my kin poorly. Tempest, will they remember your kin poorly? What did you say about the shooting of Ashli Babbitt? What did you say about the several other January 6ers that were killed with law enforcement? Will your kin be remembered poorly? Or was that okay? They were terrorists that had it coming, correct? Tragic. Cool. Show me your social media post. That's what I said here, by the way. I said this situation was tragic. Okay. So we both think both situations were tragic. Tell me why I'm going to burn in hell and you're not. You said the shooting of Ashli Babbitt was unjustified. You called out the massive law enforcement actions against them, correct? Can you show me proof of that? Will you even, with a straight face, try to claim that you did that? See? You're defending tyranny, keep coping. So are you. Did you think the shooting of Ashli Babbitt was justified? Yes or no? If so, you're defending tyranny. Why are you coping? I'll listen to people that said, no, I was aghast at the shooting of Ashli Babbitt. Say that my opinions here are defending tyranny. I'm not defending this shooting, by the way, but I'll at least listen to that opinion. You tell me right now. I have no idea of your beliefs. I bet I could glean it. Why don't you tell me then? Did you find the shooting of Ashli Babbitt unjustified? Did you say all the people that said that that was a justified shoot, including our government, were tyrannical? Why don't you just tell me? Why are you afraid to tell me? Why is that? Everybody watching knows what your opinion was on that. Go ahead. We can tell by the rhetoric you're using already describing this situation. You're partisan beyond belief. Okay. Babbitt was an idiot that probably shouldn't have been shot. So almost the entirety of the Democratic Party said that was a justified shooting. So you said they were tyrannical and they were defending tyranny, correct? Can you show me your post suggesting that? Or let me guess, you don't have social media. We had for 4 years, almost every Democrat say the shooting of Ashli Babbitt was justified. Now, surely at some point in that time you said, holy fuck, look at all these people defending tyranny. Can you show me that? Can you show me one time where you suggested that? No, I know you didn't. I know you didn't. Meanwhile, then, I want you to show me where I definitively said, you think I'm confused. How am I confused? Where have I defended tyranny? Me saying, this isn't a clear-cut case right here. We need to see new evidence. I don't see this as evidence of a clear execution, which I think's fair. That's me defending tyranny. And yet, when I ask you what your take on Ashli Babbitt was, you're like, well, I don't think it was justified. She probably shouldn't have been shot. Okay, so then the left were tyrannical, right? Notice how you won't answer, everyone watching. This is why you should not take these people at good faith. Fuck them. They don't care. What Tempest is trying, the fact that Tempest won't answer, see? Won't answer. This is blatant state-sponsored execution. DHS is saying he was there for a massacre. See? Now, do you understand? Do you see why you should not take these people seriously whatsoever? Do you see? You didn't answer. Oh, you'll answer the question. Can you show me proof of you calling almost the entirety of the Democratic Party tyrannical when they defended the shooting of Ashli Babbitt? That was them defending tyranny, right? So I know you didn't vote Democrat because that would be you endorsing tyranny. So one, you didn't vote for Democrats, right? And second, can you show me proof that you called them out for being tyrannical? Go ahead. He can't answer. These people are all the same. They're so bad faith, it's absurd. There you go. Absolute cinema, right? We're 100% for every time people say shit like this, they magically didn't have social media. Their social media is not accessible. Every single time. Every fucking time. Every time. People that comment on social media that magically are like, I don't have social media, or I had social media, but it was... Every time. Every fucking time, without fail. No, I think you're a liar. I think that you'll call into my show because you're really a partisan fucking hack. I think you're a left-winger, right? And you want open borders and you want ICE to stop enforcing the borders. That's what I think. And that you have probably Trump derangement syndrome and think he's a Nazi and a fascist, right? And so you're going to act like you're going to come in and say, this was a state-sponsored execution. Oh my God, you're going to burn in hell if you don't immediately agree with me. And when I'm like, oh, okay. Well, when there was a left-wing situation where left-wing deployed their firearms, was that state-sponsored? Yeah, I think that was a bad shoot. And did you tell people they were tyrannical for defending that? Now you're lying. You never said shit. I know it. You know it. Every one of us know it. We all know you're full of shit. You never called the Democrats tyrannical for that. You didn't. Hell, you probably supported the shooting of Ashli Babbitt, but even if you didn't, you never called into a show. You never put on social media that the Democrats, almost down to a T. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a Democrat that said the Ashli Babbitt shooting wasn't justified. We know you're full of shit. You do what all of these lefties do. You use your anonymity and the fact that people can't see what you say to say, oh, trust me, bro, I did say that, to try to get out of the argument that you're a blatant fucking hypocrite. Babbitt was trying to murder members of Congress. Prove it. A bunch of people did break into the halls. How many of them murdered anyone in Congress? At least this guy has the balls to say the shooting of Babbitt was okay. I don't answer shit from you until you answer from me. Show me your post anywhere saying the Democrats were tyrannical for defending the shooting of Ashli Babbitt. You can't. Admit it. Why don't you just admit that you're lying? Why don't you just admit it? Why don't you say, yeah, I lied. You're right. I never said shit. I never called the Democrats once tyrannical. Is your argument quite literally is what you're trying to tell me when you said, well, my ex from that kind's back. I want you to tell me this. You're saying that you, in real time, around January 6, 2020, and the weeks after that, was saying that the shooting of Ashli Babbitt was tyrannical and the Democrats defending it were tyrannical, but you just can't prove it because your social media was banned. See? You see? He's a liar. What's your question that you say? Now, see how he's a bitch and he can't answer? I'll answer his question. What's my response to the DHS saying he was there for a massacre when he's on video just recording them? I see him on video doing more than just recording them. So my opinion is you're a fucking liar. If he was there just recording, why was he fighting law enforcement? If he was just recording. If that's all it was. I see you as a fucking liar. Again. He was recording and he was interfering in an ICE operation. They lawfully asked him to move. I did watch the footage, yes. He was directing vehicles to come through while ICE was carrying out an operation. That's more than recording. Now I want you to answer my question. Are you telling me that you, on your social media, called out Democrats as tyrannical, but then had your social media banned, so now you can't prove it? Is that what you're claiming? Ashli Babbitt wasn't national news. So just to be clear, I said, did you call this out? He said yes. Or no, he didn't say yes. He said, my social media is banned from the time, thereby implying that he did call it out. Now he admits that he didn't call it out, but the only reason was that the shooting of Ashli Babbitt on January 6th, and I quote now, wasn't national news. There you have it. That's how much of a bullshitter we have here. You know, the January 6th thing, Ashli Babbitt being killed stuff, that wasn't national news. Didn't have to be live time. How about the following weeks, months? Did you ever call it out? Hopefully ICE will be in every state. I hope they directly come to your community. I hope they do. I absolutely do. I hope they deport every fucking illegal in your community. Your life will be better for it too. You should hope that as well. Yes, you did call it out. I don't believe you. I think you're a fucking liar. I know you're a liar. Tell me what you said. You're on social media and you're like, my God, this was state-sponsored murder of Ashli Babbitt. And almost every Democrat I see is celebrating it. They're going to burn in hell. Okay, when is your social media active from then? Yours from back then got banned. When's your social media active from now? No. Did you call Democrats tyrannical for saying that it was justified? Did you? Did you say they're going to burn in hell? Why is it so hard to follow this? We know you didn't. Just say, no, I didn't. We know you're a fucking liar. Just say, yeah, I didn't. Because I'm a fucking hypocrite. There, you didn't. There we go. Now we at least got some truth. Now, geez, all of that, you don't know me. How do you know me? And yet I was exactly right. How did I know? Wow. Isn't that amazing? I must be clairvoyant. How do I fucking know this stuff all the time? Huh. Isn't that odd? Absolutely amazing. So now we have you saying, I agree. Ashli Babbitt shooting was state-sponsored terrorism. And everyone, yes, it's disgusting, yes. I just didn't bother to call that one out. I didn't say, when the Democrats said it was justified, that they're going to burn in hell. I just didn't say it. But now here I am, Rob, trust me. Hell awaits you and your ilk. Now, by the way, did I say this shooting was justified? Did I say that anywhere? Didn't say that, did I? Didn't say that, did I? See, giving any ground to ICE is too much. There you have it. Now, do you see? Does everyone see what I'm talking about? Yes, we know Stank Jesus. Stank Jesus this is the guy that says, listen, here's what you should do. Here on the right, don't enforce immigration. If the left ever wants to use violence on you enforcing the law, then you can't enforce the law, because if you do, the optics are bad. So instead, what we should do is not enforce the law. By the way, it's going to be, every time someone does this, by the way, here's the interesting thing. You ready? It's going to be exactly the political position that they wanted in the first place. So here, I'm guessing Stank Jesus is a libertarian that doesn't want borders enforced. And it just so happens that his solution is just let the left be violent and don't enforce the border. That's what we got to do, or else optically we'll lose. Okay, how do you suggest deporting them if the left says we're going to use violence to prevent it? What's your suggestion? What's your suggestion then? Go ahead, explain it. Optically, it'll look real bad, right? So what should they do? Okay, fine. You said they should be deported in chat. The question is, what should they do then? Whatever, let's say you're like, I think they should just start with just deporting the ones that are in prisons. Cool. The left says in these sanctuary cities, we won't cooperate with you anymore. The ones that are in jails. We won't cooperate with ICE to allow the deportation. Okay, so they shouldn't deport from Minneapolis, right? Because people will use violence against them. So what should they do? Go ahead, tell me. Because the optics will look really bad. What should they do? Optically, it look bad. Also, is your recommendation the right should use violence then as well when the left wants to enforce the law? Because optically, it would look bad for the left. Can you give me an example of a time when you would think that using violence against law enforcement wouldn't be a good idea? Seeing as how you say that optically it would look bad. Go ahead, give me an example. Police work, doing it. Warrants, doing it. Most of these people have lawful orders of deportation. Due process, doing it. Being illegal and being removed from the country isn't a criminal offense. It's a civil offense. Due process is different from each thing. They're getting their due process. No mask. They could wear masks. It's not a problem. People wear masks all the time. The reason they're wearing masks is because people like you celebrate the left, or at least ignore the left that's literally calling for these people's lives to be ruined and the mass amounts of violence that's occurring against them. Where'd Stank Jesus go? Why must I incessantly jump to conclusions? I don't know. Why must you incessantly deflect like a puss? I guess we all have our foibles. You gonna answer the question? You want these people deported, but the left says, nah, dog, we're good. We're gonna use violence to stop them. And you say, well then, you can't deport them because that's optically bad. So explain to me what you would do. We want to deport these people. The original plan was ICE works with local law enforcement to get these people when they're in jails and stuff so that they don't need a mass presence on the street. Thereby, we don't see these confrontations. Democrats are like, nah, dog, that don't work for us. So now ICE goes in there and removes these people. You're like, nah, left's using violence. That's bad optically for law enforcement. So what's your suggestion? I'm not being bad faith. I am emotional because I'm not a stoic. And why can't you answer the question? You're deflecting is what you're doing. You don't have an answer. You know that you have no fucking answer to this. You know that your answer is, look, if one side decides, if the left decides to get violent, then we have to back off. You know that's your answer. You know it. You know that's the fucking answer. Because you know you're desperately trying to think like, well, fuck, what can I say? Because no matter what reasonable immigration enforcement I would suggest, the left would use violence and it would still escalate in the situation. So there's nothing I could really say, because then when I say that, Rob would be like, wouldn't that look bad optically? So I'm fucked. So I'm just going to keep stalling. I'm going to say, you're emotional. You're just emotional. That's why I can't answer. Then type your answer as opposed to the meta conversation. What should we do? The silence is deafening. You see? It always comes down to this. Look, if the left wants to use violence, we have to stand down. It was the same shit with Black Lives Matter. Exact same fucking thing. Well, we can't enforce the law. We can't stop the riots because that would look bad optically. So it's time to stand down. Okay, what's that look like for the future of our country? What's it look like? Now all you got to do is, anytime the left says, well, we're going to be violent, well, I guess we can't do that. Doesn't matter what you elect, doesn't matter what policy you want. If the left acts violent and they're willing to engage in a confrontation and violence, well, then it's bad optically. Oh, shit. All right. So I'm done dealing with the trolls, I guess. I think you're a coward, Christopher McDonald. That's what I think. I don't think ICE agents are cowards. They're literally being told by Eric Swalwell that if you ever work in ICE, you'll never work in California again. We know what's going. There's only one reason that you want these people without masks, and that's so that they could be retaliated against. That's it. That's literally all it is. That's what they want. It's literally that simple. That's all. And no, they're cowards. That's why I'm upset, because they're cowards. I'm upset because of that. Apparently an ICE officer just had his finger bitten off. Yeah, that fucking coward. Take your mask off. Take your mask off so they can find you at home. Maybe they'll bite your kids' fingers off too. That's how men do things. Where's Stank Jesus? I missed him. Huh. Didn't get around to that answer, did he? Huh. Fuck you. Michael Hatch, eat shit. What a terrible... Maybe it's time to compromise. The right says, let's have some immigration enforcement, and the left says, no, dog, we're going to riot. Maybe it's time to come together and compromise with the left. That's what I'm suggesting we do. Now would be a good time to do that. What the right needs to do is stand down. That's what they need to do. Stand down. The Trump administration ought to say, okay, Democrats, I see your point. You've used violence. Now it's time to compromise. Yep, makes sense. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know what to say. Imagine, you know the old cliche, and like people will get this. Oh, okay. Well, my mistake. I thought you said, if you're just going, I thought this is what you said. I thought that's what you meant about ICE. Then you said police officers don't wear masks, detectives and prosecutors. And you said judges get doxxed and don't wear masks. Seems like you're suggesting your criticisms of law enforcement wearing masks. That's what it seems like you're saying. Police, what should they do? Police work, warrants, due process, no masks. Looks pretty clear to me that you're saying they're cowards because they wear masks. It's so funny to watch the left, like even people in my chat. It's so funny. Like, it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. Like Michael Hatch, I'm not taking Collins today. It's amazing to watch people like you. It really is. Michael, good dude. I know you are. It's amazing to watch how it works. Like, if I'm a lefty and I'm watching this show, I'm like, yes. Even people in Rob's audience, this left-wing propaganda works like a charm. Absolutely. We set up the violent confrontations. We refuse to allow the law enforcement to go. We refuse. We encourage people to interfere with it. We know that this will inevitably lead to an escalation. And then when it does, even right-wingers like people in Rob's chat will say, maybe it's time to compromise. Maybe it's time to stop. It is unfucking believable. It is unbelievable. Person after person in my chat that I see that are right-wingers, it is surreal to watch it work. It is unbelievable. And look, you have to tip your cap. You really do. We can't win. We absolutely cannot win. We will never win. We will never win. And like, if you're the left right now, I know you're happy that one of your own died, that they martyred. I know you're happy about that. I don't share that belief. I think it's tragic, but I get it that you're happy. It is surreal. And it is absolutely. Notice that Stank Jesus had every opportunity to answer, didn't, and says, I'll be happy when the Dems win in 2028 because you let them drag you into another up. No, they'll probably win because Trump will back down like you're suggesting. And then when they win, you won't say, oh shit, maybe it was because I had the bet. Like, you were probably cheering for Trump to not send in the National Guard in 2020. And then the Dems won. Right? And you didn't say, oh, maybe if Trump would have stopped the violent rioting, maybe that would have served. But you didn't say that, I guarantee it. Stank Jesus had every opportunity to say how he would enforce the law, chose not to. Because he has no argument. He knows the truth, that his argument will always be like, well, it'll be bad optics if the left ever decides they don't like it and use violence, so we always have to back down. Michael Hatch shows just how many of these right-wingers show that will be impossible to ever win. What was the Obama policy? Okay, I agree. Let's go back to the Obama policy. Before we had sanctuary cities and where Democratic states actually cooperated with ICE and let them know if they had someone with an ICE detainer on. Let's do that. Oh, wait, we can't because the Democrats don't allow it. That's interesting. But I'm assuming you had nothing to say about that. But it doesn't matter. Michael Hatch isn't an unreasonable guy, right? And I just pick him out like we did King of Pixels earlier. It's just an example for someone in my chat whose name I recognize. Michael seems like a decent guy. Do you see the effect it has on him? Do you see? It's as bad as when 15 days to slow the spread was happening. Now, I expect the garbage left-wingers that really don't want ICE to be enforced, I expect their actions. Of course, I know it. Just like I expected them to be pro-lockdown during the pandemic. Totally get it. I'm not saying I like that, but I know who they are. Big statists, they're willing to use the authority, etc. I get it. I get what they are. Totally get it. Totally understand it. But it's the right-wingers. Back then it was, I had right-wingers arguing with me. Oh yeah, 15 days to slow the spread. I'm like, are you people fucking nuts? Are you nuts? You can't see where this is going. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how articulate you are. It doesn't matter how you can point them out. Like, you realize you're falling for the left's op here right now. Right? In real time. Like, in real time, you're falling for it. And they'll be like, huh? What? No, I'm all right. I want immigration enforced. I do, but maybe it's time to pull back. Maybe it's time to compromise. You know, the other side decided they're real mad about this, so we should just compromise. And Michael Hatch right now is thinking this. I know what he's thinking, like, all right, Rob's blowing this a little out of proportion. It's not that bad. No, Michael, it is that bad. It is that bad. What I was going to say before Michael suggested that is, you know how you always have these cliches like, you don't negotiate with terrorists. You know, if terrorists kidnap someone and they say, we demand $5 million, you don't give them the $5 million because then every other terrorist in the world's like, oh, shit. We also could benefit if we kidnap. So you incentivize that sort of behavior. Everybody pretty much agrees that that's a bad idea. But not when it's the left using violence. Then all of a sudden it's, well, let's compromise. Let's use some compromises. And surely that won't set a precedent for the left to use violence again and again and again to get their way. But when it's the right using violence, we're totally fine with the absolute harshest crackdown possible against everyone. All right, so let's do this. Cosmic Frog says I called this other guy in Twitch and Stank trolls just for having different opinions. No, what I correctly did was point out exactly what they believed, and I was right. I correctly pointed out that Stank would have nothing to say on how to enforce immigration if the left decided to riot. I was absolutely correct. I correctly predicted that other guy on Twitch, the Tempest fellow, was full of shit when he was implying that he also said when he found the shooting of Ashli Babbitt to be tyrannical, that he told left-wingers and Democrats they would burn in hell, like he said to me. Now imagine Cosmic Frog is upset because he's like, why would Rob call this Tempest guy a troll, which I didn't use the word troll, but why would I do that when he came in saying that me and my kin would burn in hell? That's Cosmic Frog. Here's a person that he says then later, he says, normally Rob's not like that. He's pretty good at listening to both sides and making arguments. Interesting. Why wasn't I dispassionately listening to someone telling me that me and my family would burn in hell? That's an interesting thought, Cosmic Frog. What if I said that to you? What if I said that to you? What if I said, Cosmic, I think that you and all of your family are going to burn in hell? That's fair. Is that fair, Cosmic Frog? You fucking big mouth loser. You piece of shit. Why don't you shut your fucking mouth if you don't know what's happening, asshole? Huh, that's fair. He did come in on it strong. Chill, dude. Chill. I hope you and your family burn in hell. Chill, dude. Chill. Chill, right? Chill. Don't push back against that. Just chill, right? Anyone defending ICE will burn in hell. You see, Cosmic Frog? Now, what? Huh? I wonder why someone would treat that person. Huh? Tempest, show me where I said that this clearly wasn't unlawful or was lawful. Can't do it, didn't say it. You're saying do I support the Fourth Amendment? Yes. I do. You want to call in and have this discussion? How's that sound, Tempest? You want to call in and have this discussion? What's your argument? Do I support the Fourth Amendment? I do. I said no call-ins to Hatch. I'd make an exception for you. Game? ICE wasn't told to ignore. What ICE was told is that when someone has a lawful removal order, that they no longer need a specific warrant in order to go into their property to lawfully remove. This has been backed up by Supreme Court decisions. This is for two reasons. One, the court specifically said that in cases of lawful orders, lawful removal orders, it's like basically saying that person's already a felon in extent, and therefore you don't need a specific warrant. Similarly, if you saw a serial killer that was on the FBI's most wanted list walking into a building and you knew it was that person, you wouldn't have to wait for a warrant to walk into that building to apprehend them. Secondly, it's because actually removal isn't a criminal penalty, so it doesn't adhere to the same rules that you would to have a warrant for a criminal penalty. And you could actually use under a civil lawsuit that you wouldn't need the same sort of warrant. Care to respond? Now, you kept shouting, Rob's too much of a coward to answer this question. He won't answer the question. He won't answer the question. He won't answer the question. And yet I did. And I had an answer the whole time. It's just you're a piece of shit saying that I'm going to burn in hell, etc., etc., and you're a troll not worth dealing with. Meanwhile, as we see repeat violations of the Fourth Amendment, First Amendment, etc., from previous administration, once more, you didn't say shit. At all. I know it. You know it. You're a lefty. You hate Trump. We get it. Obama policies didn't work. One, we can see the problems with the sanctuary cities. Second, it's far worse now than it was then. Third, we can see that actually most of his were just removal orders, but we still saw more people were coming in and allowed to stay in under Obama. Fourth, this was before we just had 10 million people roughly let in by Biden. Most of Obama's removals were just turnaways. So if there were 10 million people that just came in that we wanted to deport under Obama and he didn't do it, you claiming that that works doesn't work for me, brother. Oh, but Cosmic Frog, I called him a troll, right? By the way, you gonna call in, Tempest? You want to call in? No, I wasn't frozen. I was reading something. Notice Tempest got real silent. He don't want to call in. He don't want to talk about it. Odd. Is that strange? Strange, right? Big tough guy. Woo-hoo. He's ready to call in. I don't believe in the Fourth Amendment. Right? I gotta check my email for a second. Someone's supposed to be emailing me. We'll deal with this Fourth Amendment issue. I asked if you do. The clear implication was you were implying that the Fourth Amendment was clearly being violated by these people. And that's not the case. Again, it's just more excuses. We don't want immigration enforced, so we're just going to bullshit and say whatever we can. These people didn't say shit when 200,000 kids were being lost by ICE or by Border Protection under Biden. They didn't care. They didn't care when 10 million were coming in. They didn't care when record amounts of people were dying at the border. They don't care when illegals are left back on the street instead of working with ICE to deport them and they go on to murder people. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Instead, they're going to feign outrage when things happen like, oh my God, ICE detained a 5-year-old. Oh my gosh, no. And then you look at it and you're like, yeah, because the dad left him there. The mom refused to take him. They took him and took him out to lunch and shit like that. Oh my God, no, I'm outraged. I'm outraged. What about the Fourth Amendment? It says people that don't give a shit when your rights are violated routinely by the Trump administration, the Biden administration, the Obama administration. But holy fuck, do it to an illegal. What they think's a violation even when they don't know. Oh boy. For the Fourth Amendment people, here's Shipwreck's post on this that I read earlier, just in case you're interested. There's no shortage of outraged voices on social media and the internet as a whole over the DHS ICE policy just released that allows officers with a final warrant of removal to enter a residence for the purpose of apprehending an illegal alien therein. Law professors, defense attorneys, civil libertarians, and just about every liberal progressive talking head who opposes DHS and ICE enforcement policies of the Trump administration is screaming from the rooftops that when ICE forces entry into a resident to arrest an illegal alien inside, it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment's warrant requirement and another step down the path from an authoritarian to a fascist state. But is it? The Fourth Amendment in its entirety reads, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and persons or things to be seized. Now, brief pause before we go on here. The absolute laughability of the Patriot Act shredding the Fourth Amendment aside, and all sorts of other things, fuck, I could lawfully be pulled over at this point with the DUI checkpoint, which seems to violate the Fourth Amendment, and none of these people screech. But millions of illegals here and finally trying to deport them, and oh boy, now all of a sudden, all these people that secretly want these illegals to come in, now all of a sudden they're civil libertarians. All of a sudden. We'll continue though. Seems pretty straightforward, the protections attached to a person's houses, papers, and effects. But then we have this. The guarantee of freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures by the Fourth Amendment has been construed practically since the beginning of the government as recognizing the necessary difference between the search of a store, dwelling house, or other structure in respect of which proper official warrant readily be obtained, and a search of a ship, motorboat, wagon, automobile for contraband goods, where it is not practicable to secure a warrant because the vehicle can quickly be moved out of the locality jurisdiction where the warrant must be sought. Having thus established the contraband goods concealed and illegally transported in an automobile or other vehicle may be searched without a warrant, we now come under to consider which circumstances such search may be made. So the warrant requirement doesn't apply to cars. The search or seizure of a car or its contents must be reasonable, but the warrant requirement doesn't apply. The above language is from Carroll v. the United States in 25, where the Supreme Court held that warrantless searches of automobiles did not violate the Fourth Amendment so long as they are premised on probable cause. Then we have this from Terry v. Ohio in 68. There's some suggestion that such terms as stop and frisk, that such police conduct is outside the purview of the Fourth Amendment because neither action rises to the level of search and seizure within the meaning of the Constitution. We emphatically reject this notion. Whenever a police officer accosts an individual and restrains his freedom to walk away, he has seized that person. And it is nothing less than sheer torture of the English language to suggest that a careful exploration of outer surfaces of a person's clothing all over his body in an attempt to find weapons is not a search. The notions which underlie both the warrant procedure and the requirement of probable cause remain fully relevant in this context. In order to assess the reasonableness, it is first necessary to focus upon the governmental interest which allegedly justifies official intrusion upon the constitutionally protected interests of a private citizen. For there is no ready test for determining reasonableness other than balancing the need of the search or the seize against the invasion which the search or seizure entails. We cannot blind ourselves to the need of law enforcement officers to protect themselves and other prospective victims of violence in situations where they may lack probable cause for an arrest. We must still consider, however, the nature and quality of an intrusion on individual rights, which must be accepted if police officers are to be conceded in the right to search for weapons in situations where probable cause to arrest for crime is lacking. Our evaluation of the proper balance leads us to conclude there must be a narrowly drawn authority to permit a reasonable search for weapons, regardless of whether he has probable cause to arrest the individual for a crime. So the search of an automobile without a warrant doesn't violate the Fourth Amendment if there's probable cause to conduct the search. But the search of a person during the brief detention by a law enforcement officer doesn't require probable cause when doing so is a reasonable act to ensure officer safety. Well, that's two exceptions to the Fourth Amendment. What about searches of a residence? In 87, Scalia wrote the majority opinion in Griffin v. Wisconsin. A probationer's home, like anyone else's, is protected by the Fourth Amendment requirement that searches be reasonable. Although we usually require a search to be undertaken only pursuant a warrant, and thus supported by probable cause, as the Constitution says warrants must be, we have permitted exceptions when special needs beyond the normal need for law enforcement make the warrant and probable cause requirement impracticable. A state's operation of a probation system, like the operation of a school, government office, or prison, or its supervision of a regulated industry, presents special needs beyond normal law enforcement that may justify departments from the usual warrant and probable cause requirements. A warrant requirement would interfere with the appreciable degree with the probation system, setting up a magistrate rather than the probation officer, as the judge of how close supervision probation requires. Moreover, the delay inherent in obtaining a warrant would make it more difficult for probation officials to quickly respond to the evidence of misconduct, and would reduce the deterrent effect of the possibility of expeditious searches would otherwise create. Although a probation officer is not impartial magistrate, neither is he a police officer who normally conducts these searches against an ordinary citizen. He is an employee of the State Department of Health and Social Service. The applicable regulations require him, for example, to provide individualized counseling designed to foster growth and development of the client as necessary. In such a setting, we think it reasonable to dispense with the warrant requirement. So the warrant requirement is dispensed with when the special needs of the government program are such that the effectiveness of the program would be undermined if the warrant requirement were applied. The decision to enter on residence and search based on reasonable suspicion may be made by someone who is not an impartial magistrate, but instead works for a state agency whose special needs is beyond the normal need of law enforcement. So what about the immigration DHS ICE removal operations? Does the effective administration of our national immigration program involve special needs that go beyond the normal needs of law enforcement, such that the warrant requirement could be dispensed with, as within Griffin? There are two Supreme Court cases of interest that deal specifically with immigration and the application of the Fourth Amendment. In 1960, the Supreme Court decided Abel v. United States, which came to the Court of Appeals as a defendant criminal conviction as espionage as a Russian spy. The INS, working in conjunction with the FBI, took Abel into custody inside his New York hotel room, where it entered without a warrant. When Abel declined an invitation to cooperate with the FBI in its counterintelligence mission, INS stepped in and arrested Abel pursuant to an administrative arrest warrant and searched his room for evidence of his alienage. Here's how the Supreme Court described the episode. The FBI officer in charge asked whether, before the petitioner was arrested, the FBI might interview him in an attempt to persuade him to cooperate. 7 o'clock the next morning, June 21st, two officers with INS and several with the FBI gathered in a corridor outside petitioner's room in Hotel Latham. FBI agents Gamber and Blasco were charged with confronting the petitioner and soliciting his cooperation with the FBI. They had no warrant to arrest or to search. If the petitioner failed to cooperate, they were to summon the waiting INS agents to execute the warrant for his arrest. Gamber rapped on the petitioner's door. The petitioner released the catch, blah, blah, blah. After placing him under arrest, we'll proceed. Prior to his trial, Abel filed a motion to suppress evidence seized from his room on grounds the entire operation was bad faith collaboration between the FBI and INS to seize evidence when the FBI lacked probable cause. Motion was denied. This is one of the grounds that had raised the challenge before the Supreme Court with respect to 7 items taken from his room. On that question, the court held, we've considered the case on the assumption that the conviction must be reversed should we find challenged item evidence that's seized in the violation of the Constitution and therefore improperly admitted into evidence. We find, however, that the admission of these items was free from any infirmity, and we affirm the judgment. Neither the INS or the FBI had a judicial warrant to search or arrest when they entered Abel's room. SWC, yes, hotel rooms are treated the same as a house under the Fourth Amendment. What INS did have was an administrative arrest warrant and an order to show cause why he should not be deported, both signed by a New York District Director of the INS. Abel had not challenged, as part of his criminal case, the constitutionality of the arrest process that did not comply with the warrant requirement of the Fourth Amendment. On that basis, the Supreme Court declined to consider such a challenge for the first time before it. But that didn't stop the court from commenting on it. Statutes authorizing administrative arrest to achieve detention pending deportation proceedings have the sanction of time. It would emphasize the disregard for presumptive respect the court owes the validity of the acts of Congress, especially when confirmed by uncontested historical legitimacy, to bring into question for the first time such a long-sanctioned practice of government. This is only 1960. Much of the Supreme Court's modern jurisprudence on the Fourth Amendment begins in the 60s. So it'd be difficult of criticals of the administration to dismiss Abel as a relic that predates the Supreme Court precedent that covers the most issues today involving lawful search and arrest procedures. The court goes on. We're not going to read it. Now, it must be acknowledged the court's seminal case for the need for a warrant to enter a resident make an arrest came in 80 in Payton versus New York. It's 20 years after Abel, so it could be argued the tacit concession to the legality of warrantless entry into Abel's room would be unlikely if Abel was revisited after Payton. One thing to keep in mind about Payton, it represents the last dying gasps of the liberal Warren Burger Courts era. In the majority in Payton, written by Stevens, were Justices Brennan, Stewart, Marshall, Blackmun, and Bow, with C.J. Burker and Justice White and Rehnquist dissenting. Here's some of what they said. The language unequivocally establishes the proposition at the very core of the Fourth Amendment stands the right of a man to retreat in his own home and be freed from unreasonable government intrusion. For what it's worth, this is typical Warren error from liberal justices like Stevens. But Payton had to take note of and accept the doctrine of exigent circumstances that the court had adopted in a series of cases with different facts that were the expectations of warrant required for the Fourth Amendment. Who's bothering me? Exigent circumstances first recognized in Johnson v. United States 48, but in Wharton v. Hayden, the court recognized hot pursuit as an exigent circumstances. Michigan v. Tyler, the court recognized exigency as the emergency need to enter a resident to fight a fire, which continue to investigate the fire. In Brigham v. Stewart, it recognized emergency aid as a reason. And only 7 years later, Scalia wrote in a 5-4 decision in Griffith that no warrant was required to enter a residence of a probationer due to special needs of the probation program. Stevens' dissent was, mere speculation by an officer that the probationer may have had contraband in his possession is not constitutionally sufficient basis for warrantless, non-consensual search of a private home. I simply do not understand how 5 members of this court can reach a contrary conclusion. Therefore, I dissent. That's the total of the dissent. I'm not sure that is an accurate characterization of Stevens of what Scalia had written in his opinion, but carving such a gaping hole in his "a man's home is his castle" pronouncement in Payton only 7 years earlier had a bit of a had to sting a bit. In my discussion of Avo above, I mentioned there were 2 Supreme Court cases that dealt with the issue of the Fourth Amendment. I wrote about the court's 84 decision, INS versus Lopez Mendoza, in my article yesterday. In that article, I quoted at length as it deals with the application of exclusionary rule of deportation proceedings. Take a look if you don't believe me. Before going into the opinion again, it's worth noting first that Lopez Mendoza 5-4 was written by O'Connor, shortly after she replaced Justice Stewart. The 6-3 outcome in Payton only 4 years earlier in 1980 had been. The 5-4, with Scalia's opinion, was switching sides, so to speak, so some of the officers switched. In the 5-4, blah, 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 over the course of the 7 years, the court moved away from liberal majorities. As I noted yesterday, Lopez Mendoza concerned, among other issues, the application of the exclusionary rule of the Fourth Amendment violations in deportation proceedings, with the Supreme Court ultimately determining the application was not warranted to address Fourth Amendment violation. But here's part of the opinion that really intrigues me in terms of how the Supreme Court may now wrestle with the issue of whether a judicial arrest warrant is needed to enter a resident to arrest an illegal alien with a final order of removal. A deportation proceeding is purely civil action. This is what I was saying. This is where so much of this gets different. When you hear people screaming due process, the court has ruled that it is not a criminal action to deport someone. It is a civil action. So the standards are different. I know this might be boring, but I promise I'll get to the end of it here. A deportation proceeding is purely civil action to determine eligibility to remain in the country, not to punish an unlawful entry. The deportation hearing looks prospectively to the respondent's rights to remain in the country in the future. Consistent with the civil nature of the proceeding, various protections that apply in the context of a criminal trial do not apply in a deportation hearing. Now, consider the language of Scalia and Griffith. Although we usually require search to be undertaken pursuant to a warrant, we permitted special needs exceptions. The nature of the tasks before DHS, ICE, DOJ, and enforcing immigration laws in the removal process in 2026 are vastly larger than the task of INS in 84, when Lopez Mendoza was decided. There are literally millions of illegal aliens residing in the interior of the United States, a problem not caused by the Trump administration, but one that belongs to them to solve. The DHS policy of allowing warrantless entries into residence for the sole purpose of apprehending illegal aliens with no right to be in the United States when they lack any further due process rights as reflected by a final order of removal, advances the congressionally created removal system intentionally designed to operate separate and apart from the criminal justice process in Article 3 courts. The Supreme Court has carved out a myriad of exceptions to the warrant requirement of the Fourth Amendment. And what probable cause would be required for such illegal aliens beyond the existence of a final valid order of removal? What exactly is advanced by procedural step of requiring an ICE officer to show the final order of removal to a magistrate simply to get the magistrate's signature on a judicial arrest warrant? This is a materially different circumstance than found in criminal investigations. I'll end with the words of Justice O'Connor and Lopez Medina in justifying the non-application of the exclusionary rule to remedy the Fourth Amendment violations to enforce immigration law. Quote, There comes a point at which courts, consistent with their duty to administer the law, cannot continue to create barriers to law enforcement in pursuit of a supervisory role that is properly the duty of the executive and legislative branches. Now, all of these big claims about, oh, it's a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. Maybe, maybe not. I don't believe the courts have ruled it isn't. If they do and Trump's team continues, so be it. But it's certainly a legal question that there's many significant questions upon. So when you hear these people screech these sort of things, reminder, it's a double standard. They don't give a shit. They wouldn't care, for example, when your Fourth Amendment rights are being violated. Remember when they were contacting like all of these banks and hotels to see everyone's information that was at the Capitol on January 6th? That's a violation of Fourth Amendment. Didn't give a fuck. Explain to me how being a VA nurse means that you can't be a criminal. He was a criminal when he was resisting arrest. That made him a criminal. Ashli Babbitt was a veteran. She wasn't a criminal, she was a veteran. Did you scream about that? Or did you say, well, even if she was a veteran, if she broke the law, that man was defenseless that died today, and you're blind if you don't see that. You see? What was your take on Renee Good, ma'am? Care to tell me? I bet that was murder too, wasn't it? Was that murder? Was the Renee Good situation murder? Fair enough. You thought the Renee Good shooting was good? I think this one's sketchier than the Renee Good as well. I don't think that it's clear cut to say that this was murder. I accept your explanation. I think I have a good track record for knowing when someone's telling the truth or not. I accept that perhaps you did say the Renee Good. I'm accepting it. There are all sorts of reasons that this could be considered justified. If they felt that he was reaching for a firearm, then it would be justified. Pulling him off a lady's back that he was helping is him breaking the law. He wasn't helping, he was trying to protect her from being arrested. If I see law enforcement attempting to arrest a woman and I try to help the woman, you wouldn't say, Rob's just trying to help people. You would say, he's trying to help someone violate arrest. It's obstruction of justice, correct. So they were pepper spraying her in order to not have an effective arrest. That's what was going on? I'll listen to an attorney, the person we just read there, Shipwreck Crew. Here's what he says of it. Now, it's hard to show video because TOS violations of YouTube, but here we go. So we could take a fan of mine. Trust me, bro. She wasn't breaking the law. He was just helping a bystander. Or we could take an attorney that looked at the situation and says the following. The video taken by the lady in pink close to the event shows the confrontation began when one ICE agent and a lady, as well as the individual shot. The agent was forcefully moving them out of the middle of the street while an ICE operation was underway. Do you concede to that, Brittany? ICE was trying to do something and this man and woman were standing in the middle of the street. Yes or no? Do you concede that? It'll take too long to go. So, after that, the person who was shot was actually in the middle of the street directing cars to drive through the enforcement operation. There were ICE agents in the street. The guy's actions were causing a hazard for them. The agent then pushes the lady down where she stumbles in the snow while going backwards. The guy comes to her assistant and the agent pushes them and pushes back. That is a violation of 18 USC 111. I could show you dozens of videos where similar or less contact at the Capitol produced 18 USC 111 charges and defense of others was not allowed. Shipwreck goes on to say, there will certainly be a careful analysis of the video and statements taken from all of the officers involved. There is more of a scuffle here, but the officers were justified in disarming him under Terry. In fact, the evidence is going to show that he violated 18 USC 111 prior to the struggle to subdue him. So at the point where there's PC that he engaged in a violent felony against a law enforcement officer and all other officers are entitled to treat him as a danger to them and others. You may not like that the law addresses the issue in this fashion, but that's the way the analysis is done. Guys, I'm pro-ICE, but there's bad both sides. Why am I being attacked? I want people to keep their eyes open. That's great. I'm not attacking you. I think people are reasonably attacking you because what you're doing is falling for a left-wing op. This is clearly murder. You don't know. What if we see another angle that shows he was reaching for the gun? Then what? Oh, but they shot a lot of times. Yes, as long as he's still moving and officers have a reasonable fear for their life or the people around them. A man who was just violently assaulting them while committing a felony and who had a firearm. No, possessing a Second Amendment isn't a death sentence. Fighting with law enforcement while you have a gun and they have fear that you may discharge that gun as you're fighting with them and are armed can lead to someone killing you in a clash. It's not a death sentence any more than saying, oh, are you saying just driving a car is a death sentence? Well, if you're attempting to brutally maim people and run over people, then I suppose it could be. But you would phrase it as, but that's just driving a car. How could that be a death sentence? He was fighting them. That's not true. You could easily see from the footage that he was fighting against them. No one's saying that simply exercising your Second Amendment right to possess a gun is a death sentence. Who said that? I just got done telling you that it's not. Let me ask you this, liberal annihilator. You ready? Is just walking through the Capitol a death sentence? Is that a death sentence? I'm just curious. Is that a death sentence? No, you guys wouldn't defend ICE if you shot him in the street. Notice how this guy can't answer. Is just walking through the halls of Congress a death sentence? Is it? Just curious. Climbing through a window is a death sentence? My goodness, that's insane. Just climbing through a window? Or may you say, look, the reason that Ashli Babbitt was shot wasn't that she just happened to be climbing through a window. It was the circumstances surrounding that. Right. Now, I could even come to the conclusion that perhaps this wasn't a lawful shooting. But it's not. I'm not going to be so unreasonable that I say that he was shot merely for exercising his Second Amendment. Skips right along. Have you noticed it's every single time they can't answer. They cannot answer. well, now they're supposed to be professional. They're supposed to be. Do you think for a second he said the police on January 6th were supposed to be professional? They shouldn't have shot Ashli Babbitt. You think he said that? Nope. What threat was there? Oh, my goodness. The threat was, one, he was actively resisting arrest and fighting with law enforcement. Second, he had a firearm on him. Third, it could be construed that they thought he was reaching for that firearm. Fourth, once officers heard a shot fired, they could have thought it was him firing that shot. Fifth, they then decided to eliminate the threat because someone who's already using violence against law enforcement in a felony, who is armed, who possibly just fired a shot, must have that threat eliminated. I don't know whether or not this will be legal, but the idea that people are trying to make this like it's so cut and dry that this was clearly murder is laughable. A man fought with police while he was armed. They yelled there was a gun and struggled with him to remove the gun. We can't see his hands if he was reaching for the gun. You can't, I can't, none of us can. None of us. And yet you're like, clearly this was bullshit. Stank Jesus, I notice you're still here. Hey, I asked a question a long time ago and you cowardly said, oh, I can't answer because you're saying stuff too much. So I'll ask you again. Seeing as how you say that it would be bad optics to enforce immigration law if the left decides to get violent, can you explain to me, if you're true that you want immigration enforced, how you would go about it? Thanks so much. Yes, he was fighting with a gun. You are factually incorrect. He may not have been using the gun at the time he was fighting, but he was fighting while he was armed. His back was not just to ICE, his back, front, etc. was to ICE because they were all piled on him. You can't see where his hands are. Yes, they're on the ground, but while you're on the ground, you can still reach to your waistband. Just so you know, this is the left in a nut. And this guy will say, I'm not a lefty. This guy's argument is quite literally, the left should get to use violence and attack you with impunity. And if you want law enforcement to stop it, you're a bootlicker. That's the argument. And he'll say, though, that's not my argument. And then I'll say, can you explain to me how you would enforce immigration then? And then he'll go silent again for 15 minutes. I'm watching another film here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is much better.
Hey, Rob, while you watch that, I'm dipping out. I got to go early and go pick up our boy Jungle F from the airport.
Oh, cool.
So, it's been a pleasure being in the back, crew. I hope you're enjoying the ranting as much as I am. Get those donos in as Rob watches the clip. I love you guys. Thank you for letting me be back here, Rob. I'll see you soon.
Yep. All right. So here's the clip I'm watching. Again, I can't show it, but you can follow along if you want. All right. So I'm going to watch this real slow. This seems so far to be the best angle I've seen. I don't know if it's one of the angles we already saw that zoomed in or not, but so I'm going to start here. I'm watching it on as slow as, I'm going to watch it on, it's already slowed down, but I'm going to watch it on half speed. So what we see is it's from a different angle. You can see he's on his knees on the ground, and it looks like the gun, it looks like in his back, like immediately in the small of his back, in his waistband, is what it looks like. Now you can hear them yell gun, and the first officer, he immediately reaches for drawing. No one's gun is drawn yet, but the first officer, as soon as they see the gun, he puts his hand, he hasn't drawn it yet, now he draws. So at 15 seconds, he starts drawing when they see the gun. It kind of looks like, I don't know, it kind of looks like he starts reaching back. I don't know. Let's go real slow one more time. So I'm starting at 14 seconds on that video. The 27-second mark, he reaches for his holster. Or you must be watching a different video than me, because the first shot's... All right, let's see what people are saying. Now, the officer that shot, I don't think saw the gun getting confiscated. That's not the issue. I think he did disarm a few seconds before, like not even a few seconds, like half a second before the first shot, he disarmed. The question is, does the officer that fired know he was disarmed? EOD, send me that in a DM. I can't, well, I'll try. I can't. I don't know. Oh, it's the link I shared. Good. I'm going to watch it again. We'll see what I can see. Well, people are saying at 26, it looks like he's... Now, the first shot comes before 26 seconds, but he definitely... His hand is definitely reaching from where his gun was at 26. I've already talked about the luxury of slow-mo. Simmer down. All right. Stank Jesus, thanks for your time, man. All these Stank Jesus, have you answered my question yet? And so, because we do favor other opinions, I'll give you one more chance to answer, and then we'll take you for the troll you are. And although we value opinions that aren't ours, we don't particularly like trolls. So I'll ask you one more time. We understand that it seems most likely that you're someone who's just saying, I think if the left gets violent, officers should always stand down. It seems to be that's what you're suggesting. You say no. You're for the enforcement of law enforcement, or for the removal of illegals. I ask you how you would go about that if the left decides to get violent. You've refused to answer over and over and over. You say not without being viciously attacked. You've done plenty of attacking yourself, saying how stupid we are, that this is going to lead to losing in 2028. I understand you're saying a lot of other things. You're refusing to answer the question. Over and over and over, you have refused. You've been asked this question a dozen times. You have not answered. I haven't seen it. What's your answer? Repeat the answer then. All you have to do is copy paste. You've already said it. Answer the question. Okay, here we go. And I'll Stank Jesus. If you haven't answered the question, I'm gonna go ahead and boot you out of here, right? Now, you've claimed you've answered it. So the question was, given that you say you want deportations, what would you do when you want to do deportations, but the left decides to get violent? You claim you answered it. Okay, fair enough. I've brought up all of your comments. Here we are. So let's see where you answered. He says, I'm glad Rob became a second, knows everyone's motive, never did that. Everyone's falling for the next psyop in real time. Okay. Everyone's cheers for the feds when it's on their side. The optics of this are bad on purpose. Notice how the Epstein files are gone. EOD, I don't care if it's legals get deported. They shouldn't have been there. But the optics on this ICE shit's going to backfire and we're going to pay the price. I literally just said they should be deported. Read the chat. Go back and quit being bad faith. Go read the chat where I said they should be deported. Why must you incessantly jump to conclusions? You're being bad faith because you're emotional. No, I can only type so fast while you go off on these tangents where you assume my motive. Haven't seen an answer yet. I'll be back to laugh when Dems win at 2028 because you let them drag you into another op. You're going to shit all over us because you let them win the upper hand. You gave them the optics they need for campaign ads, just like the right got dragged into January 6th app. Where's the Epstein files? Where's the Russiagate arrest? Where's the COVID accountability? You won't get it because all we get's this slot from manufactured ICE chaos. Still haven't seen an answer. Remember, he claims he answered 4 times. Haven't seen that yet. Then he says, my prescription is not sending out fucking morons. That's his answer. There you go. Nothing meaningful is ever going to happen because everybody keeps biting the rage bait. They could definitely run ICE operations more efficiently, but this is an outcome they wanted and everyone's falling for it. Trump has fucked up every single one of his promises, minus the border, but now that's got everyone in rage slept, so that won't matter to hold accountable. Where's the end of Ukraine? Where's lower prices? Where's the jobs? Where's the COVID arrest? Don't worry about that. Here's your rage slap. I'm a vocal critic of the Biden presidency and Harris campaign. I've answered the question 3 times now. Yet to see an answer. He just said, don't be dumb. Now here we are defending warrantless searches because of my deportation, and the police state just keeps growing. Looks like he was protecting her after the ICE agent stopped her to the ground. Remember your take on this when the left comes back into power? No, it's because of piss poor training. Oh, shut the fuck up, bootlicker. No, Rob, they're sending out people with piss poor training, which leading to these situations. They need better personnel, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Oh my God, read the comment I was replying for, jumping conclusion. I've answered 4 times. It's my right to be armed at all times when it's legal. You can't, and dissenting in here, the chat goes out of the way of every chat. Tribal, can't have dissenting opinions. You'll get more too, Jack. All of these pro-Fed arguments are going to turn on us in 2000. We're being viciously attacked. I've been following Rob since he was on Demon Mama Hippy Dippy. I've answered 4 fucking times. 4 fucking times. Who'd I call stupid? I answered 4 times. What was the answer, chat? What was the answer that he gave? What was the answer he gave? Don't send out amateurs. That's the answer? Oh, that's the problem. More training. If ICE decides to get or if they decide to get violence against ICE, what would they do? Hey, Stank Jesus, though. 4 times. You answered 4 times, huh? My solution is, here you go. Go ahead. Rob, what's your solution to the Epstein files? They should put perfect people in charge of the Epstein files. And what's your situation on Ukraine? They should put perfect people on Ukraine. Yes, but what would you do? Perfect people. Perfect people. That's what I would do. That's the problem. Perfect people. Perfect people. That's how you don't get bad optics. Perfect people. That's it. Why can't we just have an entirely perfect police force? Forget about, saying something like, I would suggest the left stops encouraging violent people to go fight them. We need perfect people. That's the problem. Perfect ICE people. That's the real problem here. It doesn't matter if they're Border Patrol or ICE. Doesn't matter. There you go. You got it, bud. Keep biting the rage something, getting nothing for your vote. Yeah, you're right. What should we get? What should we get for our vote? Let's say they release the Epstein files and all of a sudden the left decides to riot. Then what? You'd say, oh, let them riot. It would be a police state. We have to let them riot. There's a lot. I've criticized Trump heavily for a lot of things. One thing that he's doing is securing the border, and he's at least attempting to deport illegals. And that's the one thing that this guy doesn't want. No, don't do that. He'll say, I'm for the deportation. Cool. How do we do it? Well, the key is that the people deporting have to be super well trained. That'll solve it all. Then when the left gets violent, there'll never be a situation where they would have to deploy their weapon. Never. I've answered 4 times. Just have perfect people that are sent out there. That's all. His theory is Trump's team is intentionally sending out people poorly trained, so their lives will be in jeopardy, so they'll fucking make mistakes so that something. Then that gets everyone pissed off. That's his theory. That there are good, trained Border Patrol people in ICE, but Trump's not sending them. Instead, he's intentionally sending amateurs. That's the plan. Yes, and when millions of people like Audrey vote for Joe Biden, who on camera is sniffing little children, that's who Audrey is. Audrey, let me ask you, does it excite you when Joe Biden sniffs small children? Just curious. Is that something that you find excitable? I don't believe the allegations against Trump, but we've seen the video. We've seen Joe Biden's own daughter say he took uncomfortable showers. Does that excite you? I'm just curious when you support him. Just curious. We all get distracted from real change. Here's what we need. trying to remove illegal immigrants is distracting us from the real change of wanting to deport illegal immigrants. Makes sense. The one thing we should all agree that Trump's trying to do a good job of is like actually securing the border. Right? That's the one thing we should pull back on. In fact, let's just open the border again. It's all a distraction from Epstein securing the border, right? We can't secure the border. My goodness, that's a distraction. Yeah, see? Epstein, who remembers? Epstein. $10 million illegals were left in, roughly under Biden. There's probably upwards to 30 million illegals here. And the solution here is we need to hire fewer ICE agents and have meticulous training. Not that, the left stop encouraging violent riots. How long should we train them? 5 years? 10 years? How long should this significant training to ensure they're perfect agents, how long does that take? No, you didn't say don't defend the border. You said don't enforce it if the left decides to get violent. That's what you said. So we can secure the border up until the point the left says, we've decided to engage in violence. And then you say, hey, anyway, Stank Jesus, go fuck yourself. See you later. So apparently we have an ICE agent who had his finger bitten off. Nice. That's swell, right? I'm sure none of the people that are on here bitching care about that. Tim Walz comes out, says ICE is not law enforcement. Okie dokie. Here's the Minnesota, let's see. Just some random stuff I'm reading as we come out here. Minnesota ICE watched the anti-ICE group at the center of unrest in Minneapolis handing out flyers that says, shoot ICE. Nice. Huh. Let me see. Here it is. Slow down for. Give me a second. I'm reading some things. Sorry, I was just reading there some more. I don't know. No one's really. I mean, I anticipate we're likely to see riots here tonight. I don't give a shit. Fight with the mods, and I don't care. But we take a step back, we realize this is exactly, as I said, all of the people you see in here, this is exactly what the plan of the left is, and it works to perfection. It really does. I didn't see your question. What do we do about being principled on the right while the left cheats? Continue to be principled and call out their cheating and try to push as best as possible. Our man Sean, potentially criminal Sean, what's up with the raid? He probably has an interesting take on the shooting. The Sandwich Man. Oh my goodness. I didn't ban Brittany. I don't know. All right. So, thanks so much, Sean, for the raid. It is amazing to see how effective the left is on this. Right? That's how I feel. I don't see enough evidence. I've parsed through this. It's tough because you don't want to show the videos on YouTube because you don't know if you're going to get censored or not for showing them, which I'm trying not to do. You know, I like my channel. I like making money. I like talking to people. But we looked at this. So let's talk just real quick about the shooting. My last thoughts on it as we see. This absolutely could be a bad shoot. Or it could be a like a fucking big, I don't know what the word I would use is. Not illegal, but really bad. Or it could be legally justified and not that bad. What a hot take, right? Let me explain. As I was saying, I think the things we could agree on is as follows. The guy had a gun, and officers at one point see the gun. The officer that's like in the gray or tan thing, it pulls the gun away before the first shot is fired. But it's super, super quick. It's like within half a second. So any claim that the person who was killed shot first, I don't think it's going to be true. If, as it seems, that the actual gun is the one that's being carried away. It's super quick. Like, it's like from the time you see the guy pulling the gun away and start to walk away with it, the shot comes right then. Given that, I think the worst case scenario, which some of the left are implying, which is they saw that he was disarmed and then executed him. I don't think that's the case. I don't think there was enough time for the people in this scrum to look up to see that the gun was away and no longer a danger and then shoot this person. I don't think that's what happened. I think what happened was I largely agree with Albert here. I think most likely scenario, based on what I see, is this. The officers freaked out when they saw he had a gun. He was someone who had fought with law enforcement who was breaking the law. Right? When they see the gun, you can see them a couple of them start to grab for their gun. Now it's a serious situation. By the way, this is why you shouldn't resist law enforcement and certainly not doing it while armed. It's a fucking bad idea. Because then, just in the concept of struggling, you might reach back just to try to like get your balance. What's that look like to a law enforcement officer? Like you're on your hands and knees and you're trying to turn. Looks like you're reaching for a gun. It's a big fucking mistake. Right? Do we know if the guy that took the gun was an officer? I haven't heard it confirmed, but surely he was. Or the rest of ICE would have been like, what the fuck is this rando doing here grabbing a gun? So I would say the yes. So that's going on. It looks like as the guy's disarming, I think what happened was either they thought one of the officers saw in the commotion that they thought he was reaching back and they didn't see, so they shot. Once the first shot comes in, two things then become into question. First, it's my understanding that officers are trained to basically stop the person from being a potential threat further. So you don't just shoot once, then check, then shoot. You're going to be like, phew. So you're going to eliminate the target. Because at that point, he is seen as someone that was definitely fighting with law enforcement, armed, and there was enough, there was a shot that was fired. So they're going to eliminate him. The other thing is, if you're the other officers and you hear that shot, you're not going to know where that shot came from. You're going to assume that your fellow officer shot for a good reason, or that the person you're struggling with shot. So you're going to then discharge your firearm until the threat's eliminated. We're looking at this in slow-mo on different angles. I've only done this a couple times in my life, but when I played football in high school at a very low level, you'd be in these scrums, like for a fumble. You can't see what's fucking going on. So I imagine it's similar like that. Law enforcement, there's a scrum of like 4 or 5 of them, and they hear, gun! And you see this guy sort of turning and reaching, bam! And then you hear the other officers, and you hear that shot, bam, bam, bam. That's it. So, now, does that mean that legally that's a defense? I don't know. Sean says, can't say for sure yet, but it's looking bad to me. Thanks for the $5. I promise I'll read all the other super chats as well. I don't know. It's certainly not as clear as the Renee Good shooting. That was a good shooting. The claim that the lady was helping a woman that had been pepper sprayed is bullshit. The man was interfering with law enforcement. If I'm armed and I go to a protest and I'm waving cars through as ICE is conducting operations, as is another woman, and then ICE goes after that other woman, and I try to interfere with ICE going after that other woman, then I end up in a scuffle with law enforcement while I'm armed. I don't say, I was just helping a woman. Not what happened. He was pushing back against law enforcement. I'm not so sure that that Border Patrol wears body cam. Did I say anything about Bovino's statement? He came to kill agents. No, I didn't hear Bovino say that. I think that that's a bold statement that he probably shouldn't say. I don't much give a fuck. Did you say anything about Fry and fucking Walls' statements in the left? I don't give a fuck. Yeah, sure. Both sides hyperventilate with this and say outlandish shit. Maybe he came to kill agents. Maybe he didn't. When you have an entire party that's suggesting that people go kill agents and then people show up with guns and fight with police, I guess I can understand why people would say that. Yeah, there was no knowledge of the gun until the arresting. You could see the moment that they realized there's a gun. But he should have been arrested. No, I don't think that. I don't think Bovino has text that said, I'm going there to shoot people. I don't believe that. So we don't know. More angles could come out. Even from the angles shouldn't we have learned this from the Renee Good? Who the fuck knows what that officer... could you be civilly liable? Like, there's a different level to be criminally liable as a murderer from a law enforcement versus civilly liable for ending someone's life, right? Is it pause? I don't know. I don't know what that line is. I'm not an attorney, but if I'm a cop in that situation, I see the gun and I see what I think is him doing this. How long do I have to wait until I shoot? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. And here's another thing, and people are going to fucking hate this, that want to just say that this is a murder, but I'm just being honest here. What if he didn't reach back, but the officer thought he was? Then what? Is that murder? Is it manslaughter? Are you just civilly liable? I don't know. How would we know what that officer? Do we think that what? I think all of us could agree. I hope. Well, except the crazy fucking left. In what planetary solar system is it okay for the president of the United States to keep playing chicken with his own citizens? Was Joe Biden playing chicken with his citizens on January 6th? Were the Democrats playing chicken with them? No. That was everything that happened there was justified, right? You people that say it's playing chicken because Trump wants to enforce a law that you don't want enforced can go fuck right off. I do not give a fuck what your opinion is. If the blame is squarely placed 100% on the Democrats. That's who's to blame for this. The Democrats that refuse to cooperate with ICE and then gaslight their people into saying that ICE are evil Nazis that need to be fought back against. Then they go out and they fight. And your response is Trump's fault. Trump should just pull back ICE operations. Okay. I wonder, will you accept that if us right-wingers, who tend to like to exercise our second, what would you do if they did that? What would you do if they say, you know what, we don't like abortion, so we're just going to fucking prevent anyone from getting an abortion. And we're going to do it armed. Would you say, well, if the Democrats send law enforcement in, that's them playing chicken. They can't do that. You got to just leave these right-wingers win, or else it's playing chicken. Of course not. Of course you asshole would say, throw them, fucking lock up, throw them away, fuck them, execute them. That's what you would say. We know it. We saw what happened with January 6th. Your people didn't give a fuck. Go fuck yourselves. And that's the real thing. Listen, I can't help myself. I've tried my best to look at this. I don't think that this, I'll tell you straight up, this is not as clear cut as the Renee Good thing. It is not. Period. Not as clear cut. I'm not saying that this was an obvious execution. I don't know that I'll ever be able to make a determination. I don't know. I think in these cases, the benefit of the doubt goes to law enforcement when someone is armed and struggling with police and committing a crime. But I don't know. But here's what I do know. In general, us being able to slow things down is different than the perspective of what the law enforcement officers there had. That's one. And second, and more important, this is exactly what the left wants. And it's not going to stop. And I've been predicting this for months and months and months and months. It's the easiest prediction in the world. Here, again, I'll play this again. I made this video March 11th. This was before the first anti-ICE riots in LA. March 11th. We had just started to hear about Teslas being vandalized. And by the way, this is just a video I remember I did a short. But I'd been making this claim for years, so here you go.
Seeing reports of Tesla buildings being attacked, people
March 11th,
that drive Teslas
last year,
having their cars vandalized. There's other stories of people that are suggesting on places like Reddit that Elon Musk and Donald Trump may need to be taken out. Make no mistake about it. I've said for years, all of the insane violence that we saw coming from the left, from places like Antifa, from way back when you saw them rioting at places like Berkeley to prevent people from going in to hear the terrible Ben Shapiro from speaking, riots that we saw on college campus, them locking Riley Gaines into a room, not letting her go out, other attacks that we saw all across this country during the Black Lives Matter, the Chaz Zone, all of this stuff. The irony was, all of this was occurring while the left had institutional power. And I said, if you think this violence is bad now, wait until they start losing those connections to institutional power. Now, they have direct connections in the sense that there were cultural connections, such as the people that were running things were advocating policies and at least paying lip service to the issues that these radical leftists wanted, such as Trans America, Black Lives Matter, etc. But now we're starting to find out that there are connections, possibly in the terms of financial connections, where we see NGOs that were possibly financing institutions that were leading to these sorts of people that then went on and engaged in different attacks. Oh, I forgot to mention those against pro-life centers. Remember, the FBI couldn't get to those because most of those attacks occurred in the evening. Remember, that's what Chris Wray, head of the FBI, said? I predict that as we see these NGOs start to collapse and the funding dries up and the cultural shift starts going the other way, that these groups will become more desperate. Initially, they won't understand that they can't get away with it with impunity like the majority of the Black Lives Matter riots, and there will actually be consequences if there's any justice in this world. So you're about to see what I would predict would be an uptick in violence that occurs from these left-wing groups. They feel morally righteous. They've been gaslit into believing their opponents are Nazis, and you're justified in doing whatever you want against Nazis. They become more brazen in non-violent attacks, such as going after JD Vance when he's walking with his daughter, and violent attacks in the form of vandalism and other things that we see, up to and possibly including things such as assassinations, which we've seen 2 attempts so far against Trump. So gird your loins, we're probably going to see more of these violent reactions from the left, and it'll all be smugly ignored, cheered on, or wink, wink, nudge, nudge from people in positional power in the establishment and on the left.
Wow, how did I know? I must be a genius. I have to be a genius, right? How did I know? How did I know that's exactly what's good? By the way, that was before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Before ICE agents started to be targeted. How did I know? Huh. Must be a genius. How did I know the Rittenhouse thing was going to occur before then? How did I know that? Huh. I wonder how. It's almost like these things are easily predictable. The most important thing, and I led off the show with this, the first hour or so, is this. I have no problem trying to dispassionately look at this. But the mere fact that you do is giving the left the victory that they want. They've intentionally set up the situation that will make violent and lethal altercations with law enforcement inevitable. Most of the time, those altercations will be justified on the part of law enforcement. Sometimes they won't be. It doesn't matter, though. They know that they will be able to use the people that will die as a result of that as martyrs in order to justify their policies in the first place. They are using violence and intimidation to enact their political will, and it'll work. And you know how I know it'll work? Because so many of you that consider yourself on right wing are right now along with me watching in slow motion. Did this ICE officer do something wrong? They know. They know. They set the stage. It's inevitable. If you have 1,000 violent altercations with ICE, eventually one's going to end up with someone being lethally harmed. And then they'll be able to say, we saw it with Renee Good, cut and dry. Half of America thinks that Renee Good was murdered. Cut and dry. This one's even less than that. So what are we supposed to do with this information? I guess throw these ICE agents under the bus, tell the rest of ICE agents that they should hesitate to act, pull ICE back from cities, don't deport people, allow Democrats to win the next election, massively open the borders, displace us even further. That's the answer, right? Yep, that's the answer. I don't know what your point is. If you're not living in reality, yes. And so, We have so many people on here that'll, let's look through these and fine-tooth comb, while ignoring that we literally have elected officials like AOC saying, time to deploy the National Guard against ICE. We have mayors and all these other people that are suggesting that ICE is unlawful. We see, according to the language of the left, insurrections occurring on a daily basis against our federal government, supported by most major politicians in the Democratic Party. And they'll get away with it. They will. How many law enforcement actions do you think it would take to be necessary to have 10 million people deported? 10 million? If it's 1-to-1? Right? What do you think the chances are that eventually one of them will pull at people's heartstrings? A young child will cry as her father is deported. There'll be a violent altercation with ICE. What do you think the chances of one of those? And we have an entire system set up to exploit that. They know it's inevitable. It's inevitable. Even if you had as perfect as possible of a law enforcement system, it's inevitable. That's going to happen. And the American people don't have the stomach for it. That's the truth. We don't. And how do I know? Look at my chat today. Let's slow that down a little more. Let's see. Did he have, what happened here? What's going on? That's how I know. And the left knows it. And it's inevitable. I'm not even saying you're bad for doing it. It's just inevitable. It's inevitable. Meanwhile, they don't give a fuck. You think they cared? Remember that one guy that was like a January 6th, they went into his house and killed him? They don't give a fuck. You didn't see footage of that. Media didn't cover that. They don't care. Fuck it. Next. They just don't give a shit. And I, too, am a person. I don't even like killing insects and shit. I'm soft. You guys make fun of me. But I don't know what else to say. It's like we lose. We have to allow the other people because, I mean, the truth is they're more dedicated than us. That's the truth. We're not dedicated enough. They bury every one of us motherfuckers. They watch people break into a fucking church and harass people and children, and they're like, based. We're just not dedicated enough. We don't have it in us. We don't. We don't. I'm trying to say, yes, if there's one ICE officer that does something bad, arrest him, and now triple the amount of officers that are there. This officer is under investigation. We're going to look at it. We welcome all the other great ICE officials, or in this case, Customs Border Patrol officials. We've promised to now increase the amount of officials in Minnesota by threefold. Every time that there is a violent altercation with ICE or Border Patrol, we promise to double the amount of agents that we put on the ground. Every time. Even if our agents acted inappropriately. That's what we're doing. But we won't. And you'll see the people who come in here. Maybe it's time to compromise. Maybe it's time to compromise. And the results of this is predictable. In 2020, the left rioted with impunity. Why would they ever stop? Why stop? Handful of people get punished or killed, and the rest of them, some of them get enriched. They become heroes, and they get to push for the political agendas that they want with no repercussions. Charlie Kirk's dead, and the victim is Jimmy Kimmel. That's it. 2 assassinations against Trump. They don't give a fuck. Don't give a shit. And the truth is, no one's going to do anything on their own. I ain't going to do anything on my own. So you look at the people on your own side that you expect to have your back, and they fail you. And that's what I'm seeing. So many of them, they fail. Well, wait a minute. Maybe we should compromise. And you've lost. It's that simple. That's all it takes. He'll back down. He's already backing down so much. He'll back down. There's only two ways this ends. Either A, Trump administration decides to go as aggressively as possible as to the violent rioters, throw them in prison for lengthy sentences, go after every single organization that supports them, whether it be politicians, judges, prosecutors, etc., and go full, not physical violence war, but full political war against these people. That's option one. Or option two, Trump finds an excuse to back down. We got the ones we were after, and what do you think's most likely? That's true, Gigi. Let's see if he does it. Meanwhile, when I see Trump out there just the other day saying, well, we're not, there's a lot of great illegals here that we're not going to go after. That doesn't sound hard as fuck to me. Look at this. Jesse Kelly just said almost identically. Is he listening to my show? Jesse, if you're listening, Jesse Kelly just said this. I just said this an hour ago. I would be surprised that so many on our side are losing their nerve because of communist anti-deportation ops. But I remember how many conservatives were all in on 15 days to slow the spread. Bunch of cowards and morons on our side. A constant struggle against them. Yep. Yep. I said the same thing an hour ago. I was like, remember 15? I was like, you can handle the left. You know what they're going to do. It's the people on our side. Oh, yeah, we hit the super chat goal. Goal! There we go. Not very, celebratory mood. Thanks, though, guys. You guys are the best. Your point seems to be contradictory. you on one hand say he's not doing enough, but on the other hand, you're saying he's doing is causing the left's influence to increase. Right. He's doing a little, which causes the left to exercise power, which will cause Trump to back down and not go far enough. Where's the contradiction? You seem to think there's mutual exclusivity to Trump not doing enough and the left getting triggered. Trump could do anything and the left will get triggered. That doesn't mean, oh, he must be being successful if the left is triggered. I disagree. So I don't see the contradiction. Maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe Trump will go. When Tim Walz and Mayor Fry are in handcuffs, I'll say, now we're going. Now we're rolling. When they're removed from the ballot under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment for engaging in an insurrection, now we're rolling. Till then, he ain't doing enough. When all these people that you see engaged in these riots are given the January 6th treatment, when we have sedition hunters going after them, when they spend 4 years in solitary confinement, I'll say, now we're rolling. Until then, he's not doing enough. It's that simple. He's going to back down. There's going to be calls to compromise. They're going to heavily come from the Republicans. Trump's going to listen. He's going to compromise. He's going to back down. He is. The status quo is not sustainable. I hope not. I'll be more than happy to admit I'm wrong. But I don't see it happening. Super chats. You guys are the best. Let's make sure I get to them all. First, we'll check Rumble. Thank you over there. Thanks for the raid, by the way. We're offended you're offended. Excuse me, got the hiccups. Jax, $5 says, but Rob, they're arresting American citizens, says the idiots obstructing LEO and rioting. Foolish behavior. Yep. Sergeant Stoic, $5 says, thanks for showing us this trickle-down syndrome in play. Yep. Reverse Massage, $2 says, delusion is a symptom of rump derangement syndrome. Zach Gelpy, Tempest equals NPC. Yeah, he ran away, didn't he? Lesson Cell, $5 says, Renee's pew-pew was 100% justified. This new pew-pew looks like a bad one so far. Waiting for more info to plan a firm opinion. Am I missing something? Well, we talked the whole stream about it. I'm Richard, $5 says, they got pictures of the officer's finger they bit off. Not the trigger finger, though. Zach Gilpy, $5 says, Tempest knows you're lying because every time I left someone's mouth, they're lying. Hunter Killer, $5 says, seems like every time Trump makes a decent move, the libertarians rush to give the worst take possible, like calling ICE actions tyrannical. F it button, conflating carrying everywhere while not obstructing fighting police with the clear stupidity of fighting officers, especially while carrying as a wild cope and appeal to people they want unarmed. Thank you for the $10. Agreed. Marino's Legacy, 50. Thank you, says, if you're of 4 millions of fighting age males coming into our nation because you want to change the demographics, Tempest, that is tyranny. Your premise is you want white people to give away Western civilization. We have a right to exist. Agreed. Thank you so much, man. Contemporary Compendium, $2 says, compromise these nuts. Zach Gelpy, $5 says, ICE are literally risking their lives every day to make our community safer. Yeah, that really seems like cowardice. Reno's Legacy, $50 again. Unreal. Thanks. Says, the first foundational moral premise is our people or race have a right to exist. In order for any group to exist, they must have sovereignty, dignity, and the right to their own homelands. This is obvious for every single group, race, except for white people. Yep. Bruce, $5 says, sheesh. There's a lot of sissies in chat today. Keep up the good work, Rob. Thank you. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, evil people know how to use good people's morals against them. It's uncanny. Yep. Reno's Legacy, another 5. Thanks. Says, defend Ukraine on its borders, but let's permit invasion of the West by the third world. Yep. And then another 50. Thank you. Says, unbelievable generosity. Says, nobody on the right cared about the small level of minorities living in America or the West. After all, it was the left that talked about assimilation. Once the demographics shifted below 80% white, people realized it was a manipulation tactic to destroy us. Another $5 from Marino says, restore the national origins quota now. 50 more says, we're going to have to declare the Insurrection Act and stop a liberal rebellion that's been against the United States for 50 plus years. Chauvin's being held as a political prisoner is symbolic of that rebellion. Restore the national origins quota. I don't know the national origins quota, but thank you so much. Another 50. Look at this, Chad. We will never allow our nation to be invaded, Tempest. Our descendants lived through us today, and we will never be conquered. The Mongol Empire couldn't do it. The Muslim hordes couldn't. The Moors couldn't. We will never be conquered. And then another 50. Unbelievable. Says, I'm extremely concerned that institutions are setting up the ICE agents so that in the next administration, they will put all of these people that volunteered to stop the invasion in prison. It's a setup to identify patriots loyal to America. That's why they want them unmasked. That's exactly why. They want them all unmasked, their faces, so that their brown shirts could go to their house and harass their families, and so they could target them afterwards. They're saying it out loud. Marino's Legacy, another $5 says, Brittany, they're trying to invade your nation. They want us completely scattered and destroyed. Please wake up. And gives 10. It says, liberal annihilator is pretending he cares about the Second Amendment, but he doesn't care about the invasion of the United States. They out themselves with their own words. Yep. Unbelievable, Marino's Legacies. Thank you so much. Lavin gives $100. Thank you. Says for the goal. We did it. We made it. Bandit gives $5. Says, I can't tell you when the first shot is, but he clearly moves his hand for his pistol using the excellent. Officer had knowledge of a gun and he wasn't secure. Yeah, he definitely reaches back. Now, it could literally just be like he got shot and so he reaches back out of like a weird reflex, or he felt his own gun get removed, so he reached back. Because if like someone rubs your back, you might instinctively reach back. Either way, from the officer's perspective, Bandit $5 says to the libs, when should he have been when should he have been cleared to shoot? After another officer and a bystander himself have been fatally wounded? Hunter Killer $5 says the officers were CBP, so ICE incompetence is irrelevant in this discussion. Fair enough. Marino's Legacy, another 10 says Rob, simply show the audience the use of force threshold. All uses is a threat continuum. All law enforcement, when engaged in a fight with the suspect, have to assume the suspect is armed. And they knew he was armed. Yeah, thank you. Isaiah Smith, $10 says, we don't hear about ICE deportation in states where the state government's cooperating with the feds. Yep. Left-handed Assassin, thank you so much for the $5. Josette, $5 says, we could still be justified, but how do you combat emotionally charged political left-wingers and left-leaning Americans? You have to continue. How do you? That's a great question. Most of them are unsolvable. You try to reach the people that aren't like that. You balkanize, you associate with your own group of people, you exercise power in a lawful way when you can. But there's no getting through. I mean, the people saw the Renee Good and were like 100% murder. Sam Slenderman, $5 says, is it really crazy to give ICE the benefit of the doubt given what they have to deal with, the uphill battle they have? No, I don't think so. Brittany, thanks so much, $20 says, I thought we were right to not, on the right, don't silence people. I admitted I was wrong for calling it murder, and then I'm in timeout. I didn't time you out. I support this channel. I'm not allowed to engage in good faith. Love you, Rob. Yeah, I didn't time you out. I don't know what the circumstance is, but thank you so much for the 20. Wade Buggs, $20. Thank you. EOD, 50. What's up, my friend? Says, for the goal and the good times and the great oldies. It's a drop in the bucket compared to what you've done for me, Rob. Thanks, brother. Anytime, EOD. Golly, $30. Thank you so much. And then lastly, Gravios for 10 says, people know damn well what the officers are going through in Minnesota. They're just disingenuous and are being ignorant on how they would react in these situations. Mm-hmm. Brittany, oh, look what? There you go. I was not avoiding reading anyone's super chats. If that's, I just leave them come in and then read them in a big bunch. Gravios, $10 says, the left scream and shout at you to play by the rules of chess with them while they're playing checkers and they're getting mad at you for making any moves. Yeah. All right. Let's see what else is going on. So I anticipate we'll probably get a little violent tonight, huh? The guy's been identified, Alex Preddy. It looks like the deceased man. I'm just reading. I'm not seeing anything new. I mean, yeah, in the ongoing, here's some image from Andy No of them setting up barricades for their riot. This is an insurrection as we speak, according to the left. Keyline Penguin says, Rob, would you fully support a third-party investigation into both shootings? No, go fuck yourself, you left-wing sack of shit. It's people like you that led to this. I would support a third-party investigation led by right-wingers into you and the people you support that make these conflicts more likely to occur. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. Go fuck yourself. I know who you are. We've talked before. Fuck off. You support the people that make these interactions likely to occur. I fucking hate you and despise. Well, let me rephrase. I hate and despise what you vote for and the fact that you and people like you are why this man is deceased. The same with Renee Good. Fuck you. I don't want you to, let's just investigate. Fuck you. Show me you're clamoring for third-party investigations into the Biden. Show me you're clamoring for third-party investigations into the shooting of Ashli Babbitt. Fuck you, you disingenuous hack. I don't want you investigated. I want the people you support investigated. That's what I want. It would be regrettable if the investigation into Keyline Penguin was illegal. Yep. Really? You said it for years, third party. Okay, it didn't happen, so you didn't vote for Democrats then, right? You said that's a shame. This is corrupt, right? For fucking years. For years you said it. For some reason, the links don't show up at Badger Snake. You could try, but I think it's set up on YouTube where you can't send links. I don't mind if there was a third party. I really don't mind if there's a third party investigation. Pieces of shit like this guy, you owe these people nothing. This guy could eat shit. Seriously. You owe these people nothing. You should look at them with derision and contempt. They want your country overran. They want you fucking eliminated. Maybe not killed, but they want who you are to be eliminated. They want your way of life eliminated. They want mass migration. They don't want the enforcement. They want the violent or the authoritarianism you see on the other side. It's not that it would be bad. Like when I say Cosmic Frog, would you support... why would you be against this? Let's raid your home and take your computer and check your hard drive to make sure that there's nothing. Why would you be against that? A third party doing it. Why not? Why not do that? Right? And every other right way. Why not? Why not? Why would you be against that? It'd be non-biased. It would clear it, right? Right? Why not? It's not that I'm scared what'll come of it. Do you see, Cosmic? Do you see the answer? Because the people that stood silently by. Let me repeat. Let me repeat what's going on. And you do have to, you honestly have to applaud left-wingers like this. You have to applaud. They're very good. It's very intelligent. It's very, very intelligent what they do. And people like Cosmic Frog. Again, the real problem here isn't Keyline Penguin. The real problem here is Michael Hatch and King of Pixels and Cosmic Frog. They're actually the real problem. That's the truth. This guy's the problem. That's the truth. This is why your country will be lost, because of this gentleman, not because of the left. Of course the left is going to advocate for this shit. So imagine this. Imagine you have one side that's like, we're going to set something inevitably up that'll lead to conflict. And at some point, law enforcement will have to discharge a weapon. We're going to push for it every day, every day, every day, every day. And then it'll happen. And then we'll say, can we just focus on that? Let's just have investigations into that all the time. Independent, it sounds reasonable. Let's do that. Let's have independent. And then people like Cosmic Frog, see, they go, yeah, that does sound reasonable. Yeah, eliminate the benefit of the doubt with the right to go, regardless of committing it. Do you see? It doesn't matter. I've said it all day. We can't win. And do the rest of you in chat see it? We can't win. We cannot win. We can't. We've already lost. It's 15 days to slow the spread all over again. Maybe not Cosmic Frog, but people just like him. Well, why not, Rob? Why not just take 15 days? Why not? There you go. See? You're wrong, Rob. If you think a right-winger concealed carry to protest for removing statue or something similar to ICE protest would deserve to be unalive. Who said I thought he would deserve to be unalive because he just was carrying? No, I still have consistent values. I still do. You don't. You never did. You never did. You never had values. You don't want immigration enforced. So you will cheer for a system that leads to conflict being inevitable. Then you'll say, let's just investigate that. You know damn well it'll be almost impossible to get an impartial third party. For example, we see right now is people that can get January 6ers locked up, the key thrown away for years and years pending trials. People that break in, violate the FACE Act, attack Christians in church, they're left out. Judges decide not to sign off on it. They decide to investigate Trump in every way. Lawfare against Trump. People that throw sandwiches and attack law enforcement within 30 minutes, they're found not guilty. Happens over and over again. Let's just do more of that. Let's do more. And if he's found innocent, doesn't matter. You're going to keep cheering for a system that'll make sure that there's another Renee Good. And then we'll investigate that guy too. And the lesson to ICE will be this. Look, we're cheering for a system that calls you Nazis and makes conflict inevitable. And we're going to investigate to the T every motherfucking one of you every time you have to use violence because, hey, we just want to be safe. Maybe what we should do is do like Mark Kelly said and say that you can't do orders that are illegal. Maybe it's time to just compromise. Let's stop deporting people. Let's stop that. Let's stop. Let's just stop. And Cosmic Frog will be like, yeah, that makes sense. Let's just pause. Let's pause. Let's investigate all these people. Third-party investigations. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Yeah. Sounds very reasonable. Yeah, let's take a break on the enforcement. Sounds reasonable. Yep. There's your problem. There is no hope. There is none. There's no hope. I don't know what to say. It is disheartening. I have not been this disheartened since 15 days to slow the spread with conservatives. That's what I feel like today. Oh, no. I have plenty of hope in my religion and my family and all of that stuff. And of course there's hope. I'm just being hyperbolic. But, man, we're decades away from being able to take a step forward. That's how bad we are. We're decades away from it. It'll have to be the next generation because you motherfuckers are too soft. You just are. You don't have the spine. As I said, people can talk about things in the abstract, although, you know what? Yeah, maybe we should stop illegals from getting fraudulent welfare. Maybe we should deport illegals. And the first kid you see crying, you're going to be like, oh, well, wait. There's got to be a less callous way. And then you lose. No, see? That's what it is. It's compassion. You see? You see, Cosmic Frog? You see how the very people that want to end your way of life cheer you? Yes, you're one of the good ones, Cosmic Frog. Absolutely. Wonderful. Yes, please.
And he won't see it. Cosmic Frog won't see it. I'm just being principled, right? Just so happens the left cheers me on. Yes, I think Alex was committing a felony when he fought back against law enforcement. Yes, I absolutely do. I think that's undisputed. Whether or not that led to a justified shoot, I don't know. But he certainly was fighting law enforcement, yeah. He was fighting back, yes. Just being surrounded doesn't mean... So I assume that means January 6th, when they were outnumbered, individuals weren't fighting back because they were outnumbered and surrounded, correct? Yes, Ashli Babbitt was shot. And then he's like, oh yeah, one was. She had it coming though. She was going at someone's gun. So was this guy. So was Renee Good. I guess they found out too, huh? I can't believe how stupid so many of you are. The left sets up the situation. Let me just ask maybe some of the regulars in chat. Do you believe this? At the current rate, it was absolutely predictable that there would eventually be a violent altercation between ICE and between the people that are fighting against them. Everybody, anyone agree with that? Everyone agree with that? Okay. So we know that these conditions are intentionally being set up to make violent confrontation inevitable. There's a very good chance that over a span of thousands upon thousands of ICE interactions that one of those will turn lethal, correct? Everyone agree with that? Okay, so we all agree with that. Do you also agree that when one of those interactions becomes lethal, that it benefits the left to then say that this justifies calling ICE Nazis, fascists, etc., and that we need to have endless investigations into those hyper scenarios? Well, most people will agree with that, and yet still, you on the right will say, "Yeah, let's get a third party." How's that going to work? So let's play how that'll go. Who will be the third party investigation? Let's get someone unbiased. Like, how about the ADL? Or maybe we could get an organization like the Southern Poverty Law Center. How about Catholic Charities? How about the Associated Press? Right? They all seem unbiased. Let's get some people, maybe some Harvard law professors could come. They'll be unbiased, right? Yeah, sure. We'll get unbiased third parties. Perhaps NPR's, we could get one of them. Let's get them. Let's bring in some unbiased. Right? Sure, there's a possibility I can entertain what this is an unjustifiable killing. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Why don't you go watch it? Is there a possibility you can entertain that you're an anti-American piece of shit that wants these situations set up because you don't want deportations? I can also entertain that possibility. Scumbag lefty. Keyline wants the situations that lead to these violent altercations becoming inevitable, and then wants to sit on his moral propaganda. Well, perhaps this individual shooting that I cheered for the conditions to make inevitable is unjustified. Will you entertain that as a possibility? Sure. And that's why pieces of shit like you should rightfully be criticized for entertaining the conditions to set this up. See? This, by the way, if I remember, Keyline's a guy who believes, I'm not shitting you, he literally believes in the elimination of prisons. See?
How about this, Keyline? How about this? They rule this was a bad shooting, and the judge says, but I don't think he'll do it again, so I'll let him free. You're okay with that, right, Keyline? You, after all, are for the abolition of all prisons, correct? Let's say they say, yep, this was murder. Anyways, we're letting him out in the street. We assumed he's rehabilitated. You're against prison for the sake of punishment, right? You only think people should be incarcerated as rehabilitation. You said you would be fine as long as independent people said, yep, you're good. He won't do it again, right? So sure. We'll say, yeah, this guy's a bad guy. Let him back out in the street. And then if he shoots 10 more ICE protests, no problem, as long as he promises not to do it again, right? Right? But you just want what's good for the country. Open borders. Rob, we just disagree it's good in country. I think that law enforcement deporting people is bad. And so I praise the conditions where people will violently resist them. And if that leads to death, oh well, that's law enforcement's fault. We should investigate law enforcement. You see? But Cosmic Frog, that's who, see, he agrees with you, man. He agrees. Now here's someone who's basically against all prison settings. He'd leave fucking child assaulters out. As long as a psychologist said they were good to go. That's what he told me before. But he aggressively wants an investigation into this. Why do you think that is? Why do you think a guy that's for allowing child predators back on the street, because he's so anti-incarceration, wants a big investigation into law enforcement? Why do you think that is? Just take a step back and think, all of you right-wingers that's agreeing with people like this, why do you think that is? Why do you think you're the good guy to him? Stop listening to me. Listen, we're on the right. You have no hope of winning if you don't balkanize. Fuck these lefties. You can be polite to them. They're not your friends. They're not. I have friends that are left-wingers. I'll remain friends with them. I ain't looking to make friends with any new left-wingers. Fuck them. I could be polite. I could associate them. I ain't looking to be their friends. These people fucking hate you. Keyline wants the fucking border open. And he'll say anything to convince you to make that more likely to be a reality. And he'll justify, oh, but see, I'm just being reasonable. I just want an investigation. That's it. And you'll say, oh, yeah, that sounds reasonable. There you go. There you go. You want to talk to me or other right-wingers about what's right and argue within the right? Fine. Tell these motherfuckers to eat shit. Eat shit. Fuck you. These people fucking laughed when Charlie Kirk was killed. And then they, oh, could you please have some empathy for, can you please just listen to, fuck you. Fuck them. By the way, it's funny to see all these people, all the old crowd here that used to watch me on Twitch, lefties coming out of the woodwork. See? There you have it. You see? You know how they'll say, what would Jesus do? That's all they do. Principles that they don't believe in, that they'll tell you to hold yourself to. Watch. Ready? Watch. Keyline Platypus, or Penguin in this case, is a guy who doesn't believe in the carcerative state that wants investigations into law enforcement. He'd call for less of an investigation against someone sexually assaulted children than he will in this case. Right? Someone who wants the prosecution of people he dislikes while simultaneously saying prison should be emptied. Doesn't believe his own principle that he's trying to enforce on you. Then we have this guy. Y'all are insane. The feds are going to investigate this as an assault on an agent and sweep it under the rug. And you're fine with it because all that Second Amendment was a principle. You see, someone who doesn't give a shit at all about the Second Amendment. At all. But he wants to use the fact that you care about the Second Amendment in order to try to shame you into changing your opinions. That's it. They'll do the same with the First Amendment. They'll do the same with your Christianity. Oh, but Christians should do that. And they fucking hate Christianity. And they hate the eye. But they'll be like, but you have to hold yourself to that standard. You have to hold yourself. They don't give a shit. They do not give a shit at all.
They don't care. Now, they'll reframe this as, you're saying this man just died. You're against the you should die because he's exercising his Second Amendment. Rollo the Fed, is climbing through a window a death sentence? Is climbing through a window that's what the Democrats believe. The Democrat position is climbing through a window as a death sentence. Can you explain that to me, Rollo? Why do you defend that anybody who climbs through a window should be executed? Can you explain that? Can anyone on the left explain that? Why is crawling through the window a death sentence? Go ahead, Rollo. Explain to me. Why are you so anti-window? Can you explain it? See? It's all funny. It's fun and games. Ashli Babbitt died. Haha, joke time. See? That's who they are. See? You see? It's not the same situation at all, and you should be ashamed. Now, applying to just, oh, you're a bad person, you should be ashamed, and instantly knows that he's full of shit. Of course, if I'm a lefty, this is what I would say. Actually, Ashli Babbitt wasn't killed just because she was a person climbing through a window. She was killed because she was advancing on somewhere where she was lawfully being told to stop advancing. And the officer had a reasonable fear that had she breached through that, she would have continued to lead other people through that could have endangered the politicians that were behind her. So no, Rob, it's not that we think people that breach windows or climb through windows should be killed. And I would say that's an excellent point. Similarly, no, I don't think just because you're wielding a handgun that you deserve to die. It has nothing to do with deserve. I think your chances of being killed by law enforcement, if you pick a violent fight with law enforcement and resist arrest while you're armed, your chances of being shot increase. It's not that you deserve to have a death sentence. It's that there's a reasonable expectation that things could escalate, and whether through lawful use of force, unlawful use of force, or a tragic miscalculation, you're more likely to die. That's what a reasonable person would say, but not you, motherfuckers. Not you who don't give a shit about the Second Amendment. You'll say, oh, if you care about the Second Amendment, then you have to say that this was an execution. Now, everybody knows that. Show me one person on here that said, yep, if you have a gun and you're protesting, you deserve to be killed. Show me one person saying it. No one said it. No one's remotely said it. If you have a gun and you're resisting arrest, I did a whole thing on this. You're more likely to have a lethal altercation. Shipwreck Crew says the following. At some point in time prior to the first shot being fired, all the following facts were true. Preddy engaged in obstructive behavior. Preddy committed felony assault against a federal officer while armed. Preddy resisted while armed. The fact that Preddy had a gun was revealed to all the officers there. So for a person whom there was PC that he had committed a violent felony, was resisting arrest, and armed with a firearm were among the totality of circumstances known to the officers at the time that deadly force was used. Use of deadly force policy does not require the officers to wait until they are attacked. I don't know if Minnesota's castle doctrine. I don't think it would be relevant anyways. Keyline, who at one point told me that if a serial sexual predator of children who'd done it hundreds of times or whatever, if psychologists, a panel of psychologists said, we're pretty sure he won't do it again, could spend as little as a month in prison. That's what he would be. He says, I support investigations of this possible crime, especially one involving child abuse. That's not true. Keyline, really, went back and forth on this. Make your own judgment. What kind of person wants sexual abusers to be let out of prison like that and, quote, not to be punished, but to only be rehabilitated? I'm just asking you. Make your own judgment. What kind of person would say, please, whatever you do, don't punish the child sex predator? That's Keyline. That's literally his position. Only rehabilitation should be the focus. If punishment is wrong. Punishment's wrong. That's Keyline. Just so you know. There he is. There's the guy that some of you righties are agreeing with. There he is. He just wants the investigation. If the investigation said, yeah, he's guilty, but let him out, what would he say? Oh, I don't know. I might be against it. That's who Keyline is. Just so you know. There's your cool lefty guy. Oh, I don't know about Ashli Babbitt, blah, blah, blah. He is a person who does not want child sex offenders punished. And he said it should only be about rehabilitation, and even if it's a very short period. Oh, they wouldn't do it, though. See? He acknowledges he acknowledged it. You see? I'm not making it up. You see? He knows it's true. He'll say, oh. Not addressing what documents? No, I don't believe a left-winger that wants open borders, that's saying, trust me, bro, I'm just for investigations, who also has the simultaneous that I'm against any sort of punishment, I'm just for rehabilitation. But okay, let's do this, Keyline. Let's say that it was a tragic mistake. What should the punishment be? Let's say that this was murder, that they rule it murder. What would, and he's like, officer, I was just feared for my life at the time. And they say, okay, don't do it again. You're okay with that then? No time in prison, right? If that's what they say. Well, it was just he feared for his life. It's a tragic mistake. No punishment, right? Just rehabilitation. So he has to take some firearm safety courses. Would you be okay with that? Yes, then a fourth party, fifth party, sixth party, seventh party, eighth party, ninth party investigate. Yes, yes. See? Sure, he'd be fine with that. That's the type of people. Why do I give a fuck what this scumbag thinks? That wants child sex predators rampant on my streets. That wants open borders. Why do I give a fuck? Do you think I would ever trust this guy around my child? Who thinks that it's immoral to punish child sex offenders? Do you think I would ever want him around my child? Who's clamoring for the prisons to be opened up? As we see the problems we have with people being left out early, he's clamoring. Why do I want to talk to him like he's some chum here? A sick, disgusting, fucking horrible person who, I'm just saying, I don't know, I'm not claiming that he's into weird shit, but man, you gotta say, if you were the type of person that was into weird shit with kids, that's the exact mentality you would adapt. The exact mentality. I'm not tilting at windmill. He says I'm tilting at windmill. You saw it. I just brought it up. He said, well, yeah, it probably wouldn't happen, but he does. He disagrees with punishment of child sex offenders. He does. That's who he is. And so when he's in here and he's like, oh, I just want a third-party investigation. Again, a man who doesn't believe in punishment at all. But he just wants a third-party investigation. That's all. Also, he happens to want open borders. Also happens to want that. But trust me, that it doesn't influence this. Why? No. That's not what you said before. You said until they're rehabilitated. Prison is being removed from society. You disagree with that. DJ Farmboy, would you like to call in and get wrecked again like you used to all the time? Remember when you would say something and then say you didn't say it, and then we go back and it turned out you say that and you say, oh, it's wrong, but you remember that? Sure, I could tackle the argument without personifying it. I already did. I personally have no problem with an investigation of this, and it may well be that this guy is guilty. However, I'm not going to listen to scumbag lefties like you that encourage the situations that lead to these sort of things being inevitable. You deserve nothing other than derision and shame. You're the people that are supporting the conditions that make these violent altercations inevitable. You did it during Black Lives Matter. You're doing it now. Then you will fucking clutch your pearls when these things happen and say, but it's your fault. We demand investigations. Okay, Keyline, you can call in. Sure. And get your super chats out, boys. Time to wreck some Twitch lefties. Didn't expect to agree so fast. Why not? You don't think I have something to say to you? Why don't you call in too, Rolo? I like to act tough. Okay, put me in my place. Yes, you act tough too, like the gentleman that's deceased. How'd that work out? It's weird. All big talkers. Where are they? Yeah, Cosmic Frog, you could clear up your position. Fine. Why not? Clear it up. Your position is weakness, but you can clear it up and say, look, when I'm caving into the left and giving into their demands, it's not quite what it seems. That's okay. Clear it up. Your response anytime someone on the left says third-party independent investigation needs to be, fuck you. Fuck off, you piece of shit. Fuck you. But that wasn't. You said, yes, I agree. That's your position. Where are they at? We're waiting. DJ Farmboy, you calling in, right? Ask to call in. Put the link out to call in. Then don't. Bald ass, thanks so much over on Rumble. $2. Play the video in real speed because, yeah, I agree. We talked about that. The officers didn't get the benefit of the doubt. As we wait for the big tough talking left wingers, huh? Barry Incorporated, $5 says, just got back from eating with my family for my birthday. What did I miss? Not much.
Perry Incorporated, $5. I'm on the older side of Gen Z, but I actually couldn't care how unnice we are about getting these people out, as with the protesters that impede ICE. Cesar Furtado, thanks for being a member. Gavin Freenan, $10, says, look at El Salvador. Sure, it wasn't pretty, but they got the desired outcome. Some people continue to allow the left to emotionally blackmail them, just like they do in their own base. Yep. Wicked Wally, $5. You know, Rob, people keep stealing no matter what, so I guess enforcement isn't really working out. Do we legalize theft while we're at it? Of course, that's what people like Keyline want. GG. Lip bots are already full of the Second Amendment informants trying to divide. Yeah. Perry Incorporated, $5. This will be my last for today. The debate over the bad versus good pew-pew is pointless. The left will use it no matter what. We have to push harder anyway. An anonymous coward, thanks so much. $5 says libertarians are playing both sides of this and getting nothing. They believe in open borders and no taxation, but try to achieve both at the same time. Reverse massage, $2 says, what kind of apocalypse is he begging for? Jordan, your device isn't connecting. It says, I can't bring you up because your device isn't connecting. Where's DJ Farm Boy? If you get it connected, I'll bring you up. Where's DJ Farm Boy? Where's Keyline? Where are you guys? Where's Rollo? I thought Rollo had something to say. Huh. Wow. All right, Brittany, what's up?
Oh my gosh. Hey, Rob.
Hi.
So I had to call in because, first off, everybody thinks I'm Sarah G. I'm guessing that's the tomato girl, whatever. I watch you every day,
Thank
and
you.
I do, and I really love you. I try not to comment much, but I guess with the snowstorm, I'm being a little lefty, according to your chat. But anyway, with the shooting today, I guess, and I know I probably am a little biased because as a nurse, the situation, seeing a man help another lady, that's what I saw at the beginning of the video. And then when I grabbed him from the back and threw him on the ground, I mean, my first instinct is the man was helping someone, right? I know there's more details to come, but it's just human nature, okay? He was on the sidewalk when it happened. Should he have been there to begin with? Hell no. I wouldn't be there. I wouldn't put myself in that situation. I'm very pro-ICE, but I also want to keep my eyes and ears open to situations where maybe sometimes, wrong decisions are made. And I just want to see your take on that. I'm very upset about it. Nonetheless, someone died. I think we are losing a little bit of compassion on the right,
Not enough. I think your compassion's what will ruin us. So.
Well, that's fine. But I just want to say, I'm trying to look at it. See, to me, that is so heartless, though, to say your compassion's too much. I don't
So what should we do? Should we deport people who have children that cry? Should we stand back?
Yes.
We shouldn't. That's heartless. Man, you're fucking callous. That's callous.
No, okay, but
oh man, no, wait. Do you want me to show you pictures of children crying as their parent? That's heartless. We can't be heartless. We have to have a heart, right?
I know you're being sarcastic, but do you think that's heartless? I mean, I'm gonna ask you. Do you?
No, I don't think. Here's what I think.
I don't either.
When someone like you is like, I'm looking to nitpick and try to find when I think ICE is being too.
Nitpicking when you see somebody literally pulling off of. I guess I just need to see more of what happened that led to that moment, and I have not seen that yet.
I don't think that the answer, I think when we simultaneously need to say it's time to kick people out, to then come in and say, but we need to have a bigger heart is the complete antithetical message that we need.
No.
Does that mean that I can't say I don't want to see people die? No. People that willfully show up and arm themselves and then fight with law enforcement, I don't want to see them die either.
I understand that
Yes, he was. Yes, he violated USC 111. He was fighting with law enforcement. And the first thing he did was try, as ICE was on the road trying to carry out operations, he was waving vehicles through them as ICE was trying to prevent vehicles to come, thereby endangering the officers. Secondly, he then proceeded to interfere as ICE was trying to apprehend or deal with another person that was doing similar things.
And
he intervened with them. Then he started pushing back. Why don't you go outside and start shoving officers in the same way he did? Try it with your local police and see what happens.
But wait,
smart. I
it's
wouldn't
not. What do you mean you wouldn't do it? You wouldn't try to help people? Why
No.
not? I thought you had a big heart.
I'm trying to start from the beginning, but you're getting very, compassionate too, which I respect. But I'm saying when he was in the road, of course, I guess when he first was before that transpired, when he was in the road, yes, at that point they should have apprehended him. But what I saw was when he was over on the sidewalk with a lady with his back turned, helping her who got pepper sprayed. That's all that I saw. Why didn't they
So if I
get him
punch,
before that point? Why did they not get him before
why does it
that
matter
point?
that she was a woman? Just to be clear, I could commit a
Okay,
felony
man, if he was helping a
and
man,
resist
I don't give a
arrest as
crap.
long
If it was a man, if it
Let me
was a man,
finish. Let me
whoever.
finish. So I could commit a felony, obstruct law enforcement.
No.
But as long as I'm trying to help a
I never said
woman,
that.
then it's okay.
I never said that, but his back was turned and he wasn't arguing with law enforcement at that point. Why didn't they apprehend him before that? That's what I'm asking. When he
I
was
don't
out
know.
in the street. There we
Go
go.
find it.
And that's the
I don't
question.
know what to say. I don't know. I'm not going to parse this out with you. Why don't you go volunteer for ICE and show them how it's done?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're
What should they have done? Thrown him to the ground then on the street?
Yeah, beforehand.
So that would have been the compassionate. So if they did that and the same situation plays out and he gets shot, then it's okay. But the fact that they waited. So why was he trying to help the woman? What was going on? She was just standing there peacefully, and he decided to go hold her hand.
I did not say that, but why? Did
Okay, so why was he helping the woman?
Did they apprehend her? That is
Why were they? Why were they helping? Yes, they were
No,
apprehending her. Why was he helping the woman? Why was he helping the woman?
Because they had just pepper sprayed her.
Why did they pepper spray her? No reason?
I didn't see it. I didn't see the video up to that point. That's what I'm asking.
Did you watch the video? Go watch it then before you call in and comment.
Is there missteps? Is there not missteps?
There's one right now. You trying to fucking talk to me about having a big heart. That's a big fucking misstep.
I didn't say anything about you having a big heart.
You said we need to have bigger hearts.
With people getting shot when they're literally turned around and getting thrown to the ground and they're not in that moment. He wasn't being
so you want
this
ICE officer?
On the street? Yes, I agree. If he was on
this
the
ICE
street,
officer,
they should have grabbed him then. Why did they wait till he was literally going away from them and not arguing with? That's what I don't understand. Why did they?
Were they approaching him when he walked away, or did they sit there and say hello, sir, and then waited till he turned his back and then they went after him? Is that what happened? Or could it have been that they were trying to approach him and apprehend him and the woman as they were trying to flee? Should you stop trying to apprehend people when they flee?
Okay. Well, if I can see...
You haven't seen the video. Why am I talking to you?
Huh?
You haven't seen the video. Why am I talking to you?
I have seen the video.
Okay, then explain to me what happened.
From what I saw the point where he had the camera, and I guess in his right hand, and he was out in the road and walking towards the lady after. Oh, well, they both got pepper sprayed. I did see that part. And then
why was that legitimate to pepper spray them?
If they were impeding law enforcement, of course, I do agree with that. Get them out of the way.
Okay, so you pepper spray them.
Force.
Okay, so the pepper spray's okay. Got it. So they're pepper sprayed. Now they start walking away, right? Because their eyes are burning.
Yes.
But you're not allowed to apprehend them then. That's their back to you. So now you can't apprehend them.
It didn't look like they were trying to. They pushed him to the side, and he turned around and was helping the lady up, and then they pulled him back. Why didn't they grab her too? That's my question. Why did they just only grab him, not her?
They did. Now what?
But there were 6 or 7 men on that one guy.
And they grabbed her as well. There were more men on him because he was a man who was struggling back, and they found out that he was armed.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. So at that point, because everybody's saying they're seeing different things because the video, it's hard to see when you have that many men on one person. I agree. If he was to go towards his gun, I agree. And that, unfortunately, that's what should have happened. You have to disarm however you have to. But if they took his gun, that one officer that was walking away, if they took his gun at that point, why would they shoot him? That's my question.
Here we go. I get the moving of the goalpost. Here we'll debunk your first claim that they weren't trying to apprehend her. Here we see. They're blowing whistles, trying to interfere. Look, as he's waving vehicles through while ICE is doing it. See how the woman's right in their ear, blowing the whistle right in their ear? Now, watch what happens. We're not going to show the shooting, just so you know. There's the man that inevitably gets shot. See? He's waving vehicles dangerously through while ICE is doing operations. Officers get upset. Be quiet. So they push her away. Right there you see him getting in the face of ICE. They keep telling this woman to go. They won't listen. So there, he's now over top of her. Right? Now they're trying to apprehend him. See how they're trying to apprehend her as well? See that? So you admit
Yeah.
you were wrong. They did apprehend her as
Okay,
well.
they did, but I'm saying,
Oh,
why did
and
it take to
say the
that
following.
point
Say
if he
I
was
was. Wait. Start here. Say I was wrong. They did apprehend her as well. Go ahead.
Okay,
Start
I
with
was
that.
wrong. They apprehended her as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, your next argument is, as she's interfering with them, he is dangerously bringing vehicles through where they're trying to stop vehicles, which could lead into a vehicle hitting someone. As he's doing that, and she is right in this officer's ear, blowing a whistle in it, when they shove her and push her away and then go towards her, and he dives in front of them and gets pepper sprayed. Your argument is what? They should have, before he was able to do that, tackled him on the road?
Well, how long was he in the road? How long was he in the road getting vehicles to go by? Like, how long was that going on?
It looked like the situation lasted about 10 seconds from the film we could see. What happened was you had officers that were trying to do something and people invading their space blowing a whistle. They pushed her away, and this guy ran in like a fucking white knight and tried to prevent them from, after they pushed to get the sound out of their ear, then went to arrest her. He jumped in like a white knight. So they pepper sprayed him. Then they took him to the ground and tried to arrest him as they were doing with her. What point do you think they should have arrested him? In the 10 seconds before he jumped in front of...
I just don't understand why it got to the point that... I just don't understand how it got to that point. I guess, again, I'm not trying to move
I can explain why. Because the people you're excusing are intentionally escalating the situation. That's how it got to the point.
Wow.
But you're white knighting for the very people that escalated the situation.
Okay, white knighting. Okay.
Of course you are. Like, if your argument was just simply this, it's a better argument. Like, look, okay, fine, they were arresting these people, but was the shooting justified? That's an argument. Your argument of like, well, he was just trying to defend a woman, and they had every right to arrest him, but they should have done it before he protected this noble woman. And then it was too much to arrest him. Then his back was turned. What sense does that make?
I didn't know what he was doing out in the road, first off, and that I'll admit, I didn't know what, like, if those vehicles were rightly allowed to go through. I didn't know what that part was about. Now,
What's it matter? Even if it wasn't, it's irrelevant, right? The fact is that they had every right to apprehend or to push away that woman, and he interfered. And then they have every right once he does. Go ahead and try it. Try it. The next time you see law enforcement arresting someone, jump in front of them and go, now, and see what happens. You think law enforcement has the right to fucking handcuff you and take you away?
I'm actually a little bit smarter than you're giving me credit for, because I would never do that. But nonetheless, what about like at these protests when you have, their lines up, you're not supposed to cross that line. I mean, they put up with a lot of crap before they start throwing people on the ground and shooting them. I just feel like there could have been.
But you said they should have put up with less crap. They should have arrested him prior to it. So
you do agree with me on that then?
No. I think they should have arrested him when they saw fit. I think once he escalated
That's what I said earlier.
No, that's not what you said. Your argument you correct me if I'm wrong. Your argument was if they wanted to arrest him while he was on the street, they should have. But once he started to help that woman, his back was turned, and therefore they shouldn't have tried to arrest him.
I didn't say they shouldn't have tried. I said, why didn't they do it before it got to that point?
Okay, you tell me. Why didn't they?
Police officers are supposed to, in general, be taught de-escalation techniques.
Why don't you go? Listen, you sound like
honestly, he's in a vulnerable position.
You sound like a strong woman. Right? Go volunteer. Go ahead.
I don't care about the woman right now. It could have been the man.
Oh, no, you definitely cared about the woman. That was a big part of what you said. He was just trying to protect the woman. You sound like a capable woman. Go.
No,
show us how it's done. Show us how it's done. Show us the de-escalation tactics. Go ahead. Go ahead. You walk in. Why don't you volunteer for ICE and then go show us how it's done? You know how to do it when you go into hostile territory. Oh, you got to arrest people before that. They're taught de-escalation as they're trying to apprehend a woman and another man gets in their way and starts stopping them from doing it. They should say, excuse me, whoa, wait a second. Let's de-escalate this. Hey, excuse me, armed man. Excuse me, armed man that's trying to prevent us from apprehending this woman. How can we de-escalate this peacefully? Will you kindly get in our police car for us? No.
I didn't see them trying to apprehend her before that, is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, it happened so quickly, as you stated.
Okay, and you just admitted you were wrong, so...
Huh?
You admitted you were wrong, that they were trying to apprehend her.
Yeah, because I didn't see that part at the end, because all the videos I've seen is
so you're wrong. So you retract your statement, and what more is there to say?
Well, I was talking a minute ago, but you like to yell over people, and I'm trying to remain calm.
Just dumb people.
Huh?
Just dumb people.
Who's dumb people?
You!
Okay, thank you. Well, at least I called in and I'm trying to at least engage.
Well, I
And
appreciate it. If your stance was, look, I'm not so sure the shooting was justified. I think this is bad. I'm willing to entertain it. The bullshit of,
I do
well,
think it
they
wasn't
should have
justified.
arrested him when he was on the road, but once he escalated it by interfering with the law enforcement investigation or the law enforcement apprehension of this woman, that was too much. Then he was just protecting a woman. Is feminist bullshit.
Can I ask you a question? I'm not a feminist. Can I ask you a question though? Seriously. So, in regards to all this mess that's going on, and it is a mess because we can't get, we can't get people deported that we need to get deported. Okay.
Rachel Wilson wants to know if your husband knows you're on the internet right now. Thanks for the $5.
Why does that matter?
I don't know. You tell us. Strong whammon. Let's go. All right, you had a question
I'm
for me.
actually a stay-at-home mom and I'm a nurse and I take care of my children. So
Excellent. That's great news.
So anyway.
Are you married?
I am. I've been married for 15 years.
Good. That's excellent news.
Go
ahead. You had a question for me.
I was just gonna say, I think this is the part that's so hard. And yes, I'm a woman. Get over it. You're
I didn't
too.
care. You're the one who brought up. Like that's why
No,
I asked you.
not you,
Why is
the
the difference that
chat.
this guy
Not
was
you, the
helping
chat.
stop a woman from being incarcerated different than if it was a man?
No.
I don't get that.
Hey, listen, the whole situation with Renee Good, women out there doing that, their asses should be arrested. They should be thrown into jail. That wasn't the point of it. I think the point was that this man was turned around. That's all that I see, and that he was helping her, not protecting her, but I think helping her. Because I think they both were pepper sprayed. But the point is, my question, let me back up.
Why,
My question
just real quick
was,
before you get to why is that relevant?
because if they wanted to arrest him, why didn't they arrest him?
Because
before
they
waited
walked
till he was on the
away.
edge?
They walked away.
Well, maybe they needed more ice on that end of the street. If it was that important for people to stay out of the street, again, do we not have enough ice? I mean, there's people committing crime right in front of other people, and they're not taking care of those people. So this one person's literally on the street. They feel like he's such a huge threat. That's what I don't understand.
Just ask the question.
I
don't know. What do you? Yes, people like me would like to see 10 times more ICE arresting every one of these motherfuckers. And you would say, oh, but they're just trying to help the women folk. Why are they doing that?
That's not. See,
bullshit.
You're putting words in my mouth.
That's what you said about this. Your stance. I've never heard one intelligible person, even the people that will defend, even the people that will be the most aggressive against ICE in this situation would be like, what the fuck is this lady talking about? What is she talking about? Well, they could have arrested him sooner. Or they could have arrested him later, but not at that exact point, because the woman they were trying to arrest, he tried to help them and had his back to her. Can you show me any law enforcement? Real quick. Can you show me any law? Can you show me any law in the books, any law enforcement manual, etc., that says you may not arrest someone who you have pepper sprayed that is trying to interfere with you arresting someone else if their back is turned to you? Can you show me that? Just point to the law. That's it.
Upstream. How do we resolve this issue with people out in the street? Are we going to arrest every single person out in the street?
Those that engage in violence and obstruction, yes.
Was he engaging in violence prior?
Yes. He was engaged in obstruction.
There was cars.
Yes, he should be arrested.
There was cars moving by.
Yeah. What does that have to? So if cars went by, you can't obstruct law enforcement?
So why didn't they pull those people out of the vehicles and shoot through the cars and make them to stop if they were also?
What the fuck are you talking about? They can choose to arrest who they want. The cars were being waved through. There's less evidence that they were willfully committing a crime than the guy waving them through.
And that's the problem.
So your argument is, unless they arrested the cars too, then they shouldn't have arrested this man.
I just feel like there's bigger fish to fry, but at the end of the day,
I agree.
You can't get everybody.
There's bigger fish to fry. Get to your final question, and let's bring on the bigger fish.
If we're going to protect our country, we got to prioritize some things, and that's what it comes down to. So.
What it comes down to, we do. And listen, I'm a big proponent of I've pushed back against the 19th Amendment shit, but I will say, talking to women like you make me change my mind. It is true. I'm just going to call it like I see it.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that not all women are like you, but this misplaced compassion, and I'll assume it comes from a positive place, is exactly how we got into this situation. It's the exact fucking problem.
I agree with that, but we have to prioritize. Do you not think that we still need to prioritize in order to get this mess cleaned up?
Yes. I totally agree. The first priority is sending every one of these motherfuckers that obstruct a prison for as long as possible.
Okay,
That
well,
should
then
be
what
the
about
priority.
illegals? What about the illegals? We got to get the illegals out too. So
Yes,
at what point,
that's right. Send them too. It'll be easier
I
to get them
agree.
out once we throw all the people obstructing law enforcement. It'll be easier to go after those illegals. Agreed.
I think it's going to plug the system, and we're going to end up with a freaking civil war, and that's my concern.
Whose fault's that?
Well, it's not. Obviously, it's not the people.
So just to be
trying
clear, your argument is we shouldn't go after the left obstructing law enforcement trying to deport
No,
people
I
because
didn't
if we
say
do,
that.
it
No,
might
I said we
anger
have
the
to
left more.
prioritize. We can't focus on
So-
every little thing. If we do, it's never going. We're never going to get the job done. If we focus on every single
think that
person.
if
Do you not
we
agree that
say
there are some
if
crimes
we
that are
say don't
more,
go after the small
horrendous than
fish,
others?
if
Do
we
you not
say
agree with
these
that?
people are small fish, then what that leads to is going after none. Because every time you'll say prioritize, and you'll say every time we
Well, if
arrest
we
these
would've done
people,
that 8 years
every
ago, we
time,
wouldn't be in this
well, they
mess.
shouldn't be the top priority. There's bigger
If we
fish
would've
to
done
fry,
that 8
and
years
then they'll
ago,
be
we
out
wouldn't
there
in
every
this
day.
mess. Well, we wouldn't be in this mess had we done that before now.
Bullshit.
problem.
We wouldn't be in this mess if people like you didn't exist. That's the fucking problem.
Are you kidding me right now?
I'm not kidding at all.
Why do you feel that way? You
Because
don't even
people
know
like
me.
you-
You don't even know how I think politically.
I know. I certainly do. I know
You
the
do
type,
not.
and I can
Based
see the
on
arguments
one
you're making here.
situation, you know. Based
I'm
on one
basing-
situation. That's the problem. That is small-mindedness. Saying
You wanna-
one opinion that
small-mindedness?
I have. You
You
know
wanna-
how I am.
Yes,
You know
how
you
dare
do
I
not.
judge you? There you go, strong whammon. How dare I judge you for the
Go
opinions
ahead,
you've
no,
already
go ahead, judge
stated?
me. I'll be quiet. I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
Yes! I'm judging you based on the opinions you said. What you said is that we shouldn't enforce the law. Instead, we should prioritize.
I didn't
And we
say
should
we
have
shouldn't
some sort
enforce
of
the
level
law,
of
but we
compassion.
are in a
Let me
mess, are we
finish.
not, Rob? Are
Didn't
we
you just
not
say
in
you
a
were going to
mess in this
listen? Are you
country?
incapable? Are you incapable of that as well? Right? Now, based on how you came out and you said, well, the problem is he was just a man trying to protect a woman, I can see then, taken in conjunction with your claims that we need to prioritize just going after the worst of the worst, that this level of compassion is what's led to us to get in this terrible situation in the first
But we're
place.
not even going after
Let
the
me
worst of the
finish. I thought
worst.
you said you were going to listen, right? Now, what ends up happening is the same situation that for years led to this immigration crisis, the welfare crisis, all of this shit. In fact, let's go even further down the list. The lack of fathers in homes, things like that.
Yeah.
All of it was done in the name of compassion. I bet you're the type of person that's like, oh, you shouldn't talk too harshly about people that are doing things like online prostitution. Let's have a little
No.
compassion. The
Hell no.
mentality,
Hell no,
the
you don't know,
mentality,
sir.
let me finish, then you can have your
You
chance.
do not know how sucking they I am. You have no freaking.
I know
clue because
exactly how based you're not. That I
They
can
based
see.
on one situation that you
Yes.
may have to chew on those words if more information comes out that they
Chew on
unlawfully
what
shot this
words?
man. It's possible. Anything's possible, right?
Chew on what words?
If everything that you just said, because you're just based on what we know, you're saying that it was justified. It was completely justified.
Where the fuck did I even say that?
But you're insinuating
So
it
not
off
a-
of everything you're.
No,
you're saying
that's
that
not what I. In fact, I
because
said
of women
quite
like
clearly.
me?
I said
Why?
quite
Because I don't
clearly the
wait for-
opposite. I said if your take had just been like, I'm not so sure that this shooting was justified. That's a reasonable argument that I could hear. Instead, your take was, my problem is that they went after a guy that was protecting a woman. And I said, that doesn't fucking make sense. What did you want them to do? That's
Well,
how we
I kinda
get
thought
here.
from the beginning, because I like to see like how this transpired. I mean, if you go just by an unjustified shooting, you have to figure out, well, what led up to it. Do you not? Like, don't you want to look at the whole picture, not just the moment that it happened?
Yes, what's that have to do with your asinine opinion? Saying that I want as many facts as possible, sure, we could all agree with that. You saying, well, they shouldn't have gone after him because even though they were trying to apprehend a woman, it was a woman and his back was turned to her as he was interfering.
Well,
And
maybe
you
I
had,
should say-
and by the
maybe
way,
I
for
should
someone,
agree with you in this, huh?
by the
I
way, for
don't
someone
know.
who's like, oh, shouldn't we want more opinions, blah, blah, blah. You've already acknowledged you were incorrect about a fundamental thing you said, that they weren't trying to apprehend her. Untrue.
I said, well, I didn't know if they did or not because I'm going by the video of him being shot, and then that's all I saw because based on the videos, they pull him back off of her. Yeah, that's all I saw. I'm not going to.
But you just said so wait, so your claim is we should want to look at the full scope of things, but you're admitting that you haven't.
Well, do you know everything that happened yourself with the
No, but I
justified or
certainly-
unjustified shooting? Have you seen every detail of that?
You can
yourself?
see what I did in real time if you've been following. I said I outlined in real time how I learned of this, and I gave my opinions. I hadn't seen the video. I watched the video. I talked about my thoughts on it. I said, I can't say one way or another whether it's justified or not. I said that it's worse than the Renee Good shooting, but I talked about how people want to weaponize this, and instead what we should do is double the presence of ICE, right? I talked about all that stuff. I watched all the videos that people were trying to show me. You, on the other hand, make some outlandish claims without seeing the videos that are readily available. Here, I have a friend that wants to talk to you. Hey, Rachel, what's up?
Oh, great.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, cool. Sorry, I'm not going to be mean, but I do need to help with a little dose of reality. And here's the reality. You and I, we don't get to tell men how to enforce the law. We don't get to tell them what the proper decorum and the proper actions, because you and I have never been in those situations and we won't ever be in them. We have no way of really understanding what it's like to have to use force to take down criminals, to arrest illegals, things of that nature. So we can sit there and get in our feels and get sensitive and go, well, where's our compassion? And we have to be more careful. But it's all beside the point. It's like men telling us what we ought to do in childbirth. They have no possible way of knowing, and they can't understand it.
I agree. You're absolutely right with that.
So, I mean, this is just the reason why we're not supposed to be in politics. I have big opinions. I've got, ask anybody. I got a big mouth. I got a lot of opinions.
Listen, I listen to you all the time, and you're fucking best.
Oh.
I agree with you guys. I watch Andrew. I watch Rob. I don't know. It's just a lot. And I think as a mother in this country, it's just scary times. And I want to trust ICE. I want to trust their enforcement.
Well, it's not even about trusting them. So we should never put our trust in princes. We can't put our trust in ICE or in Trump. No one's coming to save us except for Christ. You and I both know that. But you coming on and arguing with Rob, like Rob's commentary on this is valuable. Andrew's commentary would be valuable. Even a leftist man that I wouldn't even necessarily consider them men, but like a leftist male could give some commentary, and he might be wrong and he might fight with the other guys, but there's a good reason why we're not supposed to even really publicly give our opinions on this. We can talk to family, we can share with friends what we think, but it's just like you're getting very emotional right now, and I don't blame you. I have 5 kids. I feel the same way about the direction of the country and how dire things are, and it's easy to get overwhelmed. There's so much fear about where this is going and what could happen. I totally get it. But because we have such strong motherly instincts, and especially if you're a mom and a nurse, you're gonna be by default very compassionate, even to a fault. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's what we have to know that about ourselves and remember that. And so when we see something upsetting, disturbing in the news, honestly, the best thing to do is what I'm doing today. You just turn it off and you go in the kitchen, make some chili and cornbread. You hug your baby.
You're absolutely right. And I appreciate that. You're absolutely right. I'm a fucking mess right now. But I do want to learn. And that's all this is your
well, that's okay. I don't want you to be a mess. I want you to relax, and I want you to enjoy your life and let the boys handle it. We don't have to do everything.
Though, just because I'm questioning something, I'm not like that.
Now,
is a dirty word. I'm not a leftist.
Listen, I take it back. If I called you a leftist, I don't remember. I think that one of the problems is for a man, I'm less masculine than others. I'm too compassionate, and I've had to work really hard on becoming less compassionate, seeing the things that we need to do. And so when your objection's like, well, listen, the problem is that this was just a man trying to protect a woman, and we need to have a bigger heart. That's what I'm taking umbrage with, because I think that's the sort of mentality that leads to sort of why we have a mass influx of millions of people. Each individual we could look at and say, but look at this guy's story. Shouldn't we allow him in? Shouldn't we allow this guy that's protecting his family or working for his family? And it leads to this trickle down effect.
You say that way though, and throwing that back at me, hearing that, it's funny because I've always said the same thing in regards to other situations. And you are right, because that is why we are in this mess. And like Rachel said, I'm probably just watching too much damn TV with this stupid snowstorm. And I try to be open-minded, but there comes a point you can't be open-minded. You have to stand your ground on your beliefs and know what you know and tune it out. But I don't know. I think just seeing that today, I don't know. It triggered me, okay? But I do enjoy your content, and I do listen to learn. And I probably should keep my mouth shut, like Rachel said.
Well, hey, I appreciate that we ended on a better note. Maybe I should be a little less.
Please don't
prickish,
ban
but
me. I listen
I'm not banning you.
seriously every day. As I say,
I'm not banning you. I wouldn't even suggest it. So, all right, I'll let you go. I got actual people to yell
And I
at
cannot
here.
believe I got to talk to Rachel. I'll take it to heart.
All right, thanks, Brittany. You take
Thanks,
it easy.
bye.
Rachel, thanks for calling in. Take it easy, Rachel. All right. Keyline Platypus. Should we punish child sexual predators?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, should we punish child sexual predators?
I think they should be removed. This is not what I wanted to talk to you about.
Should we
punish?
It's a simple question. It's simple. Should we punish them?
I don't like the framework of punish. I think that it focuses more on causing harm to the individual rather than like bettering the society. So removing them, some people would say that's a punishment, but you could also torture them, right? I don't think torture would necessarily.
We shouldn't punish them. We should rehabilitate them.
I think that's what the focus should be. Yeah, I think the focus should be.
All right. There you have it. Straight from his mouth, just so you hear. So, thanks so much for that, Keyline. Let's go to Jordan next. Now, Jordan, you see the caliber of person that you're agreeing with there? Can you hear me, Jordan? All right. Maybe not at your mic right now, so sorry for that. DJ Farmboy, would you like to call in? Slimy ass. Perhaps it's something that you would like to do.
You got time for...
What's up?
You got time for a quick hi?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. What's up? Is our man Jungle?
You want to say hi? There you go.
Oh, snap. Look at this guy.
Hey.
Look at this. What's up, man? How's it going?
What's up, Rob? What's
Yelling
up?
at fools?
What's up, Chizzy Chat?
We're having a good time, man. What are you up to?
I look like Avarice or nah?
Yeah, kind of. A little, to be honest, you look a little more energetic
I
than
just
ever.
landed, bro. I'm out in California.
Nice. Awesome, man. How's the weather so far out there?
Sorry, Avarice is having technical difficulties. I can't hear you right this second.
Oh, that's okay. Check. Can you hear me?
Nope.
Check. Oh, my goodness.
We'll go to the back. I'm going to get this situated.
All right,
but we
figure it
wanted
out.
to say hi.
All right.
Later, guys.
We'll see ya. I guess we'll bring our buddy Keyline back up. Hey, Keyline, how you doing, man?
Hey, all right. Yeah, no, I
So
mean,
now that
would
you got
rather
it
talk
off
to you
your
about-
chest, no, I think it's great. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Keyline Platypus, who thinks it's immoral to punish child sex offenders. I'll leave you use that judgment, what you think about the type of things that Keyline's into, seeing as how it's immoral to punish child sex offenders. Go ahead, Keyline.
I feel like you're looking at it in a binary way, but I'd rather just move on to more.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure there's a lot of things you'd rather move on to, Mr. It's immoral to punish child sex offenders. I'm sure you'd like to move on things. Go ahead.
I don't know. I feel like I made it pretty clear. Like, I think the focus of punishment could be interpreted just as torture, right? Like, and I would say that torturing people is not really productive, but yeah, no.
You're just re-educating. Yep. We get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, too hard on child sex offenders. Got it. Just rehabilitate.
No,
Help them out.
I
Yes.
think
We
our
get it.
current
No
system's
punishment.
pretty good.
Yeah. Yes or no? Yes or no? Should we punish child sex offenders? Just give me a yes or no.
Can you define punishment?
Yes. That there should be things that are done to them, not for the sense of making their life better, but to punish or to inflict some sort of recompense upon them for the evil actions that they have taken.
Would you consider removing them from society a punishment?
It could be something that is partially a punishment, but the intent would matter is whether or not you think it's a punishment.
Okay, well, yeah, if that's a punishment, then I would support that, yeah.
But you support punishments.
Yeah.
So you support,
I think a lot of people
that's against
misunderstand
everything
that.
you told me before. You told me before that, prison we shouldn't be punishing criminals. Instead, it should be all about rehabilitation. That's what you told me.
Well, I think they should be removed until, you could try to. But again, with like sex offenders in general,
Removed
there's
where?
very little.
Should they be removed in a place where their life is made worse? Or should we remove them to some resort?
I don't remember if I did advocate for the abolishment of prisons when we spoke before. It was
Well,
a
no,
long
you
time
said they
ago.
should exist, but only for rehabilitative purposes. There should be no equation in punishment.
Yeah, yeah. I would say that
Okay, so then my
removing,
question is, now you're saying to remove child sex offenders, right? To a
Mhm.
resort?
which you would suggest would be punishment.
To a resort?
No. Where are you getting that?
What? Where should they be removed to?
Uh, I would say at like a correctional facility. Yeah.
So a place that their life is made worse, where there's restrictions put on them.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, restrictions do make their life worse. So yeah, I would say so. I would say there are certain places though where they would add maybe unnecessary restrictions for the sake of just punishing a person, and the outlook there would be that like by
When should they
making the
be left
punishment
out?
worse,
When should they
by
be left
making it
out?
worse, it's kind of a deterrent. And I could see that argument, but I don't think that that's an effective
When
way
should
to.
they be left out?
I would say when people can reasonably believe that they are not going to reoffend, which I don't think is that's going to take so long because there's almost
Who are you?
no.
Are you a psychologist? Are you a child
I
sex offender expert?
No, I'm not an expert.
You're not.
Um,
So then
from
who
what
are you to say what would be reasonable in that?
I've taken a little bit of psych, and from what I understand, that's like one of the hardest things to rehabilitate.
Well, we see currently right now judges letting out murderers, sex offenders, etc. at record clips, particularly illegals that are going out and doing things. So I think your judgment of
When you
trust
say
me,
letting out,
bro,
are you talking bail, or are you talking about like fully they're just saying they're
jail,
innocent, free to go?
jail, prison, etc. Some of them are
No,
placed on
bail. Like, are they being let out on bail? Is that what you're talking
some
about?
bail, some parole, some probation.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think that has to do more with that we have overcrowding in a lot of these facilities. But
That's the argument, that it's overcrowding. Then shouldn't we release the people that are white collar criminals before the sex offenders?
I would support that, absolutely. I mean, I
Okay,
don't think
but
people that are committing nonviolent crimes should be there in the first place with
okay,
those other people.
so again, what's your reasonable interpretation of when a child sex offender could be cured?
Currently, there isn't one.
So they would be incarcerated the rest of their life.
Yeah.
That's your argument.
Yes.
In prison.
I mean, if we come to some new understanding and through psychology of a way that is effective in rehabilitating, that'll change things. But we are very far from that, I believe.
Well, I will say that's massively different than what you said previously.
It's been
And
a
I
long
understand
time
why
since
you would
we've
do it,
talked.
because I think letting people see a little about yourself and how you're very concerned about the punishment of child sex offenders and how that shouldn't occur. I can understand with the people seeing how disgusting that makes you look, how you'd want to try to change that. But I know what's in your heart. Don't worry.
Sure. Well, I'd like to talk to you rather than just about like a conversation we had many years ago. Talk
That
about
you've
some of the
changed your
stuff that's been
stance
going
on,
on.
but you haven't really changed. You're just optically trying to change because you don't want people to secretly know that you seriously don't want the punishment of child sex offenders. Sure, go on.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can't. If you don't take it at face value, I don't know what else to do. But, yeah. So, I would want to talk to you about what's been going on in Minneapolis. It seems like you said you spent 5 hours. I tuned into your show somewhat late, going over all of it. Did it seem like he was reaching for a gun? Were you able to see that through a clip?
Can you show me
Or is
one
that-
time that you've called out any of the Democrats that are suggesting people should protest ICE?
I don't really post on social media.
Yeah,
so
then I
no,
don't give a
I
fuck
wouldn't
to
be able
answer any of your questions on this.
Okay. Yeah. Well, why would you be against a third party investigation, or is that a question on this?
I don't care to answer any of your questions, you dog shit piece of shit that's encouraging the position that leads to these violent altercations occurring. You can go
Okay,
back
let's
and watch
talk
my
about-
video for my opinions.
Sure. Let's talk about a different thing then. Do you think the killing of Ashli Babbitt was justified?
I don't care to answer any questions from a dog shit piece of shit like you that's trying to deflect from the situation that, one, you don't want the punishment of child sex offenders, and secondly, you encourage the situation that leads to these violent situations occurring.
I'm just here so I won't get fined. I get it,
Okay.
Rob. I get it.
All right, you good?
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping we could have more of a back and forth, but
I don't
if,
give a fuck.
if-
I don't give a fuck. Do you want open borders? Do you think these people should be deported?
I think people that are convicted. I answered this to somebody in chat that asked me the same question. I think people that are convicted of violent felonies should be deported.
Okay, what about the ones that aren't?
I would say no.
Yeah. So fuck you.
What,
There's
can you explain-
no civil conversation that I'm interested in having with you about anything politically at all.
Okay.
I just don't care because are you against?
Rob,
are you against the Democrats right now telling people to take to the streets to protest ICE?
I think peacefully protesting is good.
Oh, you
I think
do? You think
encouraging that,
peacefully
yeah.
protest is good? Okay, is that what's going on?
I would say there's a lot of both going on right
Okay,
now.
and if
Normally
you
people would
so
say
the people
mostly
that are
peaceful.
suggesting, so if you say yes, what's going on? Good, keep protesting ICE like you see Tim Walz, but he knows that there's violence. What do you think about that?
Um, I think it's an interesting strategy. Are you suggesting that you believe that he's doing this intentionally to try to incite more violence?
Yes. So are you.
I don't want more violence, Rob.
Bullshit. Yes, you do.
I mean, why would I want? Why would
Well,
anyone want?
let me
more
rephrase. Let me rephrase.
I
You don't want
understand a
violence.
politician.
You don't want
politician
violence.
that-
You don't. Let me
politician that's up for
rephrase. Let me
re-election.
rephrase. It's not that you want violence. You want capitulation. You want the illegals to be able to stay. And if it means either the illegals have to go or violence, you'll choose violence. You prefer that. But if you had your druthers, everyone like me would shut up and we would just allow the illegals here. And then you'd say, yes, as long as you give in to everything we want, then we don't want violence.
Well, I would argue that forcibly removing people in the way that ICE has done, where they're deporting them to third-party countries, is a form
It's
of
violence.
violence as well. But
Right.
yeah.
So then, which violence is worse, the deportation of them or the violence that people are inflicting upon ICE? Which is, if you had to pick one, which one would you say is worse?
God, that's a good question, Rob. I haven't actually thought about it. I would say, the ones that are killing people are probably worse. I think that
So ICE is worse.
Well, you were just saying, weren't you just saying that?
I'm asking,
deaths-
I'm just
the
trying to get a
deaths
baseline and then you can go on. We're saying that there's two. You say that the deportations are an act of violence and there are people committing violence against ICE. I said that my interpretation is that you're going to say, actually, I don't want violence. What I want is you to capitulate and stop the deportations. But if you can't have that, you would rather have the violence against ICE. And now you're saying, well, yes, because the deportations are an act of violence. And I said, then which one's worse? Now you're going to be honest and you're going to say that the deportations are more violent, right?
I actually don't know if they're more violent. I don't know. I'd have to think. I mean, it's a good question.
Just for the audience, just so you can see, he's not answering because he knows the truth. He is saying, in effect, what I just said he would say. That it's not that he wants violence, it's that he finds the violence acceptable if the alternative is deportations. That's what's happening.
Well, I'm glad that you're suggesting that I don't want violence, because I don't.
But you do find it acceptable if it's in the vein of stopping deportations.
I think it's inevitable would be a better way to describe it.
Is it acceptable?
I think even if the
Is it acceptable?
leaders in the party had came out and said, hey.
Is it acceptable?
What is that, like, by my own opinion, is it acceptable?
Is it worth it? If you had to say, if this leads to the stop of deportation, the violence we see against ICE, would it be worth it?
How much violence are we talking about? Are we talking like people losing their lives, or people resisting arrest?
The violence that we've seen currently occurring, and let's assume that it continues to those levels.
If it costs more lives, I'd say, I mean, I don't know how, like, at some point that it's not worth it. No.
Okay,
if we're
so
just
how many
talking about
lives? How many lives?
arrest.
So let's say that Trump wants to deport 2 million people. It's 2 million acts of violence, right? Or we'll say 2
This
million.
is why I said it was
okay,
a great question.
So
really
then that would mean that the violence against ICE, there haven't been 2 million people that have had violence to the level that you would consider of deportation. So therefore, the violence against ICE would be worth it, correct? If it stops those deportations?
Well, the violence against ICE, right? Like, are people resisting arrest, right? Or people, like,
smashing their cars, you've had people physically attack them, spitting at them, pushing them, attacking them with cars, boxing them in, shoving them, throwing tear gas back at them, etc., etc. Violence against ICE.
Yeah, that to me, nobody lost their lives there. So I would rather that than
just to be clear, just put a bow on it and then we can move forward. I was correct when I said, even though you would say that you would be against violence, you are for the violence that's occurring right now if it leads to the stopping of deportation. Correct?
Not necessarily. Well, because I was accounting for also the deaths that will occur from ICE agents' hands or killing protesters and people that are enacting violence in that type of way that you're describing it, right? So it's like, how many of the protesters are going to get shot? How many more of them, right? We're what? We're only in
But
January?
that's not, but we're talking about agency here, right? So the agency of the ICE protesters, one thing, the agency of ICE themselves, another. So we're saying the culpability of the people of agency, those that are protesting against ICE versus ICE themselves that are doing deportations. You saying, well, I'd also have to evaluate not just the violence of ICE deporting, but the violence of ICE enacting violence on the anti-ICE protesters. Both of those would be impugning ICE. So once more, I'll ask again. You would say the violence of the anti-ICE protesters is worth it in an attempt to stop the violence of ICE.
But it's going to lead to more ICE violence. It's going to, they wouldn't be killing people if there were not protests. I think we both agree on that, right?
Well, that's not the question. We're talking about a question of moral agency. Do I have to re-explain this to you again? I mean, I'm not surprised you would have problems with questions of moral agency, seeing as how you think it's immoral to punish child sex offenders. But I'll try again. Would you like me to slow it down for you?
I'd love that, Rob.
Okay, we have the agency of the anti-ICE protesters. You say it's a positive that they're against the violence of ICE and deportation. And it's a positive that they're against the violence of ICE in the, quote, murders of the anti-ICE protesters. On the other side, you have ICE. And you say, maybe it's a positive that they're against some violence of the anti-ICE protesters. Which one's more morally culpable? Which side are you taking? Are you for the anti-ICE protesters using violence if it stops the deportation?
If it doesn't cost any lives, I think it's a really easy yes.
How many lives are allowed to be cost?
That's an impossible question.
Okay, 2 million. If one more person died, I don't understand what you're saying. So right now, if you had to recommend people take to the street to violently protest ICE, are you doing it?
No, I would not recommend violently protesting.
Why?
Because I don't support violence.
That's not true. You support violence in the effort to stop greater violence.
Yeah, I think that's different than advocating for violence and telling people to go out and directly.
Are the deportations themselves an act of violence?
They can be, yes.
So are the people justified to use acts of violence to some level to stop that?
I would say no.
So they're not.
I would say they're not justified. I would say that you can't even keep
you can't even. Now, I'm not surprised for a person that thinks it would be immoral to punish child sex offenders, that your moral compass is so fucked up that you can't even have a coherent through line to what you're saying here. You've given the example that violence would be justified, that it wouldn't, etc., etc. Now, I'll ask you again.
I'm saying that it's going to happen regardless. I don't.
That's not the question.
If you're asking me personally.
That's not the question. I'm not saying whether or not it will happen. I'm saying ought it to happen. It's not a question of will it. It's a question of ought it. I'm saying, would you say if seeing as how deportations are violence, that a lesser level of violence from the people protesting that is justified if it results in the ending of the violence of deportations?
I would say that I would not justify it, but that people will protest and do that.
Why is it unjustified?
Because I think that enacting more violence is, it just begets more violence. I don't think you're going to. So you support
the incarceration of every anti-ICE protester that's used violence?
No, probably not.
Why?
I think most.
You're against the violence. You want it to stop.
Well, yeah, sure, but that's a different question. That's a law and order question about whether we should be. How we should be handling the people that are.
So then your argument is just throw your hands up in the air and say everyone's violent. So.
No, my answer is that this was going to happen regardless of whether the Democratic leaders
the will it happen is different than the ought it happen.
Okay, but you're acknowledging that it would have happened regardless then.
No, I'm not. I think if why didn't it happen under Barack Obama?
Well, I don't think ICE agents were rolling through in the same way they are currently.
Why weren't
I don't think they had the same.
Why weren't they? Give me some reasons they weren't.
Great question, Rob. Yeah, I would imagine.
No, wait. Think about it. Think about it. As you're thinking about the horrible, horrible, horrible abuses of wanting to punish child sex offenders, as you're ruminating on that, go ahead. Tell us why you think this is different.
You really
just so everyone knows the evil, immoral scumbag you are, the lowest person that you could imagine on earth.
That's against the punishment of child sex.
We did cover it. We covered your disgusting, immoral outtake on that, and it makes me question the thoughts you have at night that you would want to seek to defend those child sex offenders so vehemently. But go ahead, explain.
By me saying that they should be removed from society
No,
and for the rest of
saying
their
that it should
lives
be.
because we
It should
don't have a
not.
way to
There should
rehabilitate
not
them?
be. There should not be punitive. There should not be punitive actions taken upon them. Instead, it should be purely rehabilitative. And at some point, you would let them out if some
If they,
judge says that
yeah,
I
but we
think they're
don't have that.
rehabilitated. What do you mean we don't have that?
We don't. We
Fine,
don't
cool.
have the
Let's go back.
ability to
I'm sorry, I missed
rehabilitate
this
them.
earlier. Oh, so you don't believe there are medical professionals that have claimed that there are people that are rehabilitated and won't re-offend?
I'm sure there are. We don't have a definitive way to really do that, and it is one of the most high reoffending people.
Okay,
That
let me
are,
ask you
like,
this:
they're
Do we have a
most likely to
definitive way?
reoffend.
Do we have a definitive way to see that murderers won't murder again? Definitive.
Not 100%. In
Okay.
some
Do we
cases,
have a
depending on
definitive?
the
Do we have a definitive way to see that drug dealers won't deal again?
no, there's no definitive way. I mean,
Great. So then
you're
you're for the permanent incarceration of any criminal because we don't have a
no,
definitive way to assure they won't reviolate. Correct?
but we can look at the data in terms of likelihood to reoffend as in the specific type of crime that they were initially convicted
Okay.
of.
Is every sex offender likely to reoffend?
Yes, likely, yes.
Everyone?
As far as from what I know from the data, I believe I'd have to look. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought it was.
Okay. So just to be clear,
When you say
any
likely, right? I'm assuming maybe more than 50%, but like it's
okay,
a great question.
that's
like
fair.
what
So
likely
every
means.
sex
Yeah.
offender should be permanently incarcerated for the rest of their life.
I think you want to look at it by issue basis, but I would say
No,
if
no, no.
I
Issue
had to
by
choose
issue.
a
This is an
binary,
issue. Sex offender.
if I had to choose a binary, sure, yeah.
Okay. I don't believe you. I think you're full of shit. Based on previous conversations I've had with you, I think you're trying to save face.
We talked like 4 years ago, Rob.
Yes, I remember vehemently. It's easy to remember someone who basically wants the idea of punishment for crime to be eliminated and talks about the need to basically filter out people in prisons, even child sex offenders, if a panel of people say, trust us, bro, they won't reoffend. I remember that conversation.
I mean, yeah, I do remember this conversation as well.
So you've changed
but
your
yeah,
opinion since then.
I would say that I've definitely changed parts of it for sure. I don't. I think changing your opinion should not be frowned upon. I don't think it should be.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's true. I mean, I suppose though, much like you say that a sex offender would be hard to rehabilitate, a person that says that punishing sex offenders is immoral also would be hard to rehabilitate. So although I applaud you for at least trying to, I applaud you for saving face, for trying to say that you've rehabilitated yourself. I choose to believe that rehabilitation, I have no reason to believe that would be definitive and think you're still a fucking monster that doesn't want sex offenders punished.
Monster is crazy. Okay, Rob.
I disagree.
Yeah, no,
I think that men that stand back idly and defend the non-punishment of child sex offenders would meet my definition of monster.
Yeah, I think that the punishment is the part that I'm getting caught up in because I think a lot
Correct.
of times throughout history, people look at crimes and they'll say that we should punish them because it comes from a place of making ourselves feel better.
Correct.
It's,
not just that. It comes from
it's a deterrent.
It's a deterrent. It makes us feel better. It's just.
I mean, justice is really hard to define.
I think that part of it, while it may be true on the margins, I think that punishing child sex offenders is just.
Sure.
You disagree?
Sure. I just don't think we should be coming from the. Like, I think we should be looking at solving the problem.
I don't
And
want to hear,
think-
given that you don't want to punish child sex offenders, I don't think I want to hear about the things you want to look at. But please go on. You had a point that you wanted to make here. We asked, why were things different under Obama?
Yeah. Okay. So we're getting back to that. My understanding is that Trump gave a lot more leeway to ICE. I wouldn't be able to cite specific statutes or other things, but I think they know that under his administration, they're a lot less likely to be charged or.
Could it be that individual
evaluated for
Democrat
wrongful
cities and
doing.
states cooperated with Obama more than Trump?
It could also be the case. Absolutely.
Could it be that there's sanctuary policies where they refuse to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement, even with violent criminals in their jails, is what leads to actually having to send ICE out in the street?
Yeah. Do you think that
Could it
that
be
law
that the
enforcement should be-
policies that you've embraced, such as allowing tens of millions of people illegally into this country in a short time frame, policies that you would embrace, has led to an urgency to send more ICE officers out to do more?
Well, I would like to have a better immigration system where
Do you want any
instead
of these people? Do you want any of these people deported that didn't commit, in your words, a quote violent crime?
No.
Okay, so these are policies you supported. Yes, I understand your argument. Actually, I'd like to do more for these illegals. Let's make them legal. I get it. That's your
Well,
argument.
no,
correct?
that was not what I was going to say. What I was going to say was
Well,
that I think,
let me before you say it, let's see if I'm clairvoyant enough to see it. You're
go
gonna say,
for it.
I would like to see our immigration system change to make it easier so people don't have to come in illegally and they can come in the proper way.
Absolutely, and that allows us to vet
How did
them.
I know? How did I know? Yes, your solution
Because
is
I assume
well,
you-
the
you've
people
heard-
that
you've
are here
talked to other
illegally,
people
they
that
have no
have reasonable
agency.
positions.
They have no agency. They had no choice but to break the law because our system was such that it was hard for them to come in a different way. And so therefore I support them being able to stay here. But if I would say that mistakes were made, it's that we should have made it easier for them to come in the first place.
Well, I think hard is like an understatement in some of these cases. There's some
I don't give a
countries
shit.
that have like an
It's
80-year
hard.
waiting
I think
list.
it's look. I don't give a fuck what you think about that. Don't give a shit.
All right. I feel like
Why
every
does that
time
matter?
I
What does
start
it matter?
to make a
Explain
point,
to
you
me.
just
Okay. So just to be clear, your argument is if the system is hard enough, then you support people breaking the law to come in.
I think again we're getting into like what I support, whether the other than like what I acknowledge will happen when you set up a broken
We're talking
system.
oughts, not wills.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand
So do you
that.
think they ought to break the law if the system's too hard for them to come in legally?
If I were in their position, right, and I had a reason to try to move my family into the United States because, let's say,
Why
the
can't you answer
cartel
yes
was
or no
after
and
me.
then elaborate?
Okay, yeah, I would say yes, but because I worry you're going to interrupt me and not allow me to elaborate. That's why. If I had a family that I was concerned about their safety in the current country that I was in, and the only way into the United States where I knew my family and my children would be safer was to enter it illegally. And that's still putting them at risk because the ways that people get into this country illegally are very sketchy. People end up with the, I forget the called, the people that guide them across, people that like take bribes, etc. Yeah, it's not a good situation. But if I felt that would put my family at in a safer position, absolutely, I would break the law to do that.
Okay. What if it doesn't? What if it's not? Is financial security part of safety?
It depends on where you live.
Let's say you live. What do you mean? It depends where you live.
I would
Explain.
say that
if I live in certain areas, I could be financially insecure, and it's not part of safety.
I would say if you live in a country that has a better social safety net system, being financially insecure is a lot less of a concern in terms of safety.
Okay, so if
versus
I'm
you live in a
broken
country-
homeless in Canada, then that's not a matter of safety. But if I'm broken homeless in Mexico, it is.
Well, I don't think being broken homeless in Canada would make you. You'd probably be better being there than being in the U.S. broken homeless.
Okay, but that's not the question. We said, is it a matter of safety? You said if it's a matter of family safety, then you should allow people to break the law in order to come into the United States. But that seems to be irrelevant because I think that anyone.
I did not say that. I
What
did
did you
not
say?
say that.
What did you
What
say?
I said was that if I was them, I would do the same.
So it's
I don't think
morally
they should be
justified.
allowed to.
Right, it's morally justified. Got it.
I said if I was them, I would do that to protect my family. Absolutely.
So then when I
would.
asked you, could you answer yes, no, and elaborate to the question of should they be allowed to come in? And you said yes. You're now acknowledging that your real answer was no, and you misled me by saying yes, which is why I asked for a yes or no, and you said, but I'm afraid you won't let me elaborate. So I said, go ahead, and you said yes, and then elaborated. So your real answer was no, and then elaborated.
Okay.
Why should I trust? Let me finish. Why should I trust what you're saying if you can't be forthright with me with your answers?
Because I think what you asked me was
I'm starting to wonder if
actually
you really are against the child sex offenders, if you're willing to lie to this level.
Come on, Rob. What you asked me, if I am remembering correctly, was whether I think it was justifiable for somebody to do that. And then obviously we got into the whole where I'm like, are you asking me personally or whether I think they should be? And you said,
Let's
and
get
I
back to the
explained
question
what
about
I would
safety.
do, whether they're allowed to. I
Let's
mean,
get
they're
back
not
to the
allowed
question
to.
about safety.
Sure.
Why is it that, like, do you think my life expectancy goes down if I live in a country with a high social safety net, but I'm impoverished?
Do I think your life expectancy goes down if you live in a country with, as compared to what?
As compared to someone who lives in that same country that's not impoverished.
Yeah, absolutely it does.
So then you could say that poverty would be a matter of safety.
I think in the certain circumstance. So let's say I lived in that country and like I have a family member that needs a certain surgery or needs certain medical care that they won't be able to get in their country because they can't afford it. But I know if I go to other country that they can afford it, yeah, I would probably
It's
break the
irrelevant
law
to
to
the
try to help
question.
them.
It's relevant to the question. You've already conceded. Even in each individual country, your life expectancy goes up if you're not impoverished. Let's say
Yeah,
I
but
live in Sweden.
I'm trying to imagine what that would actually look like to rationalize how
Nonetheless, so
somebody
then you
do
could
that.
say,
Sure.
so then you could say it's a matter of safety. If I could put myself in a predictable situation where I'm expected to live till 55 versus a situation where I'm expected to live till 67, wouldn't that be a matter of safety that you would say, fair enough, we understand why you'd want to put yourself in the position where you could live to 67?
Yeah, I don't think I would do that, though. In
It
that
doesn't.
scenario, I probably wouldn't.
I don't give a shit what you would do. We're talking about moral oughts, and I completely disagree.
But the moral outs, I feel like it's pretty fair to put yourself in the position, is it not?
So we see actually two things. One, you're not consistent with your message if it's just about safety. Economic security is a matter of safety, even if you come from a country that's not impoverished itself. Secondly, even if we wouldn't accept that, we can see that you've just given the justification for huge swaths of country around the world to be able to immigrate to the United States because they don't feel safe. And so therefore, even if they come illegally, well, that's what you would do, correct?
Yeah, well, that's why I think it's a different
Should we
question.
prevent them as a matter of law?
Wait, can I just quickly go back to, I think putting myself in the position to look at it through a moral framework is the correct way to view a moral framework.
That's not it. When the question was specifically whether or not it would be justified for them to commit. For example, I could put myself in a moral framework for why someone might steal something, but that doesn't mean that it's justified.
Are you familiar with the Heinz dilemma? The classic, like, would you steal medication to save your wife if she's dying?
No.
And if so, like, how would you do it? Yada, yada, yada. You're answering no to this, or you're not familiar with it?
I'm not familiar.
Oh, okay.
I've never heard that term. I understand.
We don't have to get sidetracked. In your own time, I would recommend checking it out. It's a cool dilemma. It's used to like evaluate.
Rachel Wilson wants to know if you think children can consent.
Rachel Wilson is asking me weird questions. No, I don't think children can consent. I assume the question is consent to having sex or something like that, which is gross. Absolutely not. Also, you know, while Rachel Wilson is on the topic, somebody was asking me recently about Andrew, who I remember you talking to about, where he was justifying that men can rape their wives. Do you remember that?
I do. Now, before we get into that, I want you to remind everyone, say right here, I'm against punishment of child sex offender. Go ahead and say that.
I support removing them from society.
No. I want you to say, should they be punished?
Why?
You've consistently said no.
If you understand that that's what my actual take is, why are you trying to frame it and twist
punishment.
it? Because
you are against. Are you against punishment of child sex offenders?
Based on your definition of punishment, no, I'm not.
You're not against. Define punishment.
How I would define punishment?
Yes, you said based on my definition, you're against punishment of child sex offenders.
You described it as a restriction.
I want you to
rights.
defend. You're saying you said, okay, you're against that. You say we shouldn't do that to child sex offenders, right?
No,
now I'm asking.
I said we should restrict their rights.
I want you to defend. I want you to define punishment, and then tell me whether or not, based on that definition, child sex offenders should go through that.
My definition of punishment? Mm-hmm. My definition of punishment, I would say, would be to physically cause a person suffering simply for the sake of and this is where it gets great, because I'm saying simply for the sake of personal satisfaction, right? I don't think that should be the case. I think they should be removed. I think you should look at it of how we are improving the society. I think focusing on punishment, you can go very easily down the road of like burning people at the stake, you know, torturing people. I don't think that's the direction we want to be going, and that's not the direction we've been going when we've been looking at our.
Can you show me any definition whatsoever that says it's simply for personal satisfaction?
Oh wait, I'm going to pull up a. Hang on.
I'm asking you. It seems like you have It seems like you have a proprietary definition.
Maybe I'm using the word wrong. Maybe that's what's happening.
Imposition or penalty of a penalty or deprivation for wrongdoing. A penalty imposed for wrongdoing. Merriam-Webster would be suffering pain or loss that serves as retribution. A penalty inflicted on an offender.
I would disagree with for retribution. I think that's probably where I disagree. I'd agree with punishment for wrongdoing. I agree with the first definition. Absolutely. That's perfect. Yeah, do that.
Okay, so you're against suffering pain or loss for retribution. I think you're a fucking monster. So I'm not interested in hearing what you have to think about Andrew Wilson, you fucking child sex offender defender. Fuck you. Now, do you want to get back to what ought to happen? You're giving excuses for why illegals should be allowed to come into the country by scores of tens of millions. So as you deflected from it, what we'll get back to is when I asked you whether or not it was justified, and you waffled and said yes, and now we're saying really no. Should the United States enforce their border to make sure these people aren't coming in?
Should the United States enforce their border?
Correct.
I would say we should, but I think the focus should be more on vetting.
Okay, but once they get in, okay, so you think we should enforce border laws, but once they get in, we should not. That's your argument?
I think the issue is we on almost every topic that we run into tonight, I think you're looking at like what
I'm looking at an immoral piece of shit lefty that wants open borders, and I'm treating them as such.
You're looking at it as like what ought to happen versus what will happen, and I think I don't give a shit what you're saying.
Okay, if you bring in millions of illegals, then people will get pissed and they will beat them and they will arrest them and they'll throw them in jail. You have nothing to say about this, right?
Well, I don't. I mean,
I
don't think that would be a good thing.
That will happen.
I disagree.
Are they being deported? Are they having violence enacted upon them?
Well, if you're deporting them, yeah, there's going to be violence.
Okay, so then it did happen and it will happen, right? So why are you complaining? Yeah. If it's not a matter of oughts and it's just a matter of what will happen, okay, that will happen. People will push for their deportation. And why are you talking then? No, you're talking because you're saying, that's bad. I'd like to see that change. You're talking about oughts. So every time I ask you about oughts, you're like, I don't want to talk about oughts. I want to talk about is. And I'm like, fine, then let's talk about is. What's the point?
Let's talk about.
They're being deported. I'll continue to push for them to be deported, and you don't have shit to say about it because you're not caring about oughts, right?
I'd rather talk about is. Yeah, no, they are being deported.
Okay, then I have nothing to talk about. We could see is. We could read the fucking newspaper and see what is. I'm uninterested in talking to someone that's going to be unwilling to talk about what ought to be and just say, I have no interest in oughts. I'm only talking about what is or what will be. So fuck you. What will be is I'm going to push for more deportations, and I don't ever want to hear you complain. I'll say, why are you complaining? You're complaining about oughts. We don't care about oughts. We only complain about is. Why do you care? Why do you have any comment on this shooting today? What matters? What ought to have happened? What happened?
That. I'd like to talk to you about it.
I'm not interested. I only want to talk about is. Was he shot?
He was shot.
Okay, that's it. End of discussion. Right? We're just talking about ises, not oughts.
Is there an investigation? There is not. There's not.
How do you know? Will there be? Will there be?
I hope so.
What? No. What do you mean hope? Oughts not matter. Hope, that's a thing of ought. That's what you want. We don't give a fuck what you want. Will there be?
I think when you're talking about
I asked if there will be. We're not talking about wants or oughts. We're asking if there will be.
Rob, I think
I'm asking you, I'm not interested in your oughts or wants. I'm interested if there will be. Now, if you want to say, okay, Rob, I get your point. Talking about the oughts matters. Then I would say, thank you. That was the point I was getting to. But if you want to deflect from every time I ask you what ought to be to say, no, I'm just saying what will be, then fine, I'll play the same game. Interesting conversation, isn't it?
I will say it to you. I will say I think talking about the oughts do matter. I think talking about the
ought.
Wait,
so
can
ought
I,
we force these
say
people?
The second part of that? Or no?
I'm uninterested in the second part. Now that I got you to admit that oughts are important, fine.
Go for it.
We enforce the border?
I think that there will be people coming in regardless.
Not the question. I
don't think that's the focus.
Ought we enforce the border?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, and what happens since you're saying we ought to keep illegals out once they make it in? Ought they be deported?
Did they commit violent crimes?
Let's say no, they just came in illegally.
I would say they should not be deported.
So your argument is we should prevent them from coming in illegally, but if they escape us and make it in, then we should not be allowed to remove them.
Yeah.
So what incentive did you just give to everyone?
The same incentive they already have. Just don't get caught when you're inside.
Because of people like you, right?
You're describing the incentive of come in, but just don't get caught.
That's right. You're exactly right. That is the current left-wing incentive. Yes,
the incentive that I'm
That has been the
Rob,
status quo. We
Rob,
see, we
the
elected a
incentive
guy.
that you're
I'll
giving.
finish my point. We
Go
elected
for
a
it.
guy to change that. We elected a guy to say, no, now we're going to enforce the border. And if you come in, we're going to fucking remove you. So now the incentive is, if you make it in here, you'll be punished. You say, no, we don't want that. We want them to
The
come in and stay if
the
they make it in.
the incentive that I am giving, right, is in this scenario that they would come in and that they should try to not get caught and not abide or not break any
What? How are you giving
violent
that
federal
incentive?
crimes.
How are
You're
you
giving
giving
the
that
incentive
incentive?
to come in because I said to focus on specifically people that are
No. How are
committing
you
violent
giving
crimes.
an
You're
illegal
saying
an
target
incentive?
everyone.
How are you focusing on an illegal not having the incentive to get caught when you're saying, and if we do catch him, we should just say, oh well. How's the incentive to not get caught?
Then the incentive is to don't commit violent crimes. Your
Okay,
incentive is to just
so your
don't
argument is
get
this.
caught,
I
but you
just
can
want to be
commit
clear.
violent crimes.
I
It's
just
the
want to
same
frame
thing.
this. All right. Here's your argument. Right. I just want to frame this. We should have a border patrol, and they should be like, we're stopping this guy from getting in. We're stopping this. But as soon as they pop over the border, they're like, fuck. Now we're not allowed to do anything. We're not allowed to kick you out. That's your argument.
Yeah, if they haven't committed a violent crime yet.
Do you see why I don't take you
Rob,
seriously,
do you
Mr.
see
Child
what-
sex
if I-
offenders
if-
shouldn't
if
be
I do the-
punished? Do you
if
see?
I do
Do
the
you see
same
why
thing
no one?
back-
Do you see why I don't take you seriously? Now, why would I give
Rob.
a shit what your opinion on immigration enforcement is, and you think it's going too far? You don't think the minimum should be done.
Rob, if I do the same thing back, right? Because you're suggesting that they should come across, and it doesn't matter whether they commit violent crimes or not. They still face the same risk. So what's the concern?
The concern is don't come. I've incentivized them to not come. Period. The
They're
violent
still
and the
going to
non-violent.
come. It's not
Why?
because they need to, or they believe they need to for whatever reason.
Bullshit.
People are not just coming. Why do you think people are coming across the border? Why?
Well,
Let's talk about the
I
whys.
agree
think
that they're
that's
coming
important.
across to take advantage of the programs that people like you support. I agree. Yes, they are doing that. I eliminate
Like
those.
which
I
programs?
punish them.
Which
I
programs?
punish them. I say, get the fuck out of here. And we're kicking your families out. And if you do any crimes, we'll fucking punish you here first. And not some idea of just rehabilitation. We'll actually fucking punish you. You know, not pat them on the back like you want to do to child sex offenders. We'll
Did
actually
you say
punish them.
IDF rehabilitation?
What's that?
I thought you said IDF rehabilitation.
No, I didn't say IDF.
No. Oh, you said idea of rehabilitation.
Right.
Sorry, I misheard you. I thought we were tying in Israel for some reason.
I'm
I was
trying
like,
to
oh,
protect
getting
our
spicy.
borders. You're saying, like, the idea that you're like, we're both equally incentivized. What am I incentivizing? If you get caught, we'll throw you back and we'll punish you for the crimes you've committed, right? And if you're with other people that are illegal, we're going to throw their ass back too, right? And we're going to strictly enforce the border. And you're like, well, we'll somewhat enforce the border, but as soon as you cross that line, well, now you're in, and there's nothing we could do to you. And you're like, both equal incentive. You're full of shit.
No,
and
they're not. They're not equal incentive.
Correct.
One, I'm suggesting that you should not. They would not commit violent crimes because they know that would put them at risk of deportation.
They won't commit violent crimes under me because they're gone.
Well, I mean, most of the people that are being deported, I actually don't know. What percentage of them do you believe have committed violent crimes?
I don't care. 30, 40. They've all committed the crime of being here illegally. Do you want to talk to Andrew, right, about his stance, right?
Is he here? Is he
Andrew, this is our friend Keyline Penguin. He thinks it's immoral to punish child sex offenders, but he had something he wanted to talk to you about your morality. So.
Oh, what's up? How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, no, I would disagree with how Rob portrayed that, for sure.
Do you think we should have, would you like me to read, do you think we should have...
Rob, I want to talk to Andrew for a second, if that's okay. But if you want to...
Wait. You could, well, listen, you could politely ask me and I could let you, but you can tell me what to do. Especially someone who defends child sex offenders is not wanting them punished.
I'm telling you what
I say, Rob, can I please talk to Andrew for a second?
Do you want me to say pretty please with the cherry on top, Rob? Can I talk to Andrew for a second?
I want a child sex offender person like you trying to speak to me in that way. But go ahead, you can talk to Andrew.
Big man?
At least an adult, unlike you. I know you're used to dealing with children, child sex offender defender. Okay, ask Andrew your question. What'd you have to say?
Yeah, Andrew, I remember a conversation that you and Rob had a long time ago where you argued, if I'm understanding it right, and I'd love for you to interrupt if I'm getting it wrong and tell me where I'm going wrong, but that you believe that it is okay for men to rape their wives. A specific way that you framed it was that men physically cannot rape their wives because by doing so, in the Bible, they share the same flesh, and therefore you can't rape yourself, so therefore it's okay. Am I understanding that right?
From the context of that mock debate, yes.
So was that you doing a bit, or you kind of trying to like antagonize, or do you actually hold that view?
Well, that was a mock debate. So me and Rob, and the reason we actually had to stop doing mock debates is because people took them too seriously. Like they actually thought that we were arguing that that position was correct, or that that position is our position. And it's one of the, like I that used to be a lot of fun to do, but we had to stop doing it. You remember that, Rob? We literally had to come to an agreement to stop doing those because people would actually attribute these. There was one time, what was it? I was defending Biden.
Yep.
That was another one. And I got a slew of DMs from people. They were like, can't believe you're such a traitor. Why would you do this? Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, bro, it literally said mock debate. Like, it was super weird. But anyway, so go ahead with the question.
Just to clear it up, you're saying that that was a mock debate, so you don't actually hold that view at all?
Well, I hold a more nuanced view, yes. I think that it's...
share it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's notoriously well, first of all, I think that you have to make a distinction between what's called marital rape and I'm sorry, I can't use that word. Let's say essay here in lieu of the R word. Okay?
I won't use it either. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, so I think you have to make a distinction between marital essay and essay outside of marriage. Would you agree with that? That these have to be distinct.
Why are we? Maybe I would agree with you, but why are we separating them? I don't understand. Because to me, it is forcing a person to do something or forcing something upon another person when they're not consenting. I think that's pretty straight up and pretty clear, regardless of the like legal marital situation between the couple.
Yeah, sure, but that's the problem, is that it's not clear. It's not actually clear. And let me give you an example. Do you have a girlfriend or a wife?
I do.
Has she ever woken you up? Okay, has she ever woken you up with a blowjob?
Yeah, so great question. Yeah, I think that if it's not discussed ahead of time, could be something that a person could interpret as a like an unwanted sexual advance upon them. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I think
a lot of times.
Yeah, but shut up. Hang on. Let me give the position, bro. Okay. So I think that sex is vastly more complex than just the idea of enthusiastic consent. And I think that people like to be very playful and they like to be mischievous, and it's complex, and it requires adults to actually have that conversation and about what that entails. And it's not just the idea here. So what I reject is the idea of categorization. So if you define SA purely as I did not consent to sexual act, then I reject that. Categorically reject it.
Okay.
As I don't believe that consent, right, is always a thing which is necessarily present, but is often implied as being present without it being stated. That marriage falls into that category, which makes it extremely difficult to prove, or to prove that the motivations didn't change to one of being vindictive after the fact when nothing actually bad occurred. Right.
Sure. I think and like you would agree that you can have a relationship, or you can even have a marriage, or you can have a complete stranger in the situation where a person emphatically is saying no, right, or saying that they do not consent, and another person forces them to engage in a sexual act or SA. You would consider that to be rape, right?
Yes.
Why would we separate the two if that were to occur between a couple that is not married, a couple that is married, and a couple or two people that are complete strangers?
Because let's pretend for a second that you had two deaf people. They were both like deaf, 100% deaf.
Okay.
And the one was like they had sex all the time. They just loved it. It was like their favorite thing on planet Earth to do. Okay. And one day the man went over to the woman and bent her over like he had done 100 times before and started having sex with her, right? And for some reason she was terrified. She was like locked up and scared for some reason. I don't know what the reason is, right? But she was screaming, "Stop, stop, 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 stop." Well, he can't understand her, right? He actually doesn't understand what she's saying. Do you consider that SA?
I would consider it to be SA. Yes, I would say.
Yeah, but you do. Hang on.
Okay, I'd like to give more qualifiers if you let me later.
And you can. I promise I'll let you. So just so that we're sure that we understand, right? He's done this with her 100 times before. She loves it. They've talked about it. She says it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. She loves it when he surprises her, like this, in fact. But this one time, she's screaming, "Stop!" Nothing. All other conditions are equal. She's screaming, "Stop!" But he can't hear or understand her. Do you think that's SA?
I think that at the very least it should be, if she chose to, criminally prosecuted, and I would allow a jury and the legal system to decide whether or not it was.
Well, I'm asking you if it is. I didn't ask you if you'd farm out your fucking decision to someone else. Fuck. Answer my question in good faith. Did I ask you if you would farm your fucking decision out to somebody else, or did I ask you?
You did ask me, but I think, again...
Then answer the fucking question. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I'll just, whatever you ask me from now on, I'm going to just say I would farm that out to somebody else to answer it for me.
Well, I think that is an extremely, like, cherry...
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I would say yes, it is rape because she was unconsenting. The question of whether he should be held criminally liable is another question. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't ask. Did I ask you anything about criminal liability?
Well, I'm clarifying.
I don't care about your clarification. Answer what I'm asking you, and I'll do you the same service. Don't be evasive, and don't be a scumbag. And then you can have a good faith.
You don't want me to provide clarifications to my answers?
I don't want you to provide. I don't want you to provide clarifications to things I'm not asking about. If I ask if the sky is blue, you don't need to add a qualifier. It also has clouds. Okay. So anyway, the thing is like back to the debate, right? Before you were being an evasive, obnoxious little cunt. I want you to just point out. I want you to just tell me flat out, right? You consider that to be SA.
I do.
Right. You do.
One person did not consent, and the other person.
Right, and you don't think that would be absurd to the average person? You don't think that would be an absurd conditional, like that the average person, they'd be like, wait a second, hang on, he wasn't SAing her. That wasn't what was going on. Because what you're doing is you're putting the viewpoint now only on there's no intent anymore of the perpetrator, right? There's only intent on the one who's being perpetrated. Well, and so that's my issue when it comes to why you have to distinguish these things in the marital sense too, because what we've established with the death thing is that there is seemingly implied consent. Now you may say it doesn't matter, it's SA anyway, but that just seems like an absurd position, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Well, so Andrew, I think the issue, right, is that you would agree that in that scenario that you created, she feels violated. She feels like she was raped and experienced what it would be akin to a rape. He did not intend to rape anybody. He had no intention to violate consent, which is why I brought up whether he could be held criminally liable. But if
I'm not asking about criminal liability, I'm asking what you consider SA to be.
I think that's well, because so then we're getting into like, is SA what happened to the victim or what the perpetrator did?
Right. It's nuanced, right? It's a nuanced position because
I fail to see how that connects to the but I'd love for you to you're gonna explain it to me, I'm sure.
Because in this case, in the deaf person, right, you would agree with me that there's implied consent there. There's like an implication of that.
That if they've done it before multiple times in the exact same fashion, sure, yeah.
And she says that she loves it when he does that.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. So now there does seem to be implied consent, even though this would still meet the categorization that you would consider SA to be. So implied consent, when you say that there has to be consent, that seems a little bit more murky now for it to fall under SA, right? Seems a little bit more like murky waters, because it seems like we can have an issuance where clearly would fall under SA, but a rational agent would not call that SA.
Well, a rational agent that's taking which perspective? Because there is no difference from her perspective.
I think if you ask the average, there's no difference from her perspective, right?
Sure,
but I think that moral, when you make moral claims, which is what we're making right now, right? We're talking about SA being immoral, right? You agree with me? It's immoral. And when you make a moral claim, moral things require intent. For instance, if like a person who's mentally handicapped, sling blade style, opens up somebody's head with a lawnmower blade, we take into account that he doesn't understand what he's doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why do we do that?
Well, because we take into account, intention. I mean, I fully agree with
intentionality. And so we wouldn't say he was a murderer. We wouldn't say that. We would say he actually is not a murderer.
Depending on
but we would fall short of murder, right? Or that he committed murder, because we understand that you have to understand what's going on in order to be the thing. And so in marriage, right, that married couples that often have sex daily, right?
Uh-huh.
And they play little sex games, and they do all kinds of little things with each other, which they think are fun, and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And the issue is that you create the post hoc justifications, right? Where, and this is what people were afraid of before, right? Before the, like all these marital SA laws came out, was that a woman could be upset, right? Have completely consensual sex with the guy, her husband, you know what I mean? And now there's a post hoc justification. I felt like I was violated, even though from his perspective, he's like, what do you mean? We do this all the time, nonstop, right? What are you talking about? And so I think you have to make that distinction in marriage, and there has to be a different presumption there than there is with just standard SA. I think that they have to be distinct from one another if you're gonna talk about law regarding
a couple that is married for 1 or 2 years versus a couple that has not been married but they've been together for like 10 years. To me, I think that when it comes to criminal proceedings, they're going to unpack the entire relationship between the two individuals regardless.
We're not talking about, stop. Why do you keep talking about criminal? We're talking about, we're establishing a moral claim. I don't care about what's legal.
Well, the moral claim was that rape, regardless of whether you're married or not, is rape. Would you agree?
Yeah, but the thing is like we haven't established.
Talking about it from a criminal sense. That's the only way that I can assume that you're talking about it is because you're talking about the legal justification. Why? Because why would it be? It's bad regardless.
Because of it, the reason it's different. The reason it's different is because of the implied consent. There's a distinction that needs to be made there, and you're not allowing the moral distinction to come into play. That there could be, it now becomes much more nebulous and very murky when it comes to the consent claim. Like yes doesn't always mean yes, and no doesn't always mean no. That's actually true, right?
Yeah,
that is in fact actually true. And so because that's actually true, there's much more implicit kind of nuance that I think needs to go into the marital claim than in like the stranger claim.
I'd like to clarify though, like no is no unless it's discussed ahead of time and there's a safe word and other things like that. Like,
no, that's not the case. No, that's not the case either. No, stop. You're being bad. Oh, no, you're being naughty. Stop. No. Yeah, come on, bro. No. That's bullshit, and this is what I mean. This is what I mean by
when somebody says no to me, I'm that's it.
Oh, come on, dude. You've never gone over and like nibbled on your girl's ear. She's like, oh, stop. You're bad. Stop. No. And that's never really, and even if it never has, because you just happen to be really ugly and not charming, can we just point out, right, that again, to everybody listening to this who's a rational agent, who's a male or female. If they're on the female side, they've done that shit. And if they're on the male side, they've done that shit. And so no, and now she's clearly saying no, right? And so imagine she goes into court and she's like, well, I told him no and stop, and this is bad and this is naughty. Those were my exact words. And it's like, but it just completely eliminates all contextualization, right?
Which is why
and
I was bringing up the legal thing earlier. I think that is a good framework to describe the two that you're separating. Do you think there should be a legal distinction between marital rape and rape?
I think that there has to be a moral distinction, and I would then base legal distinction on that, yes.
Can I jump in for a second? Why does that matter to you, Keyline, when you don't believe in the concept of punishment anyways? You're only interested in rehabilitation. The legal distinction would seem irrelevant in that sense, because in both cases, if the man was like, well, shit, my intent wasn't to do that, it was literally just, it was a misunderstanding, then there should be no punishment, correct?
I thought we covered this. So I would say that there should be punishment, but based on the definition that you're describing of removing the person from the society, I think punishment for the sake of punishment in terms of inflicting harm on the individual based on retribution is a mistake.
Okay.
No.
But hang on, before you guys get back into that, can I just like finish this real quick with you? Because I'm not even sure that you disagree with me here. Okay, I'm not even sure that you do. Are you aware that inside of usually the right hand of every man who's over 23, there is a magnet, and inside of the butt cheeks of the woman that they're with, there seems to be a magnet which is an attractor, and that when you pass by the woman who you're with, it's very commonplace for these two magnets to touch each other. Are you aware of this phenomenon at all?
I am aware of what you're describing. I think that
now, if you walk by, if you walk by and you give that open palm swat on the rear, and she says, oh, don't do that, right? And then 2 days later, you walk in and you just can't help it. She's in that perfect position. And in comes that swat, right? Did you essay her? Did you do it? Did you essay your girl, bro?
I think I hate to use the term, but like the other term that we were using, that's graping, right? If we're using the TikTok language to be safe, is very different than that, and it's very different than, I think, conflating the two is a mistake.
Well, they're both the same, right? They're both the same in the sense that we're just talking about you didn't enthusiastically consent, and you said no. So they're the same in that sense.
I think one is a single action. If you walk by and you slap another person or you grab another person, that is an instantaneous thing. I don't think that most assaults, I think, average around like 2 to 10 minutes.
No, that's not true. You can essay a person in a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? Say that. I said on average, most assaults.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares about averages? We're not talking about averages. We're talking about specifically. I'm drawing you a parallel that is completely analogous because it meets the same criteria. Just for something, the thing itself is different. That's true, but the conditionals are basically the same to account for the thing.
No,
so did you essay her?
I would imagine that in the case of like a person saying, that's why the time frame matters. That's why the duration matters, is because a person emphatically.
Well, I just gave you the time frame.
No,
she said no. She said no. That's too hard. Don't do that. And 2 days later, you do it again, and it's the same exact strength as it was.
I probably wouldn't do it with the same exact strength.
That's nice. I'm not asking what you would do. I'm asking you if it's SA.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm caught up with Rob was asking me a lot of questions about other things when we were talking.
Oh my God, dude!
I'm very in the head of what I would do, but
I've literally got like 1 minute left for prattle. No more prattle. Just answer the question, please. Is it fucking SA or not?
I think if you continue to do something to a person that they've said no to, yes, it is.
Okay, so then in this case, right? Considering the fact that there have been many times where it's just been a little too hard that the hand has smacked my wife's bum and she let out a little bit of a yelp. And I was like, well, then she has to be conditioned properly, meaning that she needs exactly that same equal amount of force to be applied every single time so she gets used to it. I'm essaying my wife, right?
I don't think that's her being conditional. I think it's you being conditioned.
Stop talking. Stop. I don't care. I'm not looking for psychologizing.
I thought you were just asking me a question. Yeah.
Yeah, so answer the fucking question. Is that essay? Did I essay her?
I would say that you didn't follow her directions. You're violating.
Oh my God, this fucking guy.
So yes.
Do you know what the word? Okay, next time just say yes, and then give the qualifier. Give the qualifier after.
Some of the we are in front of like some people that are listening. I'm giving qualifiers as well to you, but as well to like the.
Give qualifiers after you answer the question. So say yes, and here's why. Not a bunch of prattle, because I'm afraid we'll never get to the yes or the no. It takes forever.
Both you and Rob have a tendency to jump in before I'm able to justify or qualify my answers.
No. I'll never do that. I'll never do that as long as you answer the question and give the qualifier.
Okay. Going forward, I'll try to do that.
Okay. So one more time, that in your estimation, then I've essayed my wife hundreds of times.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Well, and it's because of your lack of understanding nuanced distinctions like this that makes me think that you just don't understand human sexual dynamics very well.
Actually, I would.
Hang on. Am I allowed to make the counter argument or no?
I was going to.
Go ahead, clarify. Go ahead and clarify. What's the
I would actually say that because the issue is not that you were touching her bum or slapping it. I would say the issue is more the intensity of what you did, that it was less of a sexual assault and more of just an assault, if I was going to nitpick. But sure, that's how I would clarify it. Yeah.
No, well, I mean, no, I get sexual gratification at doing
that. In that case, yeah, then it could. It's I don't know. I don't know the legal.
I don't know. I don't know. It's confusing. There's a lot of nuance here because human sexual dynamics are super overly complex. It's not really simple then. It's not really. So you see, hang on, stop, bro. Do you see what I'm saying now? Do you see what I'm saying when I tell you?
I was about to agree.
These are, exactly. And so, when I make these distinctions, I'm just not
complex, but
I'm just not tarded. What it is I'm just not tarded, and I'm able to understand human sexual dynamics are complex. And because they're complex, you can usually reduce this idea of consent to an absurdity like I just did with you twice. Totally absurd.
Yeah, it seems like because it's complex, you're seeking to find a way to minimize it happening in certain circumstances or reduce the value of the victim's claim because of their marital status.
Well, no, I
wouldn't support.
I'm giving a justification for why it would be that inside of marriage, right? The law would see, if there's a uniting of one flesh, that SA claims basically went unanswered, but assault claims went answered, because that's what they did. So if you forced your wife down and you penetrated her, you still went to prison. You just didn't go to prison for SA. You went to prison for assault. And guess what? The penalty was the penalty was what the penalty was for SA now. In fact, sometimes it was harsher. They had whipping boards. In fact, in Michigan, they had whipping stands, and they would put men on whipping stands if they assaulted their wife. If it just fell under the category of assault, which is basically you strong arm her against her consent, which I don't know how you're going to do these SA things without doing that, right? That's the whole point.
Do you support whipping stands?
Yeah. I think corporal punishment, I think corporal punishment's a really good idea, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I think if you like
public as well.
Exactly. I think if you go home and you beat your wife, I think that there should be corporal punishment where you're put up in stocks like they used to do, like in Michigan. I could send them to you, and I think you should be beaten badly and publicly humiliated. Allow women to fucking throw rotten fruit and shit at your face, and you just get made a mockery of. And I think that that's a good deterrent for behavior like that. Yeah.
Can I ask Rob real quick if he agrees as well? Would you support the public humiliation, public punishment in the same way? Bring out the stockades, bring out the whipping stands, all that?
I would have to look into it, but the principle of it I support, and that I do believe in punitive punishment of people, and I believe in the deterrent factor of it. My question to you, though, is I still don't understand, like, even if we take the example that Andrew gave there, you would acknowledge I know you're going to want to get lengthy with this, but you believe in rehabilitation over punishment, correct? Yes, you still there? Oh, he left. His connection must have went bad. What's up, Andrew?
Nothing. I just wanted to come in and make sure that. So these, I deal with these dorks all the time. These pro-feminist dorks. They really think they got something on the consent thing, and that Christians are lunatics when they talk about this stuff and blah blah blah. Until you start actually talking about realistic dynamics, and then you see how quickly they begin abandoning their position.
Yeah. Here,
and they begin abandoning the position because the position can only exist in a vacuum if you ignore human dynamics.
I agree. But Keyline, I was asking you, right? You believe in rehabilitation, not punishment, correct?
Yeah, wait, can you hear me? Sorry. My friend,
Yes.
I'm on my phone and my friend called me and it fucked up the whole
That's
thing.
fair.
It like muted and then
No
I
problem.
couldn't hear it. I
So
saw
you believe
were
in
talking and I couldn't hear anything.
You believe in
for the last, like, 30
rehabilitation over
seconds.
punishment, correct?
Yeah, we've gone. I mean, the issue is like how I think I maybe was I think we have different definitions of punishment. I don't think that it should be through.
Okay, let's say this. In
yeah.
this situation, Andrew gives, right? And he's like, he's grabbing his wife's ass too much. And eventually, after 20 times, she's like, I don't care for that. Now, according to you, that meets the definition of sexual assault, right? My question to you
I
is...
said assault for sure, yeah.
Okay, assault.
Sexual is great, but
what should be meted out as the legal consequence of that? If it's rehabilitative, first and foremost, what would you do? If it's punishment, that's a different matter altogether, right? You're against the concept of punishment. You're for rehabilitation. You say part of rehabilitation would be making sure people can't offend. And so it's not for the matter of retribution, but you isolate them away. So in this case, it's just a matter of, oh shit, I didn't know that. So then that's it? Oh, okay, cool. So there's no consequence because now once we realize it was just a misunderstanding?
In the scenario that Andrew described, I would say probably like it sounds like a misunderstanding. If he had a habit of consistently misunderstanding with other people or with the same person repeatedly, I would say after that, we're running into a situation where this person is becoming a problem.
Well, let me tell you why I have a hard, a more nuanced and kind of hardliner position on this. That's different than yours. So, and I'll just ask you a simple question. If you are at a party, right? You're at a party and some girl is drunk and she passes out, right? And you're drunk too, and she wakes up and you're inside her. That you consider that essay, of course, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're at a party and the guy passes out, right? And she's drunk too. And you wake up and she's S in the D. Is that essay?
Yes.
Okay. What if she's just giving you a handy?
Yes.
Okay. So you consider all those things to be essay, right?
Can I ask you just a
hang on, chill, bro.
Go ahead.
You consider all those to be essay, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, but the law doesn't. And this is why I have an issue.
What do you mean the law doesn't?
Well, I'm gonna explain. So
go for it.
A lot of the reasons that the SA stats are so lopsided, in this case, of course, we're talking about actual rape, right? The reason that they're so lopsided is because they're often reclassified to include penetration only. Just so you know.
Yes. Okay. So
they're hugely lopsided in favor of men being these monsters who do all this rape, when in fact it's just that women are doing just as much of it, but there's just nothing which is prosecutable because they don't consider that to be rape indeed. So the thing is So just so you know,
just as much of it, but I think that there's a lot of issues.
Well, okay, fair enough. But they're doing a lot more of it than they're getting prosecuted for, because definitionally, if it doesn't include penetration, oftentimes these things are not categorized as SA at all.
That is part of it. I would also say that there's a large part of it by the fact of like male victims are significantly less likely to self-report.
No, it doesn't matter. Why would it matter if you report it if it's not considered the thing? What would be the point? Why would you report if the categorization requires penetration? Then
well, it's also what penetration. Okay, so we're it is actually state by state when we're talking about this as well.
I agree.
In terms of the different.
Look, I agree. But on national stats, when they do national stats, like rain and places like this, they categorize a lot of this stuff as being penetrative only.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so they'll count like what happens with men in prison, but they won't count what happens with men at parties and things like that, right? So the thing is that the law itself takes a more nuanced approach based on consent, believing that men are basically always in a position where they want to consent, and women are always in a position where they don't.
Well, in cases, so
hang on. I just want to finish it real quick. I'm almost done.
Yeah.
So what the law is saying here is, wait a second, human sexual dynamics are more complex than meets the eye. And so they pass laws based around the complexity of thinking, well, men probably wouldn't mind waking up at a party and a woman's giving him a handy. So we're not going to categorize that, but a woman will always mind if she wakes up and a dude's penetrating, right? Yes, that is the reasoning for many of these laws, yes.
So what I was going to say was that my understanding is that like rape has a very specific definition in a lot of states that has to do with penetration. However, there are other lower crimes in terms of sexual assault. Rape early, but there's other crimes in terms of sexual assault and in terms of sexual.
Yeah, but do you see? Yeah, I know, but do you see how fundamentally? Do you see how fundamentally unfair that is?
None of them.
If you wake up and a chick is writing you, you're not being penetrated, bro. Do you see the difference?
I would agree that should, and I think that most people that you debate with would also agree with you on this point.
Yeah, but my point is that the reasoning behind a lot of that is that men are just more willing to consent. That is actually the reasoning. And so the thing is that what they were trying to do in a kind of a draconian way was try to show that there's a nuance in human sexuality. And it's like, do I think that it's reasoned correctly? No, I don't think it's consistently reasoned correctly. But I also think that there has to be nuance in the understanding of marital relations versus non-marital relations, and those things need to be taken into account.
I could be wrong. That's not my understanding of what draconian means, but I also don't think that like I think they're illegal regardless, right? They're different statutes. Do I agree that they should be held to the same standard? Absolutely, they should be. I think most people that you have disagreements with in terms of your politics would also agree with you on that. I don't.
Yeah, but that's not the point. That's not the point about whether or not it's consistent. The point is about reasoning. The point is about reasoning out nuances in human sexuality. That's the point. Is that people are trying to reason.
I was going to say, which has less to do. It's not about the nuances of human sexuality. It has to do with the dynamic between men and women and how men are viewed to like not be victims in the same way that women are to be.
Yeah, so that would be a nuance. Yeah, that would be a nuance of human sexuality, bro. Look at that.
Oh, okay. Well, I think
you're catching up. You're catching up to the convo now, brother. I'm proud of you.
We're looking at it through different ways. I wouldn't say it's a nuance of human sexuality. I would say it's a nuance of our social system in terms of how we view these issues. But sure, I mean,
which would be a nuance of human sexuality. So, otherwise, why would the social paradigms wouldn't exist if nobody's having sex, bro? so yeah, it's a nuance of human sexuality, homie. And that's the thing that I'm talking to you about when it comes to reasoning here. When you reason these things out, quickly most of the has to be enthusiastic consent people, their argument gets reduced to fucking mush almost instantly when you give them real world examples, because it's not so cut and dry as that.
No, I agree that it is not black and white. I think one of my biggest gripes is about like health education in high school. I think it could be improved upon a lot. in terms of what they teach.
Yeah, maybe, but the thing is like I'm not sure.
Can I
I'm not
finish?
sure it can be
Can
taught.
I please finish?
Yeah, you can finish. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Finish.
what I was going to say was that like people are taught very simply that like it is black and white, you consent or you don't, and then they go to college and they see everybody getting fucked up and blacking out and everybody hooking up with each other and things like that. And very clearly like that causes kind of like a break for a lot of people where they're like, oh, is this like what actually is consent? At what point is it? At what point is it not? I think it could be taught with more nuance. I would agree with that. I think a lot of the teachers that are teaching health classes in high schools are just like gym teachers that are filling in for like another elective to get paid a little bit more money. And so they're not necessarily equipped to cover the nuance effectively for the
look, you can't cover it. It's not possible. Like people under. Okay, well, hang on. I'll make my case. Okay, here's my experience. But this is, now, of course, this is experiential, right? But I'm guessing the literature would back me on this. Just a cursory guess that people either understand social cues or they don't. They either get it or they don't. And it's been my experience with people that's the case. You either understand social cues and you can maybe sometimes you can misinterpret them, but that's part of understanding them too. Is whoa, I misinterpreted that social cue, right? Or they don't. And I think that for the vast majority of people, especially in modernity, they don't really understand social cues very well. They don't.
I would agree with that. I think a lot of people misinterpret social cues, but I also think that like I think you're doing yourself a disservice. I think you can do a better job, and I think you can because you are with. I don't know your whole life story. I know you're raising children as well, and I assume that you're going to teach them about consent at some point, in the assumption that like the public school system is not going to do an effective enough job. I don't think you're going to throw your hands up and say we can't teach it, and not.
That's not what I said. That's not. No. I didn't say that you couldn't teach. You couldn't teach sex ed. I'm pointing out that the hyper nuance of social cues is a thing people understand or they don't. In fact, parents often see this in their children. You're susceptible to being taken advantage of because you don't understand social cues very well. That's a conversation hundreds of thousands of parents have with their children probably every day, bro.
Absolutely. I think so. I mean, it's a weird way to frame it that they're not. Yeah, sure.
That they're terrible with social cues, and so it's easy for them to be taken, or they're naive, or they're this, or they're that, right? Well, these are all. And when it comes to human sexuality, it's complex, and so I think you do have to make a distinction between two hyper Christians who get married. Both of them take vows, right? Their entire culture relies upon implied consent when they got married. And suddenly the social cues begin to change. Yeah, I think that has to be taken into account. So I think that they have to be different. I think you have to categorize them differently. I do.
Yeah, I think that it would be a really weird situation to categorize them differently, especially because you're framing it as like Christian couples, like separation of church and state. I don't think that the couple should be held differently depending on whether they're atheist couples, Jewish couples, Islamic couples.
Well, hang on. Perhaps you wouldn't make laws which do that, but morally, can you make the distinction? Can you make the distinction of why it would be? So you can't make the rational distinction that you are in an environment where you're raised ultra-Orthodox Christian, and so is the woman that you married, and you guys have an agreement that you're going to have tons and tons of kids together, and your sexual dynamics are great, and this and that, right? And she changes her mind 2 years later, and you don't think that would cause issues with social cues? Really?
I think it would cause issues with social cues. I don't see how that's different from any other dynamic that you described, though.
Because the interpretation of social cues is going to directly be involved in environmental factors. And that would include marrying somebody who's super Christian and implied consent. The implied consent that comes with the religion creates different social cues than what secularists would have. So when secularists are trying to draft legislation and law and shit like that, they never take that into account. And so that's the problem, is like I do think that these are distinct circumstances and should be looked at as different types of circumstances, yes.
Would you extend the same generosity to Jewish couples and Muslim couples or Islamic couples?
I mean, to an extent, yeah.
Okay, well, at least you're consistent there. Yeah.
Like, to an extent. I mean, I'm not going to be like, I think it would be a difficult case to make that that Allah Akbar, right, got married to a Muslim woman, right? But see, that's harder because consent in
Crazy
Muslim
that you're
marriages,
going with that name. Sure. Okay.
yeah, but consent in Muslim marriages, that's iffy to me anyway, right? I'm not so sure that they're even consenting to them. But if you were somehow able to establish both of them consented to this within the religious framework, got married under the religious framework willingly, and they both get offered implied consent, and then suddenly her social cues started changing, yeah, I would take that in consideration before I would make allegations of that set. Absolutely. And that seems totally reasonable and rational to me.
Yeah, I think you should take everything into account, which is why I think it should be done through like a criminal process. But
Then it's not as simple. Then it's not as simple as just, oh, she said no. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
then it's not as simple as, well, she said no, and that's all we're trying to establish here. Now we just did.
I disagree.
What are you disagreeing with? Then you're just going to contradict yourself because you just got done saying all of it should be taken into consideration, but now it's like, no, a no is a no, a no is a no, and it's like, well, not always, bro. Not really. It doesn't actually work that way.
I did say earlier when I was talking with you that I believe that if it's discussed ahead of time and there's safe words and there's other things, then no is a different story. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, that's going to be the same. No, well, that's because your logic is circular. So yeah, we're going to go in circles because you have circular logic. That's how that works.
Circular. How?
Well, here I'll explain. Please, I'll explain how it's circular. No is no. What about in times and places where no is not no? Well, then I'm not sure that no is no. Okay, well then we have to take that into consideration before we say it's SA. No, we don't, because no is no. That's circular.
Wait, no. Okay, so then you misunderstand my point, or that my perspective on it, where I'm saying that it's very clear if a person is saying no. In almost every single case, with the single exception that I did give.
No, that's not all that clear. It's not all that clear at all. You're just making shit up. What makes that more clear than I'm a hyper-religious man, you're a hyper-religious woman, and this is what we're supposed to be doing, and this is what we've done for the last 10 years, and suddenly the social cues change.
Well, because people...
How's that not as good as like, oh, our safe word is fucking banana slam? You know, it's just as good. It's just as good of a fucking thing to bring up as my safe word is banana slam. Yes, it is. It shows motivation. No, shows motivational distinctions.
People find religion and people lose religion throughout their lives.
Yeah, and people get into hard bondage and they leave hard bondage. What's your point?
That there's safe words involved in bondage if it's done.
So what? Yeah, so what? That has no bearing to do with anything. You're still talking about social conditions and social cues, which can change. And when they change, it can add to leverages of confusion to the person. We're back to the deaf people example. We're back to the deaf people example.
If you got married under the pretense that you guys are both Christian and you both have the same values, and then one person pivots out of that, that was implied because of that, and there's no safe word that the person has, there's no option the person has to potentially rescind consent that you're suggesting was implied.
No, I'm not saying they can't rescind it. What I'm saying is that what the social cue is for the rescinding, right, may not be as obvious as I just said no, stop. Like, it may not be that simple from that context and from that view.
I don't know. I feel like if a person says no and says stop, that's pretty.
Yeah, okay. Unless they're deaf.
Clearly discussed ahead of time.
Unless they're deaf.
Well, I would assume that they would probably have conversations ahead of time about.
They had the conversation ahead of time.
About what happens if one person wants to say no?
No, about she wants him to surprise her with the D.
Okay.
And he did, but she was screaming no the whole time, bro. And you're like, oh, well, okay, wait a second. That changes all the conditionals because of intention. It changes conditionals because of intention.
Very niche example because like almost like a crutch, because it's not realistic. It's very unlikely. But
Who cares?
serves your
Listen,
narrative.
unlikely is not an argument. Unrealistic is not an argument. Those aren't arguments. That's incredulity. I don't give a shit about your incredulity. All I need is for it to happen once. That's it. It happened once, and if it happened once, then suddenly your fucking whole idea for consent goes out the fucking window because it wasn't given and it was rescinded and it still is an essay.
I would say that, okay, so we talked about whether or not it is essay or not, and I said that it was from her perspective and it's not from his, and that I would allow to see a legal court decide it.
Yeah, right. I want somebody else to decide it. I got it. I get it. Someone else gets to decide it. Not you. You could never make such a determination. It's just too complex.
Well, if I was on the jury,
too many complex variables.
I'd like to see all of the details.
I gave you all the evidence. That's all the details. They both agree. These are all the details. They both agree. These are all the details.
They spend weeks in trial going over.
Okay. No. And this is what it all reduces to. They're both deaf, right? She said that she loves it when he does this stuff. And she does. That one time, she fucking hated it. She was screaming, stop, no, right? The neighbors could hear her. She was screaming so loud, but that poor guy couldn't.
Yeah.
So who's right? Who's right?
In that scenario, I would probably find not guilty.
Right, exactly. So consent itself is not the barrier here. It's not the threshold. There's also intentionality, which you're taking into consideration. And if that's the case, then I don't know why you wouldn't do that with religion.
Right back.
Okay, Rob's leaving. All right, yeah. Okay, so the reason I wouldn't do it with religion is because I think that the scenario that you're choosing is very nitpicked, right?
So what? Okay. Tell me why you wouldn't do it with religion.
Give me an example with religion, and I'll tell you what I would do on a jury, and I'll tell you probably that I would not find it the same way.
Yeah,
it's a completely different example.
She says, okay, hey, I consent to have all of your babies and sleep with you forevermore. She puts it in part of her vows, right? Under Jesus Christ, I swear all this, right? Mm-hmm. And he says, okay, they have a pre-discussion about all this. And he's like, look, I'm not going to get married to you if you deny me sex, because I think that that's my noble right as the head of household, that I get sex when I want it. And she agrees. She agrees with that, right?
Yeah.
Now she wakes up, right? She wakes up and he's going at it, right? And they've done this 100 times before, right? She's woken up. Mm-hmm. He wakes her up with the D. And she's like into it. She loves it, blah, 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 blah. This one time, like 2 minutes before he's done, she's like, I don't want to. Hop off. And he keeps going and he finishes, right? And he's like, I didn't really think there was a problem. I don't really think there was a big problem there. Like you implied that you would always consent to this. And she was like, well, just this one time it made me somewhat uncomfortable. Like that guy's going to be a rapist now forever, according to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it depends on the state, but I would say morally, yeah. If you're in North Carolina, there was a case similar where it's like once the man has penetrated the woman, you cannot withdraw consent. It's a really weird law. I think it's outdated. I think they may have changed it, but it was.
I got it. Got it. Hang on. So let's just do a consistency check. Okay.
Sure.
She gets up. She wakes up and she says, "I was paralyzed with fear." So my body language showed that I didn't want this, but he just kept going anyway. What about then?
Yeah, then you have to have a legal trial. It's like, was he capable of this body language?
He was capable of it, but he didn't interpret it that way because it was implied that she consented forever. So he didn't think for a second that he was doing anything wrong from his perspective.
And was how she acted any different than, like, significantly different than previous times? Like,
maybe he was real into it though. He was real into it.
Well, him being into it is not my concern. I assume that he is.
No, but if he's real into it and he doesn't pick up on her rigidity, right, or her reluctance, is it still essay? Is it still essay?
This is the point where I would allow a jury to decide, but I would.
Right, she's just always.
Yes. If I was on the jury,
still yes.
Probably it is.
Yeah, probably yes. So the thing is like, under the conditional, that they've done this hundreds of times before. There's never been any issues before, right? He's doing the same thing he did the last 100 times. There's not even a verbal no, right? And she just says, well, I was just tensing up and I was too afraid to say no. You're still going to side with her based on her perceived post hoc mind state. And that's exactly why I fucking hate you leftists. Because that makes no sense. And you're going to make rapists out of people who are doing nothing wrong at all. That's why I hate you people.
Well,
I literally hate you. I literally hate your guts because of the stupid, unreasoned positions like this that just makes me fucking despise you.
Well, hate's not healthy. I hope you get over that.
I know. Look, I wish I was a better Christian. I didn't hate you bastards so much, but then you guys say shit like this. Then you fucking guys say shit like this, and I just fucking hate these bastards. I do. I hate them because it's completely unreasoned. It makes no sense. It makes rapists out of people who aren't doing any rape. You don't care. You don't care about whether or not you won't take any of the nuance into consideration. He's just straight up a rapist.
I would assume that in that case, the jury would probably knock it down to some type of sexual assault if they were even.
But they didn't. But they didn't. But then she goes. She gets an essay kit.
The case.
You just said if you were on the jury that you would vote that he was guilty. You fuck.
I don't know because you're giving me like no details.
I gave you all the details. I literally gave you every key detail. What key details are we missing here?
Like how?
Yeah, exactly.
Together.
Yeah. Why would that matter? Why would it matter if they were married? Why would it matter if they were married a week or married 8 years?
Well, why would that matter? You described this as a thing that they regularly did with each other.
Oh, so now suddenly their marital history is a little bit more nuanced.
But
that's weird.
I don't think it matters.
Then why bring it up? If it doesn't matter, why bring it up?
I don't think it matters the marriage aspect, or more it matters the relationship aspect. But you're focusing hyper on the marriage because I'm hyper focusing on
marriage. I'm hyper focusing on marriage because in marriage, right, the idea is from a Christian perspective that you're one flesh and you're not supposed to deny each other. That's the idea. Okay, so because of that, people have social cues built into that, right? Husband's not supposed to deny the wife. Husband's not supposed to deny wife. Wife's not supposed to deny husband. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and suddenly you're taking that into consideration. Strange. That's really weird.
I wouldn't take that into consideration because.
Then why are you asking about it? I'm asking how. Why are you saying that that's? Why are you saying that that's a detail of it? Oh, so how long they've been together matters, but not whether or not they took specific vows to each other. That's weird.
Yeah.
Why? Why would one of those matter but the other one not? That is so bizarre. When you're trying to talk about implied consent, that is so bizarre that you would say one of those matters and the other one doesn't. That's the stupidest shit I've heard all day.
Well, I don't know how much dumb stuff you've heard today, but I'm happy to take the crown. No, I think that,
and you can get the jewels in the crown too, bro. I'm going to give you jewels, and we're going to put jewels in your crown, and you're the king. You're the king of absurdism for the day.
We do love that. That's awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, I enjoyed the conversation. I got to get going too. But you have a good day. I bury you it will. I do hate all you bastards though. I do.
Before you pop out, can you just, for the record, state that you just because the initial reason why you got pulled in to begin with, I think, or you jumped in to begin with, because I made a claim. It was a mock debate. You don't actually believe in the sense that men cannot rape their wives. You do believe that can happen. Right, just to be clear for the record.
Yeah, but I also believe that if you utilize the same exact laws in order to prosecute him for assault instead of rape, that it has the exact same effect. It's the exact same shit.
If you are saying that, I'd like to extend an apology and say that was my mistake for misunderstanding the mock debate.
Yeah, that's great that you misunderstood. But the thing is, that's not great. The thing that I don't like is that your position is inconsistent and retarded. I don't like that.
Because we would.
That I don't like.
That would be a disgusting opinion to have, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
No,
what does that have to do with anything?
I think it's good to find common ground as we're wrapping up.
As long as it's reasoned properly, sure, of course. If it's reasoned improperly, then it's just an absurdity. No, we don't both agree because your dumbass has no reasoning for your position. Your reasoning is flawed.
we don't agree that raping in marriage is bad.
No, we don't agree on what the category of that is. That's the problem. We agree that it's bad, but we can't agree on the category. So how can we agree ultimately thing bad if we can't agree on what thing is?
Well, we agreed on the legal description of it because it's state by
Not
state.
really.
Often has to do with penetration.
Not really. Because like you just said, it's state by state, meaning states don't even agree on it.
If anything, you would say that it's always bad that it's rape, but there's assaults that should be considered bad and as bad as rape because it happens to men. That's my understanding of mostly of what you said.
No, that was me showing an inconsistency that was me showing an inconsistency in feminist ideology and tying that together with my with my overall worldview. That was me tying that in with my overall worldview. What do you mean?
You don't believe that.
I just told you what I believe 5 times, retard. Can you tell me what it is that I believe now? Can you even tell me?
You
don't know
it a couple times, so I
haven't changed anything. I've changed nothing. You just you're inconsistent and have an unreasoned position.
I'm just asking you to say that marital rape is across the board bad.
If we can agree on the category, yeah.
What do you mean?
From my category, yes, but from your category, maybe not.
So
that's
your
the problem.
category is like, okay, your category being that like somebody is
I wouldn't say if I gave you this, if I was given the same exact details you were given for that case that you would vote guilty on for SA, I would vote that he's not guilty. So we're not agreeing to the category here.
Both of us have almost no details because it's like a 20, 30, 40-second thing that you went through. But sure, yeah.
Well, wait, we have every key detail you would want. All of them.
I assume that any case would have a lot more detail explaining the dynamics of things. No case.
What key details? What key details are we missing? What key details are we missing?
Do you think most rape cases are like just covering bullshit for like 90%?
No, I think most trials are speedy. They're only a couple of days, and it reduces down to a couple pieces of key evidence. That's what I think.
A couple of days, exactly. And so we're spending it all in like.
What was the second part of that I just said? What was the second part I said? Reduces down to
pieces of evidence, right?
A couple of pieces of key evidence. Yep.
Yeah.
It's very convenient that you state the first part but wouldn't state the second part.
Okay.
Yeah. So why are you strawmanning the position? The position isn't, it takes a couple of days. It takes a couple of days and reduces to a couple of pieces of key evidence. And I gave you those key pieces of evidence.
I'm just asking you because Rob will frequently try to frame me as somebody that defends child abusers, and I don't. And I will explain my position at length with him when I'm able to.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not Rob. I don't care about the dynamic there.
Sure. And so in this situation, my understanding was that you have this opinion, and I'm trying to ask, would you say that emphatically no to this, and you are not?
Under what I would categorize as this, yes. Under what you would categorize on this, I'm not so sure, because as we keep going through the categories, you keep contradicting yourself. Like
Keyline, let me clear this up for you, right? Like, are you asking Andrew if a husband holds down his wife, chokes her nearly to death, and penetrates her against her will as she's screaming and fighting back? Yeah, he thinks that's bad. If it's something that's far more nuanced that you yourself would say, she said no, therefore it's always wrong, he would say, no, I don't have your same view on that. Clear it up for you?
Andrew, is that you're in agreement with what he's saying?
I defined it this way like 5 times.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. I'm content with that, I would say.
I don't care what you're content with. I'm focusing on your inconsistencies. I'm not inconsistent. I'm focusing on your inconsistencies here, bro.
Well,
I'm totally consistent. My logic and reasoning is unimpeachable, sir. Yours, not so much.
You were having mock debates where you were defending this, so you can understand my confusion.
Even in the mock debate, which granted was mock in the sense that we were both just going.
I was not aware that it was a mock.
It doesn't
debate
matter.
You guys really need to have like a fucking banner on the bottom.
We do.
You did not.
Even in even in that context, he's not saying what you thought he said. He's basically making the argument here that he's making now, right? Where he's saying, like, maybe you would call it something different, right?
No. In the past debate, specifically, he got into whether a man could physically rape his wife.
I don't
because
remember.
they share the same body in the Bible, and you cannot rape yourself.
Yeah.
I remember distinctly because it was
from a Christian from a Christian view, this is the justification which was used for the anti-marital rape laws. What they did instead was they deferred to assault for the same crime. That's why I'm saying there's category differences, and you just refuse to acknowledge the nuance there.
I acknowledge that there's nuance based on relationships. I don't necessarily see a reason. We're going to go in circles. It was great talking with you, but...
Here, no. Let's finish it like this. Let's just finish like this. Mm-hmm. So let's say that from a Christian worldview, they don't believe that spouses can essay each other. You think they're wrong, right?
Yeah, I think spouses can essay each other.
Got it. But you agree with me that from the Christian view, in this hypothetical, the Christian doesn't agree, right?
Yes, if that was the point. If that's a opinion that people hold,
Yes, okay, got it. Now, let's say for a second that the Christians, they have their own courts, and inside of these courts, everything that you, from your view, would consider rape to be, they prosecute that same thing just under something not called rape, but assault. Do you have any moral qualms with that at all now?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. But what? What would it be?
One is a sexual offense that would require people to register on the sex offense registry. The other is a crime that is just a felony.
Okay, in this Christian land, nobody ever has to register for sexual crimes, let's say, for some reason.
Well, then I would take issue with that as well.
That's nice, but that's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is what would actually be a moral issue with them categorizing that as assault.
It's such a weird question. Can I just reframe it as I'm understanding it?
What the fuck is all that background noise?
It's probably me. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm tightening the screw here on my mic. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
My fault.
Go. So I don't want to hear how weird the question is. I just want you to answer it.
Yeah, because it's like if somebody committed murder, but instead we charged them with terrorism.
If the view of a tribe is there's no such thing as murder, they don't believe that, but they prosecute under hush. They prosecute under the same criteria for the same exact thing with the same exact punishment you would recommend for that crime. They call it something else. What's the problem now? What's the actual issue?
I think that also leans into people that are in relationships with their significant others that they've married to are less likely to recognize the abuse that they're facing to the significance of what is occurring. Because if that becomes normalized and they're like, well, it can't be rape because they're married, they may not view it as rape and they may not understand what happened to them. And that's
then like if they don't view it as rape, how is it rape?
Well, they experience it as rape.
Well, what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
It does.
When you say I don't recognize myself as being raped, you could be lying?
No, it has to do more with like the verbiage, just the verbiage of it. So it's like the people that came back from like wars prior to the understanding of PTSD, they described it as shell shock, they described it as other things. They didn't have the necessarily words to describe what they were experiencing. I would say the person, and that was more difficult for them. It made it harder for them to like.
Yeah, but if they do understand what the categories, they understand the categories and just reject them. They reject these categories. Not that they don't understand, they just reject it. They're just like, no, that's not how we categorize these things.
Yeah, I think
we categorize them differently.
I think that could be harmful to the victim. Yeah.
So you get to tell whole societies how they're allowed to operate within their moral systems from your fucking secular view.
At what point am I preaching to any society and telling them they're wrong for doing it?
Well, you just said that. You just said
I would do it.
Well, wait, didn't you say it's morally? So it's not morally wrong for them to do that?
we don't live in Keyline's world where I'm a dictator.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Is it morally wrong for them to do that?
Is it morally wrong for them to do that? No,
Yeah.
I think it's a
Yeah.
mistake.
Oh well, then I don't
It's a
care.
mistake
Then I don't.
that
Then I don't
hurts
care.
other people and
Yeah. Then I don't care.
and causes
Then I don't
more
care.
harm. But
Yeah, I don't care.
think it's intentionally bad.
Yeah. If it's not
Which is
more
what I
immoral,
think.
if it's not immoral, why do I care?
Well, because
Why do
I
I care?
think you could assume that like if you told a bunch of 10-year-old or no, excuse me, you told like a bunch of 2-year-olds that you can breathe underwater because you truly believed that you could, and
Yeah.
then some of them drowned, you are not doing an immoral act because you don't
Yeah, you
actually
are.
intend to hurt anyone.
You
No,
are.
no, no.
Yeah, you are. You are doing an immoral act. Yeah.
Okay. Well, me and Rob were earlier had a different disagreement about morality. There has to be an intention of
Yeah, that's nice, but I believe in universal categories because I'm a Christian, so I believe in universal
Okay.
morality. You see the
So you
distinction
think
there?
if people can make mistakes that are immoral.
Also, you
Oh yeah.
mischaracterized what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. Not only can they make mistakes that are immoral, but if our view is that morality is written on your heart. You even know generally that you're doing something.
Do you think manslaughter is immoral?
Contextually, it can be.
Okay. Well, you would agree that it's a mistake and that ending another person's life would be immoral. So why is it contextually?
Well, because that would apply to the universal. So if I say universally manslaughter can be immoral, I'm making a universal claim and there's no contradiction. Do we agree?
Well, but it ends in the death of another person.
I want to start with agreement versus disagreement. If I claim a universal, right, which is that manslaughter can be immoral, right, I am making a universal claim, right? And there is no contradiction,
absolutely.
correct? And there's no contradiction, correct? Stop.
Are you
There's no contradiction. Stop. There's no contradiction, right?
Can I don't understand. Are you asking me if
you don't understand? Is it P? No, I'm asking if there's a contradiction. Is it P and not P?
Yeah, no, your logic is sound. Yes.
Okay, great. Then the thing is like if there's no contradiction and I'm making a universal, then there's no problem with me doing that. The problem that you have is that you use a harm principle for what's immoral and just said that even though you think that this society would be doing something which would exacerbate harm, it's still not immoral. You're inconsistent and contradictory. That's P and not P.
I disagree. I'm confused.
Well, how do you disagree? How do you disagree? I asked you if your standard for morality is the harm principle. You say that they're doing something which perpetuates harm. That would mean that it is immoral. And you just said it wasn't. That's P and not P.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So I would.
Yeah. That's a contradiction. You just got caught in a performative contradiction, man.
At no point did I state myself as a utilitarian that subscribes to the harm.
I didn't say you were a utilitarian. You said that you would disagree with it because it perpetuates harm. My assumption then is that the harm principle is what you base morality on. What else could it be?
Well, that is effectively utilitarianism, is it not?
That doesn't mean you're a utilitarian. No. You could have some preference-based harm principle that has nothing to do with mathematical utils. Utilitarianism is based around mathematical hedonism, and you could have a preference towards harm and not add any utils to it at all.
I would like to say that I think I would advocate for a morality that reduces harm. I think also morality in general requires a conscious decision, though.
So it's P and not P.
Like if you but if you believe that you are doing a good for the society, right? Like you're like, hey, this other country is threatening to attack us and they're really fucking bad and they have child slave camps and they're doing all the terrible things and they're going to attack us and we should go invade them. And you do this and it ends up backfiring in a massive way where you lose a lot of land to them and thousands of people, millions of people die. That would be harmful. Would I say that was an immoral decision? I would say probably not. I wouldn't say that morality should be based solely on the outcome, which it sounds like what you're describing.
No, it should be based on harm reduction.
Exactly. But if you don't know that you're causing the harm, right, it has to be intention based, right? Because otherwise you're basing it
see.
off of.
I see. Well, then now you're in a worse contradiction of P and not P, because before it was no means no, right? And now it's, well, the person has to have some intentionality where they understand that the no meant no. Otherwise,
No, I agree.
otherwise,
I would see
so
to see
then,
that in the court case. Yeah, and I would say
so then
that
you're
a
just
person
so you're just a
should be.
contradiction machine, bro. You're a contradiction machine. Just
We
P not P,
specifically talked.
P not P.
We talked about this earlier with the deaf couple that you described and other things. I don't know. I think I've been pretty consistent, but
You've been pretty consistent in making contradictions.
well,
I mean, you've
I
been very
think that
consistent. You've been very consistent about that. Circular logic and contradictions, yes.
And I will say that's consistently upon years of conversations I've had with you. So you're
Anyway,
consistent
I
in your
hope.
inconsistency.
Anyway, have a good day, man. I'll talk to you another time.
See you, Andrew.
we might. Take care. Rob, is
All
there
right,
anything?
Keyline.
I'm gonna head out soon, but do you have
Yes,
any
that
last
sounds.
things or?
No. I think that
Cool.
the only thing I wanted to say with you was two things: the grotesque idea of not allowing retribution or punishment to child sex offenders is disgusting. The other part is we should not, although I, in my sense of morality, are willing to look at things and try to give a fair shake, we should not give in to people like you that are asking of those things who actually want these open border policies in the first place. You feign sort of interest in the concept of justice to achieve the political outcomes you want, and I find it despicable. That's it. That's my point.
That's fair.
As
Yeah,
is
I mean,
evidenced by the fact that you're like, yeah, sure, we should secure the border, but as soon as they cross that line, we should never deport them unless they engage in a violent crime. That's it. I think it's evident.
I think focus. Well, I mean, we're talking about 20 million, right? I assume you would also agree that at least the focus should be on people that committed violent crimes. Would you not?
I irrelevant question to ask me. I don't
Why?
like, as soon as I say if I had to choose between the serial killer or the person that's not the serial killer, would I focus on the serial killer? Yes. Not that simple. I think the focus should be on deporting all of them. If all things are equal, we should get the worst people first, but we should also go after the people where we know it'd be easiest to ensure that the most deport. If we only go after the serial killers, then that means that the people that are here that aren't those would be people that wouldn't have an interest in self-deporting. By going after people that are both the most violent and those that aren't, it shows interest that we're serious about keeping our border secure from all of these people, and it may encourage some of them to self-deport. There would be no incentive for self-deportation for anyone that wasn't a violent criminal, that was just an illegal under your system. Therefore, we should deport all swaths of them. It's like sort of like fishing. Sure, when I go fishing, I want to catch the biggest fish, but I also don't mind catching a bunch of little fish if I see them right next to the bank and I want to throw in. All good. Catch them all. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I think that they're different than fish, but I
Oh,
think
yes,
that the
there's
focus,
utility in fish. The illegals, not so much.
the focus should.
I'm
Oh,
just
there's
kidding.
utility in a lot of them. Yeah, I think you acknowledge that they make
No.
up a large portion of the workforce.
No. All joking aside, utility is a joke, obviously, but no. Of course, no. You could say that there's utility in a violent criminal as well. You would agree with that, right?
In terms of studying them to understand why they commit the
Not
crime,
just
I'm fine on.
that. Just because someone's like, let's say someone like commits an assault at a bar, that's a violent criminal. You're saying their life can't have value? They can't accomplish good deeds?
No, they can, but if they're going to continue
Fair
to
enough.
assault people, that outweighs the good deeds by a
Correct.
long
The
shot.
crime
Yeah.
makes the rest of the utility irrelevant. The crime should be
Well,
punished. Same here.
The repeated crime, the threat of repeated crime. Yeah.
Okay, every day these illegals are here, the crime continues. Would you stop a violent assaulter in the middle of an assault?
Yes, I would.
Then I would stop the illegal immigrant in the process of them being illegal, which is now.
Yeah, I think it's a non-violent crime. I think it's different, but
It's irrelevant. Okay, would you stop the tax cheat from being a tax cheat?
I would. I probably wouldn't jail.
That's
them.
non-violent, though.
I'd probably just take financial assets.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that the Supreme Court said that deportation is not a criminal penalty? It's a civil one?
I was not aware of that. That's interesting.
Lopez Mendoza, I think, is the case.
Was that recent or no?
70s, I think.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah. So, given that, if that's true, then deportation's okay because it's just a civil matter to you?
No, I would still be against
You
it.
say
but
it's an
it is
act of
interesting. I'd have
violence.
to look into it more. I think a lot of the ways that it's done can be acts of violence. Yeah, I don't think that
No.
is
You
inherently.
said. No, wait a minute. You said earlier the deportation itself to countries they don't want to go to is an act of violence.
Well, I said to third-party countries. Yes.
Okay, so if someone's Mexican, we deport them back to Mexico. Not an act of violence.
That's very different than sending them to like the El Salvadorian prison. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
how many have
very
we sent to an El Salvadorian prison?
That's a great question. I don't know.
How many? So you got Kimar Abreu Garcia. The rest of them have all been accused of being basically narco terrorists under the Alien Enemies Act. If that's true, you have no problem with that, right?
They're smuggling in narcotics?
No. If these are Trans de Argabo members and they're getting sent to an El Salvadorian prison, you don't have a problem with that.
I don't know enough about what you're talking about. I'll be honest with you.
But you spoke of this as an act of violence. Surely you have some idea. All you know is people got sent to El Salvador and that's enough to make a claim about how violent this is without looking into the individual cases?
People that are not from El Salvador being sent to El Salvador to house them in prisons is not a. I would say that's an act of violence. Yes.
Why?
Because
what if they're serial killers still?
Well, they have notorious. Well, you can still commit acts of violence against serial killers. You're talking about retribution. Like if you do something bad to somebody that did bad things, it's not violent. Yeah,
we're talking about isolating people.
Your
argument it seemed to be that you have this weird version of what you claim a proprietary definition of punishment. And you are against that, but you are for the permanent retention of people that you think are likely to be repeat offenders away from society. Why would it matter if it's El Salvador?
Because it's specifically worse. That's why we're.
In what way?
My understanding is that they have very overcrowding, that they have very strict rules. There's a lot of abuse that goes on in those prisons.
You didn't care. You preferred it before. You preferred El Salvador before that, when it was the murder capital of the world.
Oh, okay. We're talking about their prison system versus their just crime rate. I think these are different things.
Why do you think the crime rates declined so precipitously? You think it had anything to do with the prison system?
I think that they probably had a large crackdown, similar to how New York did in the 80s and 90s. Where there was
it's almost like, and so what would you do with that large crackdown? How would you facilitate?
There's
comfy resorts?
There's a lot of brutality that comes with those crackdowns that then people are sent to prison
worth it?
And they're treated. It's a great question. I think it depends on the situation. Are we talking about New York?
I would say taking your country
I don't know enough about El Salvador.
I would say taking your country from the murder capital of the world to one of the most safe is worth it.
Yeah, I would say that that's good. I would say that that's ultimately a good thing to have happen. I think that putting people
what if we have this narco terrorist and he's from Colombia and we're like, okay, we're deporting you to Colombia, and Colombia says, why don't we want that guy? We don't want this fucking terrorist. What do we do then?
I don't understand why we're listening. If they're from Colombia, they're going back to Colombia.
What? Even against the government of Colombia's will? We just drop them off there.
Since
violent narco terrorists, we drop off.
Since when has that mattered to Trump, though? Like, it's not a.
Well, if nothing else, you could say this, right? The idea is we don't want them to be recidivist and come back, right? If we drop them off to a country that pats them on the back and sends them up north, how the fuck's that helping us?
You understand that he would just say, oh, like, they're not cooperating. We're going to implement 10,000 times tariffs on.
Sure. So
Colombia
who's to say they don't take them and then say, okay, get the fuck out of here? How's Trump going to know that? He's going to monitor it? Or why wouldn't he just have a place that he knows they could send that they'll be reliably detained?
Because that's not our role to do that. I don't think that we should be sending people to send them to third-party countries and then they just disappear.
Says who?
For
violent criminals?
Currently, yeah.
For violent criminals? I disagree. I think that now there's a question. I think if you're sending people that aren't violent criminals, it's different. That I agree with. Right? So if it's just some guy that's here from Canada and we send him back to El Salvador, that's a bit fucked up. But if it's a violent terrorist, what's the difference? We send him to Guantanamo Bay, that's better in Cuba?
I don't think we should be sending people to Guantanamo Bay either.
You don't believe in punishment.
Well, I don't believe in torture, it's
not torture. Define torture.
Well, no, that what is it? How'd they describe it? Enhanced interrogation.
That's a different question altogether than the detention. Do you think everyone that was at Guantanamo Bay suffered enhanced interrogation?
No, it was a specific number of people.
Okay. All right. I'll see you later then.
All
Try
right.
not to be a scumbag lefty. Stay off the streets. I know you probably haven't incentive to head out there.
It was good talking to you, Rob. I know there was some contention, but I appreciate you having me on. I would look forward to talking to you in the future.
Well, I don't really like talking to people that believe in the immorality of punishment for child sex offenders.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I've stated my claim. I think it's you framed it in a way, but
in a truthful way. We went through painstakingly the definition.
Yeah, and I agree with locking them away.
You don't agree in the concept of retribution.
No, because I think that's we're gonna go in circles.
That's right.
It was
all
great
right,
talking
we'll
with
see you
Rob.
then. All right, who do we got left here? Sal. What's up, Sal?
Hey, Rob. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I wanted to ask you about the Ashli Babbitt comparison you were making with the Renee Good situation and the Alex situation. You understand that there's a huge difference in going at somebody pointing a gun at you, being inside a federal building when a federal election is being certified, and these supporters rapidly coming after you. You understand there's a huge difference between what happened there and what happened with Alex, for example, who was just, trying to get in between a fight. He was pretty much just trying to stop a fight. It didn't seem like the ICE agent was arresting either of the two women. And Alex just got in between and tried to stop the fight. That if they were trying to arrest any of the women, they would have pulled out handcuffs. They would have pulled out, some kind of weapon, either pepper spray or some kind of taser or something. And and really quick, I know pepper spray was brought out eventually. And I want to ask you, do you think somebody who has pepper spray in their eyes and has 6 or 7 ICE agents around them, do you think that person thinks that they're going to be able to defend themselves using a weapon, using their concealed weapon?
Okay, 2 questions. First, let's start with the first. Absolutely right. There are significant differences with what happened with Renee Good and this gentleman today versus Ashli Babbitt. Both Renee Good and this gentleman had lethal weapons as they assaulted police officers. That did not happen with Ashli Babbitt. We have no evidence of her assaulting an officer, nor do we have evidence of her having a lethal weapon. And so in both situations, we see that what happened with these 2 people was more justified on just those metrics alone. The fact that an officer, quote, had a gun pointed that makes it different is absurd, right? The idea that you're having a violent altercation with a police officer, but they didn't currently have the gun drawn on you, therefore it's somehow unexpected, is nonsensical. I welcome you to try that experiment or ask anyone with the legal defense, and they would say that that is absolutely fucking moronic. This is just something that lefties try to say to justify their hatred of Ashli Babbitt and what happened to her. Oh, if he wouldn't have had a gun drawn and just said, I'm going to shoot you, you would have said, oh, then it was an illogical shoot. He can't do it. But the fact he had the gun pointed, then it's okay. Similarly, if they would have had the gun pointed right here at Renee Good, if they had the gun pointed longer, then you would have said, oh, it's a lawful shoot. So I'll ask you before I get to your second question, how long does a gun need to be pointed?
Yeah,
let me finish. How long does a gun have to be pointed from law enforcement giving you lawful orders before you say, well, the shooting was justified?
Rob, it doesn't have to be law enforcement. Let's say you're at Walmart and some hobo.
No, but it is law enforcement. That's what we're... No, but it is law enforcement.
At Walmart and some hobo is coming at the law enforcement and he has the gun pointed at the hobo. Yes, obviously that would be more like, you don't know if that person is under some kind of substance. You don't know if that person has a concealed weapon like Alex did. Ashli Babbitt could have easily had a concealed weapon like Alex did. But
what's the relevance to what we're talking about right here, which is whether or not the law enforcement officer has the gun pointed or not? You said that, yes, if the gun had been pointed in the situation of Renee Good or assumably here, then it would make sense at that point for the shoot. It would be a legitimate shoot. Explain.
If for example, there was an arrest going on with Alex or Renee Good, and they pulled out their gun because they thought that she had some kind of weapon in her car or something.
Forget that because they thought that's irrelevant.
My analogy is fitting perfectly. Let's pretend that they did have more of a reason to think that Alex could be dangerous or Renee.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. They had the gun pointed
at them. No, I would say you either flee, but if that person still attacks, then yes.
So just to be just to be clear, let's be clear. Let's be clear. You changed the analogy to said if there's reason to suspect they have a weapon. Did Bird have reason to suspect that Ashli Babbitt was armed?
Rob, were people getting checked on their way into the Capitol? I'm asking you.
I asked you a question.
How could Bird know that she didn't until after the fact, until days after that nobody was armed? How would Bird know that?
So it seems that your answer is no, he didn't know, but he had reason to not know, correct?
He had reason to suspect that she might, if she's coming at...
Okay, why didn't they have reason to suspect Renee Good had a weapon? Why didn't they have reason to suspect that Renee Good had a weapon?
If they did, they would have had their weapons pointed at her way beforehand.
You don't know that? That's not true.
What do you mean? Yes, of course that's true.
It's not true. I interact with police officers all the time when I'm open carrying and they don't point their guns at me.
Right. If they deem her a legitimate threat, then of course they would pull out their weapons beforehand.
They did. They did. Once she started to advance forward, they viewed her as a legitimate threat.
So bad faith that you're going to say in the milliseconds that Ross pulled his weapon out, that Renee should have automatically complied and known. And that
that's not
completely different than Ashli Babbitt for minutes going after Bird.
If you would listen, speaking of bad faith, if you'd listen, you would hear what I'm saying. So give me a chance to explain this. Anyone in their right mind knows that law enforcement officers are armed. So the idea that you could attack, advance upon, etc., law enforcement officer, if they don't have their gun pulled at you, and that's totally understandable, but if they do pull the gun, then it's like, oh shit, you're not allowed to do that, is laughable. The fact that if Michael Bird didn't have his gun pointed and that all of a sudden he would have unholstered and shot would have made it more or less legal is absurd. There is no legal theory whatsoever that says that. Ashli Babbitt would have suspected Michael Bird, but let me finish. Ashli Babbitt would have assumed Michael Bird was armed, just like Renee Good would have assumed the officers stopping her were armed, just like this gentleman today would have assumed the officers with him were armed. Attacking an armed officer and saying, oh, I wouldn't have attacked if he had his gun drawn, so therefore you're not allowed to defend yourself with the gun if I'm attacking you before the gun is drawn, is one of the dumbest claims I've ever heard.
Rob, do you defend Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
You do. Because he had a weapon and people were going at him while he had a weapon. So it's reasonable to think that those people may have a concealed weapon, some kind of knife.
Wait. Okay, let's pause.
Let's pause. The weapon away from Kyle Rittenhouse or anybody who's shooting a gun at another person.
Here we go.
It's easy to assume that person is going to try and take the weapon out of their hands and use it against them.
Here you go, just rambling on. Right, so it's reasonable to assume, if it's reasonable to assume someone has a weapon and you come at them, you ought to expect to get shot? That's your argument?
If somebody has their weapon pointed at you and they're warning you to back off,
that's not what you said.
Yes, that is my argument.
You said if it's, you said if it's reasonable to assume that they have a weapon and you go at them, you should expect to be shot. That was your claim, correct?
This is what I'm going to pause
and we're going to get an answer to this question. You just said if it's reasonable. Do you see what you know just happened is you just contradicted yourself. You said, and I quote, if it's reasonable to assume that they have a weapon and you come at them, you can expect to be shot, correct? Just say yes or no.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying...
Then what were you talking about reasonable to assume they had a weapon? Explain what you meant by that.
If they are not in fear for their life and because somebody has a weapon pointed at them and they're still going at the person who has the weapon in their hands, then it's safe to assume that that person is going to take the weapon away and use it against that person, or that they may have a knife, or that they may have some kind of weapon that works at a closer range, some pepper spray that they can use first and then take the weapon away.
Is it
There's
reasonable?
so many possibilities.
Is it reasonable to assume law enforcement officers have weapons?
Of course.
So then your example when you were talking about Rittenhouse contradicts what you're trying to say. Yes, of course, Renee Good and this gentleman today, it would have been reasonable for them to both assume before getting in altercations with police that their opponents were armed, correct?
You're not saying it. Yeah, obviously,
Right?
yeah.
And so again, there is no differentiation as to whether the officer had the gun pulled pointing at her as she advanced the car forward, or she advanced the car forward into a law enforcement officer that was armed, and then he drew the gun and fired. Both situations identical.
There's a huge difference in those situations.
There's
yes,
not.
The weapon being out of the holster. What are you talking about? Ask anybody who's ever owned a gun. Or
go find a cop. Go punch a cop right now.
You don't take out the weapon unless you're planning on using it. You know this. I don't know why you're trying to make the stupid point.
Right? Okay. You don't take out the weapon unless
being
you're...
pointed
So does that mean...
is a big difference than it being in the holster.
So just to be clear, your argument is you don't take out a weapon unless you plan on using it. Therefore, if you're punching and beating the shit out of or using lethal force against a law enforcement officer and they haven't brought their gun out, you should not be expecting for them to bring the gun out and use it. That's your argument.
You're getting distracted. That's
I'm not
the
getting
point.
distracted. That's the exact
I'm not
scenario.
justifying attacking federal agents. Well, you're trying to change this conversation into something
I'm not trying
stupid.
to change the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation stupid. So, from the perspective of a law enforcement officer, if you have the exact same situation with Renee Good, if he had the gun pointed and the exact same thing happens, is it a lawful shoot?
If the agents came up to her with their weapons drawn and she still... Now, I still think there's a difference between going at someone and fleeing, but I would give it more of a reason to apprehend Renee Good or whoever is fleeing, because at that point, I'm assuming that
we're not talking about apprehension. We're talking about the shooting. We're not talking about apprehension. We're talking about the shooting.
Because they may be intoxicated or something.
We're not talking about apprehension. We're asking whether or not we're trying to make this as apples as clear as possible. On scenario 1, we have the scenario as it played out. On scenario 2, the exact same scenario, except the officer's gun's drawn. Is the shoot good in the second scenario, but not in the first?
Describe those situations again. I think it's very simple what I'm pointing out. If the weapon is drawn and you still try to attack that person who has the weapon,
if you attack a cop, you're a fucking idiot.
Justified.
You know they're armed.
If that person flees, depending on the state, you know how those laws work. You know that it depends on the state.
Yes, I know how the laws work. If you attack a police officer thinking maybe they won't deploy their gun, you're a fucking idiot.
You still think Renee was attacking that officer? You still think that she was...
I think the question of whether or not the officer's gun was drawn at the time she advanced his vehicle towards him is irrelevant as to whether or not it was a lawful shoot. Your argument is that it is of key relevance.
It's completely significant.
It is not. Show me the law. Show me the law.
The amount of time that Ashli Babbitt had to recognize that a weapon was drawn compared to Renee Good.
You're making the claim. Show me the law.
I have to spell this out for you, Rob. I sincerely don't know how this has to be spelled out for you.
Show me the law. Where does it say
I'll
the
find
officer's justified in shooting if his gun's already drawn? Show me. Show me one time where that's occurred. Go ahead.
I'll find it to you and I'll send it to you. But like I said, it depends on the
because
state.
You're lying because it doesn't exist.
Law, in court, obviously these things are taken into account.
Show me one trial it's ever taken into account in this sense.
The draw time or it's about the reasonable threat to bodily harm or being unalive.
That is absolutely correct. You are absolutely right. That's what it's about. So, in the case of the Renee Good shooting, what it would be about was if the officer reasonably felt that his life was in danger, it would be irrelevant to say, oh, his gun was drawn, so that impacts his reasonable fear. That's irrelevant. That's all that matters in that case. Saying, oh, if he had his gun drawn and was like this, and then she advanced towards him, now it's a reasonable shoot. But if he didn't, and instead she started coming at him and he drew it and fired, now it's an unreasonable shoot, is ridiculous.
It is a ridiculous point, especially because what it seems to be implying, correct me if I'm wrong, your argument's something like this. Well, if the gun was drawn, now it's serious business. Now the people know, oh, I can't fuck around, the gun's drawn. But if the gun's not drawn, then they're not looking at it like that. Is that you're correct? Is that the interpretation you have?
Can you repeat that last question, Rob?
Yes, your argument seems to be if the gun's drawn, now it's like, the person that the gun's drawn against, like, this is serious business. I better mind my P's and Q's. But if the gun's not drawn, then they're not thinking of it that way.
Yeah, I think there's a huge difference between drawing your weapon and having the intention to use it.
No, see, so you said yes. And what I'm telling you is that is irrelevant when it comes to perceived or actual attacks against law enforcement. Particularly because everybody knows that law enforcement's armed, right? So if you're willing to jeopardize a law enforcement's life through a vehicle or through a violent interaction and what's perceived in this case as a possible firearm being deployed while resisting arrest, it's irrelevant as to whether or not the cops already had their guns deployed. Again, now let's take this situation. If, as this gentleman's being wrestled to the ground today, 3 guns had their guns pointed at him and the exact same situation plays out, is it now a justified shoot in your mind?
If Alex had, if he was interfering in an arrest, then
he
yeah.
Was. He already was.
No, he wasn't.
That's
he wasn't.
Bullshit.
You don't know that.
Define arrest.
You don't know that. You don't know that those
so
two women were being arrested.
just to be clear, if I see police macing a woman and then coming at her and I interfere with that, that's not a crime. That's not interfering with an arrest. But if I see them do the same thing and then reach for handcuffs, now I can't do it? That's your argument?
Look, there's still details that we don't know, and I don't think either of us can claim to know whether an arrest or was actually happening.
It's irrelevant in this sense. In this sense, it's irrelevant. I would be interested to see the case law that differentiates between whether or not it's lawful for you to intervene in an application of force to a person based on if you thought they were going to arrest that person or not.
An application of force to a person versus whether that person was going to be arrested or not?
Correct. In this context, what I'm talking about specifically is if you say, well, just because they saw them pepper spray that woman and then go towards her, he wasn't sure that they were going to arrest her, would be irrelevant in this equation. By putting his hands on police officer and preventing them from going towards the woman, it's the same as to whether or not that cop was going to say either A, I was just going to administer aid to her face, or B, I was going to handcuff her. It is irrelevant in that context. You cannot interfere with police trying to go after a suspect or going after someone in a confrontation this way. It doesn't matter if the officer, if you say, I assume the officer wasn't going to arrest her. That's irrelevant to the equation. Just like whether or not he had his gun drawn is irrelevant as to whether or not it was a justified shooting. Again, what I don't understand, I can make the case for you guys, and I haven't made up my mind yet. I can make the case for the left 50 times better than all you fucking morons that calling in are, right? It would be this. Listen, the guy was on his hands and knees, and it's clear that the gun seemed to be out of his reach at the time that the shots came in.
Exactly.
That's where the question isn't, did they have their guns drawn before they shot? Did they have the guns drawn before they shot Renee Good? That's irrelevant stupidity.
I brought that up just to compare the Renee situation with the Ashli Babbitt situation. With the Alex situation is slightly different. And yeah, the gun being drawn is obviously not a factor with Alex. With Renee and Ashli was obviously very good. I was confident both.
It's irrelevant.
No, what I'm saying is that
I just want to be clear. If Michael Bird had his gun drawn, let's do this just to make this as clear as possible. Then, if Michael Bird hadn't had his gun drawn, then the shooting would have been unjustified. If she just advanced towards him and he drew right there and shot, that's an unjustified shoot in your mind. He's yelling, "Stop! Stop! Don't come any further!" But his gun's not drawn. Then it's a bad shoot. This
distinction is silly. It's just you trying to divert the conversation into something that...
You literally just said it's only about 2 things. Renee Good versus Ashli Babbitt. Great.
If that didn't happen... Okay, here, I'll engage. Sure. If Bird didn't have his weapon drawn and he was just warning her to not get closer, and then she did, and you know, he didn't know what she was going to do. I mean... I think the drawing of the weapon is a big factor. Yes, the reality is it happened, and in the way it happened, it's completely justified. Now, I don't know.
You have no
why
clue.
you're
The
making this
reality
argument.
is, you're
Look,
equivocate.
I
The
know how to explain it
reality
to you. I
is,
know how
the
to explain it to you.
reality is. I'll
Whenever
explain
a
the
weapon
reality.
is drawn
I'll
by
explain
a
the
law
reality.
enforcement officer,
I'll explain the reality to you. The reality is, you're a scumbag hypocrite that was okay with the shooting of Ashli Babbitt, and so you're clutching at anything because no
you're
two
the hypocrite,
situations.
dude.
Let me
I'm not
finish.
the fucking
Let me
hypocrite.
finish. No two situations are completely apples to apples ever. So you're finding some irrelevant detail to say, this is why I justify the shooting of Ashli Babbitt, but not Renee Good. When in almost all circumstances, the shooting of Renee Good would be far more justified, even if you think that the shooting of Ashli Babbitt was justified. Ashli Babbitt posed no visible threat to life to Michael Byrd. None. At all. That's not the case with Renee Good. The officer had a reasonable fear for his life and, in fact, had been clipped by the vehicle, which would be a deadly weapon. And your argument's like, yeah, but Michael Byrd had his gun drawn, so therefore that's different, is nonsensical. In both the case of Renee Good and Ashli Babbitt, they both would have been imminently aware that the officer in front of them was armed. Do you disagree with that? Do you think there was any doubt in both situations that they knew the officer in front of them was armed?
Look, yeah, obviously law enforcement are armed, okay?
Right.
But whenever they draw a weapon, they assume the situation is threatening to themselves or the public around them. That's the big difference. Whenever a weapon is drawn, they deem that person an actual threat, beyond, any suspicion.
Okay.
At that point, there's a big difference in having your gun drawn versus not. Do you understand that?
No, I do not.
You don't
It's
think,
different. It's like saying it is. Okay, I'll explain to you. I'll explain to you. I'll explain to you. There is a difference in this sense. Isn't there a big difference when an officer wears a black uniform as opposed to a blue uniform? Isn't that a difference? Just answer yes or no. Is that a difference?
It is a difference, but it's not like having your weapon drawn versus not.
I think that Michael Byrd was wearing a blue uniform, right? And so therefore it's, that shooting's not justified. But I think it was like
what
a
are you talking
fatigue
about?
step uniform. Yep, those are different. It's different. So Renee Good shooting was justified. It's different. You admitted it's different. You did admit it's different. You have to admit you admitted it was different, right?
You're being silly right now, right?
Yes, just like you're being silly.
I'm not being silly.
You are correct.
Drawing a weapon is not the same as wearing a different colored uniform. This is ridiculous.
You are correct in this sense. From an outside perspective, if you're looking and you see a situation where you have no idea what's going on and you just see a picture, and in one picture you see an officer with the gun drawn and the other you don't, you could say, I could intuit that in that first picture, the officer is perceiving some sort of threat. But we know that both officers perceive some sort of threat regardless of the status of their gun drawn. That makes the difference irrelevant. You don't get to say, let me ask this. If instead of a car, Renee Good pulled a gun and shot at that guy, at the officer that shot her, would he then be allowed to shoot only if his gun was pre-drawn? When's he allowed to shoot at that point?
I'm not saying that there's not just two options here. I'm not saying that an officer who doesn't have their weapon drawn can't foresee a danger.
You're taking a variable that is irrelevant in a moral and legal sense. You are taking a variable that's relevant in a moral and legal sense. In both senses, this variable is irrelevant. The officer, if the officer feared for his life, let's just take Renee Good. Either it is justified because he was clipped by what he saw was a deadly weapon and feared for his life, or he was not justified. In both cases, the status of his gun being drawn before that occurred is completely irrelevant to both a moral and legal analysis of that. The same is true of the Ashli Babbitt shooting. Either it's justified or it's not. Show me the law. Show me the law then.
You want me to show you the law?
Yes, show me the law that says that this would have been a justified shooting if his gun had been pre-drawn.
Rob, you own weapons, right? You own guns, right?
I do.
So you understand that taking your gun out of the holster is because you plan on using it. That's
irrelevant. That is not always the case. There's all sorts of reasons I could take my gun out of the holster and don't plan on discharging.
With a law enforcement officer pointing a weapon at you, you've done something seriously bad. But if you don't, then there's degrees to this. There's not just
that is true. That is true. But That is true, but it's irrelevant in the case of both of these things. The reason in both cases it's irrelevant is because both of them were either doing things that justified a credible threat to the officer or other public safety, or they didn't. Whether or not the officer had his gun drawn beforehand is irrelevant to that calculus. For example, is an officer allowed to shoot you for any reason as long as he has his gun drawn and is yelling? You would say no, that's absurd. For example, if you're like, hey, I'm wearing a Dallas Cowboy jersey, and the cop says, take that fucking shirt off right now, and points a gun at you for 10 seconds, and you're like, what the fuck are you doing? And then blasts you away, you don't get to say, justified shooting, he pulled his gun, you knew he meant business. No, it would only be justified if it's justified in the calculation of a continuum of force, and he felt that his life was in danger or that the life of people in public were in danger. Whether or not he had his firearm drawn is irrelevant. You might say, well, if you're Ashli Babbitt, you should have known Michael Byrd was more pissed, but it's irrelevant. You should have probably known that breaking into a secured area took risk of violence anyways. Whether or not the gun was pointed would be irrelevant in that calculus. And it's certainly irrelevant to the calculus of the only thing that matters is that this was justified, which is the thought process of the officer. There is no law that I'm aware of that suggests that the type of shooting in his fear is reasonably increased based on these sorts of things. Secondly, it would absolutely be true with the Renee Good case, even if there was a case with Michael Byrd, because the calculation is fear of being attacked with a deadly weapon. Again, if you take the car out of the equation and use a firearm, if she quickly draws a firearm, how long does the officer have to wait before he draws his firearm and discharges it? 5 seconds? He has to point his gun at her 5 seconds as she's drawing and pointing at him? Or do you say, no, as soon as he sees the threat of a lethal weapon being directed at him, he gets to fire, even if he didn't have his gun pre-drawn? Which is it?
I understand the differences there, but
I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Just answer.
The gun being drawn is an obvious salient factor here, okay?
Why? Why would it? Explain to me the thought process why that would be.
Because at that point, the officer deems the threat at, top level, whatever, red, code level red or whatever the fuck is military or police protocol.
You tell me if you agree with this. Would you agree with this? It's because the officer now has a reasonable fear for his life because there's a deadly weapon being utilized against him?
Look, let's talk about the numbers.
Just say yes or no. Just say yes or no.
I'll give you that. Okay.
Now, last question. Then I'll leave you ask some questions. Can a vehicle be a deadly weapon?
Yes, but I don't think anybody. Yeah, okay, fine. A vehicle can be a deadly weapon. Now, Ross using his weapon, was that going to make him safe from the vehicle being aimed at him, or if it was aimed at him, which I don't think it was, but was that going to stop in a reasonable way the danger that was in front of him?
2 points on this. Yes, clearly the vehicle not only was aimed at him, it literally hit him, showing that it was aimed. Secondly, 2 parts to this. One, yes, if someone's trying to run you down with a vehicle, shooting at them can cause a reaction to them to swerve or to take their foot off the gas, etc., which can save your life. Secondly, it's irrelevant in the eyes of the law anyways, because once an officer has a reasonable fear for his life or people in the lives of the community, he is allowed to neutralize the threat. And someone who is willing to run over and commit vehicular manslaughter or murder, a vehicular homicide against a law enforcement officer would be a threat to not just that officer, but the community.
No.
Lastly, in the context of this, we're talking about split-second decisions. Once you're in fear for your life, you don't say, how long do you think this thought process was? Oh, I'm about to be ran over. Let me do some quick calculations. If I discharge my firearm at this woman trying to run me over and murder me, is there a chance that it'll cause her to swerve, to leave off the gas, etc.? Or would her dead body slump forward and just keep coming over me? Let me do some calculations to try to figure that out. That's not the way the law works, my friend. Once he had reasonable fear for his life, secondhand Monday morning quarterbacking saying, no, wait a minute, I think even if the bullet struck her, there's zero chance because he was so close to the vehicle that this would have caused her to swerve to miss him, therefore he wasn't justified in the shooting, is absurd.
Rob, you can make the argument that him taking the actions that he did that day made it worse for bystanders. It made it worse
and yet
for the
that's
public.
irrelevant to the calculation. That's
Renee
irrelevant to
Good's
the
intent.
calculation. You could
You
make that
still think her
argument.
intent was
You
to attack me?
could make that argument, and yet it's irrelevant because what matters is the thought process of the law enforcement officer at the time and legally what he's allowed to do. And you could say the same case about any time that law enforcement lethally discharges a weapon against someone. For example, you could say even that maniac shooting an AK-47, if law enforcement shoots and neutralizes him, there's a chance that it could wound him, causing the man to become even angrier and then shoot more innocent bystanders. The mere fact of shooting at the guy could cause him to grab a hostage, which would cause, yet that wouldn't factor into the legality or the morality of whether or not the law enforcement officer is allowed to exchange fire back. You saying, well, he could have hit her and then caused her car. Again, these are things we're talking about. He had about 0.3 seconds to decide, and the law is quite clear. Would you say then, let me ask you this, since that's the question I want to ask, in all cases where a perpetrator is trying to use a vehicle to run over a law enforcement officer, they should never be allowed to shoot because there is a chance if they shoot and hit the person, it could cause the person to become more dangerous and hit members of the community. Would you say that?
No, I think there's some situations where that's warranted, but this was not that situation.
Why is that?
Okay.
What? Show me a situation to be warranted, but this one's not.
No, I think those would be the exception. I think as a general rule of thumb, no, I don't think you should shoot at a driver.
So if a driver is, just to be clear, a driver is barreling down, a driver is barreling into a police barricade, and you don't think the police should be allowed to shoot?
That's one of the situations where it would be best.
It's not a barricade. A driver's barreling. Okay, a driver's barreling to two police officers. Are they allowed to shoot?
No, I'm saying I'm making the difference here for you. I'm describing the difference. If somebody's just driving in between neighborhoods, or if they're on the highway, no, you shouldn't shoot that person. But if they're
trying to run you over,
a police officer, like when they're
like Renee Good was
yards ahead, and there's multiple of them, and they're obviously intending on running them over. Yeah, I think that's the exception where you are.
So your big brain take is, well, sometimes you wouldn't, like, if someone's just driving through a neighborhood, the cops shouldn't just shoot and kill him. Yeah, no shit. That's not the issue.
Right.
The issue is she's driving the officer has a fear that he's about to be ran over.
Yeah, no, I think whenever, even in this situation, even if the officer is like yards away, no, I think the first thing that officer should do is get out of the fucking way.
I don't think he had much time to get out of the way. And I'm not interested in your Monday morning quarterback.
Okay, fine.
Especially, why didn't Michael Byrd get out of the way? Why didn't Michael Byrd retreat more? Why didn't you say Michael Byrd should have shot a shot in the air? He should have retreated more. Why didn't you suggest any act? You just said, no, that shooting was good. But in this case, you're like, even if this officer feared that he was about to be ran over and murdered, he shouldn't have shot. Even in that situation.
That's the difference I'm trying to get at as well. That there were numbers, like hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of people coming at Congress members. The pure numbers and the fact that there's Congress members involved is a glaring difference between Ashli Babbitt's situation and Renee Good. And I don't understand how this needs to be spelled out for you. But that's
let me explain your attempts to spell it.
Why one is justified and the other is not.
This is called goalpost moving. You constantly make a claim. You make a claim. I point out the absurdity of it. So now you make a new claim. Now you bring up fresh and new. Oh, well, the issue was there were tens of thousands of people and they were trying to get into Congress.
Because there's so many differences, dude. That's why.
Right. First difference is, the most important difference is the lethal weapon. Ashli Babbitt did not have a lethal weapon. Renee Good did.
Nobody would be able to know that, Rob, until after the fact.
Okay, so just to be clear, when Black Lives Matter riots, no one knows if they have lethal weapons or not, correct?
Sure, true.
So if law enforcement starts mowing them down, you have no problem with that, correct?
Because
they have no way of knowing. They have no. If they say, why is it different? If they say, get off the street, and they're throwing shit at them, they may have lethal weapons, and no one has a way of knowing that, so you should be allowed to shoot, correct?
Because they're not trespassing into a federal building. They're not going after Congress. They're not going after Congress members.
Okay,
so if I can show you Congress members.
No problem. So then when we had the Pink Hat Vagina rally that stormed in to the building, the Hart building in the Capitol during the Kavanaugh hearings, police are allowed to shoot all of them because they didn't know if they were armed, correct?
The vast amount of numbers, again, is a big difference.
No, wait. Now we have a situation where people are protesting. They've broke into a Capitol building. Officers don't know if they're armed, so if they start shooting, it's okay. Correct?
If they're saying we want to hang Kavanaugh or something like that,
did Ashli Babbitt say that? Did Ashli Babbitt say that?
They were chanting, like there's no way Bird could have known who was chanting exactly, but they were saying these words.
Okay, so Madonna, I believe, suggested firebombing the Capitol or the judiciary before the Pink Pussy Hat people went in. Now they could shoot them, right?
No, Rob, you're also ignoring the fact that there's a federal election being certified, and
we had a judge being sworn in. We had a judge, Judge Kavanaugh, a Supreme Court justice. They were trying to prevent a Supreme Court justice from being sworn in.
Okay, were they chanting, violent rhetoric?
Madonna outside suggested using violence, firebombing.
I mean, I still think that's a vastly different situation.
Why is that different? Explain the difference. Won't you acknowledge that the law enforcement didn't know if these people were armed or not?
In that, I don't think they broke in that day. I think they
did. They made it into the Hart Building. In fact, they chased one senator into an elevator.
They probably, shouldn't have done that. Obviously, like I'm not justifying the fact that they did that.
No, they should have been shot. You're saying had they all been shot, you would have said fair enough. Yep, the cops thought they could have had weapons.
No, look, if you want me to say that was fucked up, then yeah, they should have done that.
I'm not asking for you to say whether or not it was fucked up. We can agree it was fucked up. I'm asking you, had the police opened fire on all of them, would you have said,
yeah, here, I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question. If one of the officers that day was protecting Kavanaugh and had their weapon drawn, and they still came at that officer, yes, 100%.
I disagree. I think you're full of shit and you're lying as well.
I'm not lying,
again, once more, it's a differentiation without merit. The point that we're trying to make here is just to say we don't know if they're armed or not is not a reason for law enforcement to deploy their weapon. Right? You could say the same thing here. Any time that any sort of police have an altercation with a person, they could say we didn't know if they were armed or not. That shouldn't factor into this calculus. The point I'm trying to make is one had an imminent fear of his life. Let me finish. The point is, let me finish. The point is, one officer had an imminent fear for his life based on someone using a lethal weapon in his view. The other did not. And saying, well, he could have feared for his life. Yeah, he didn't. He did not see a weapon.
I mean, Rob, the pure amount of numbers that an officer is
irrelevant to the fear of the life.
It's also enough to be deemed a weapon. Just the fact that there's such a disproportion in the amount of numbers of those who are attacking versus the ones who are on defense.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the calculus. Although I will admit that it does add some factor, it's irrelevant to the ability to tip the calculus. And an imminent threat from a visible lethal weapon is different than there's a lot of other people outside chanting. By the way, why don't we take other factors and let's take other factors that you aren't considering. How about this? January 6th, prior to that, had we seen Trump supporters attacking law enforcement?
Prior to breaking into the Capitol?
Correct. January 6th, prior to that.
From what I remember, yeah, there was already altercations happening.
Where?
And eventually the officers gave up because there were so many people.
Prior to the day of January 6th. Go ahead, give me the example.
Prior to January 6th. Okay, no, not that I know of.
Okay, now, prior to Renee Good being shot, was there evidence of people not only attacking ICE, but using vehicles to do so?
Was there... I mean, are you alluding to the rocks being thrown at
No, I'm alluding to the constant left-wing agitators that you support that have been using violence against ICE officers for months now. Isn't that true that they've been attacking ICE for a long time? They've been threatening to kill ICE for a long time. They've been obstructing ICE for a long time. They've been using vehicles to ram ICE vehicles for a long time. Isn't that true?
I mean... If you're trying to say that there's like politics going on in the,
it's not what I'm trying to say. We're talking about
counter protesters.
Why are you?
There's a line being
I'm
told,
sorry.
yes.
I'm like, Maybe I'm talking to someone that's not that intelligent. Let me slow it down. It seems to be your implication is as follows. With Michael Byrd, we need to take in exigent factors such as there were a lot of people, which may, let me finish because you're incapable. I have to walk you through it because you're incapable of doing it yourself, so I'll walk you through. It seems what you're saying is, with Michael Byrd, there were exigent factors such as there were a lot of people there, which upped the stakes and would have given him more reason to fear that either himself or one of his charges that he was defending would have been attacked. Correct? That's why you say there were a bunch of people. Correct?
Rob, by that logic, every law enforcement at all times can feel that oh, we're outnumbered. Oh, like there's so many people who are not cops versus those who are.
You've debunked your own argument. Great. So then the amount of people there. Cool.
That day,
there you go. The amount of people. There you go. So the amount of people there doesn't matter because any officer could always say that we could be surrounded. Great. You debunked your own point.
Generalizing this threat of violence to beyond what happened in a span of a few hours to like what happens every day. Like you're generalizing.
We're not talking about what happens. We're not talking about what happens. No, everyone in the audience can see what happens. He uses exigent factors and say there are things surrounding the immediate incident that would give a reasonable heightened of fear. And those situations aren't analogous. And I say, fine, but if we're going to do that with January 6th, we should also do it with the Renee Good situation. Not only was it that ICE and law enforcement have been attacked over and over again, including with vehicles, but my understanding is that the officer that fired was actually fucking ran over and dragged by a vehicle in the past.
Yeah, and but we're
not allowed to factor that in. He says that's absurd. His argument is the chanting outside of "Hang Mike Pence" influenced Michael Byrd, but officers in Minneapolis itself and around the country being attacked over and over with vehicles wouldn't have any reasonable factor into whether or not they think that they would be under attack.
I'm saying that it's obvious that it comes with the job. It comes with the territory.
That's right. So why'd now I'm glad you understand. Why'd Michael Byrd deploy his weapon? Then it comes with the territory. He didn't see a lethal weapon. So far we have the absurd, well, if your gun's drawn, that somehow changes it. We got to why that's stupid. Then you got to the like, well, it's not stupid. You can't provide any legal defense.
And you know this.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I believe we're at loggerheads here. You're making one of the most factual, stupid fucking comments I've ever heard, and you have the utmost certainty. You're like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. What you're saying
goes against all gun training, dude.
That's not true whatsoever. Show me gun training whatsoever that says law enforcement officers, you are only allowed to shoot if your gun's already drawn. You're not allowed to have a reasonable fear of your life.
Like holding a weapon in general, or having permission to have a weapon in general.
It's an irrelevant fact that has nothing to do whatsoever with the situation we're talking about.
Rob, you know this is the rule. And no, like,
what is the rule? Tell me the rule. Tell me the rule. Tell me the rule. Tell me the rule.
His life is dangerous.
Tell me the rule. Tell me the rule. Tell me the rule. You said, I know this is the rule. Tell me the rule.
I'll look it up and send it to you. You mean
what is the rule? Just tell it to me.
A citizen holding a weapon or an officer holding a weapon?
Tell me the rule. I don't need the exact law. You say there's a rule. I know this. What's the rule?
What
are you looking up?
It's to not
don't even
take
know
your weapon out of your holster if you don't plan on using it.
Okay, don't take your weapon out of your holster if you don't plan on using it. Great. Does that mean if you don't take your weapon out of your holster, you can't use it?
Of course not. But if somebody
then
draws
it's irrelevant.
Their weapon, no, it's relevant, dude, because if somebody has their weapon drawn and you're still going at that person, like, it's safe to say that that person wants to disarm you and use it against you, or they have something that works at a shorter range, or like a knife or some kind of pepper spray or something.
Or a car? A car?
No, but right now I'm pointing out how going after me at gunpoint.
Holy shit!
What?
This is surreal. This is an all-time conversation. So just to be clear, again, your stance is, had the guy that shot Renee Good had his gun drawn for a couple seconds, then the shooting's justified.
You know, like I said, there's also a difference in running away and attacking, regardless of.
It's not a difference. Running away with a deadly weapon through someone is different.
What? Say that last word again.
Running away through someone with a deadly weapon is different.
So I pointed that out just to show that the amount of time that Renee had to you know, comprehend that a weapon was being drawn is vastly different than Ashli Babbitt.
What does it matter? She was not complying with officers. She knew she was not complying with lawful demands. She used the lethal weapon in a way that could have harmed someone, and she knew the officers were armed. Irrelevant if whether or not, oh, the gun's drawn. Now I know they're serious. When they were telling me to step out of the car, I didn't know they were serious. But now that they've drawn their guns, I know they're serious. Irrelevant.
It's a different form of danger to and threat.
Well, she's dead, so how was it? How was it?
Like I said,
it's a different form of danger, but she's dead. So I guess the danger level was pretty fucking high. Trying to run over a cop or fleeing and almost running over a cop with your lethal weapon in the vehicle, if he didn't have the gun drawn, is also a very dangerous situation.
Rob, you know that if she was attacking, Ross would be under the vehicle. Ross would be
irrelevant. It doesn't matter if her intent. It doesn't matter if her intent was. First off, that's not true. That's not true. Just because if she would have, that's not true. For example, would you say that if someone's trying to shoot a law enforcement officer, then they clearly would have killed them and hit them? No, they could miss. So the idea that she didn't run him over completely under the car isn't proof that she wasn't trying to. And second, her intent is irrelevant. What matters is the intent of the officer. Or not the intent, but the fear of the officer.
By having PTSD, by having a incident happen 6 months ago.
Same with Michael Byrd. His intent was compromised by PTSD from what he heard outside. There you go. His intent was compromised.
That's not how PTSD works, bro. You know that.
Sure, it could be in the moment he had an irrational fear based on something that he'd seen previously.
But what evidence do you have to suggest that Byrd was compromised by something that happened, days ago? Or
what evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that this gentleman was compromised by his PTSD?
By the fact that people like JD Vance are out here saying that he went through a similar incident, as if it's supposed to justify.
Does not prove that his actions weren't justified.
It shows that he had his judgment was not.
His judgment was not. It has nothing to do to say his judgment was sound. It was a lawful shooting.
I mean, as far as things are playing out, only because there's no trial, only because there's no investigation. But
there was an investigation. The feds investigated it.
No, it hasn't been investigated. You know
that's
that.
Not true. Define an investigation.
Third-party independent investigation into
Was there
the
a third-party independent investigation into the shooting of Ashli Babbitt?
I believe so. I mean, I know there was
who did it? Go ahead. Tell me the third party. Tell me the third party. Tell me the third-party investigation into Ashli Babbitt. It was not a Democrat-controlled group that investigated, or her own, or Michael Byrd's own law enforcement agency.
If Trump wanted to
show me the third-party investigation of Ashli Babbitt.
Maybe it was unjustifiable, dude. I think Ashli Babbitt's unaliving was probably one of the most justified unalivings.
Show me the third-party investigation. Show me the third-party investigation.
Rob, the fact that you're still defending Ashli Babbitt is incredible.
There you go. Now you've resorted to just, okay, I bullshitted, but you're defending Ashli Babbitt.
Okay, like, Ashli Babbitt, maybe the investigation was open, not even by Trump, because not even Trump could justify her.
I'm not even defending Ashli Babbitt. And I can if I want, but that's not even what I'm doing. I'm merely pointing out the point. In these two situations, you celebrate the murder of one of them or say it was justified, and the other that had a lethal weapon attacking law enforcement, you're like, oh my God, no. There was no lethal weapon with Ashli Babbitt attacking Michael Byrd. That is not the case with Renee Good. And yet you say that the Renee Good shooting was bad, but the Ashli Babbitt one was good. That's my point. You were like, well, it's about third-party investigations. Okay, there wasn't one into Ashli Babbitt. Now what?
Rob,
I still just have my feels.
No independent investigation was opened up on Ashli Babbitt doesn't mean that there was reason to believe that people were covering up, any suspicious activity that may have happened.
What are you talking? What is the relevancy? What is the relevancy? I say there was. You say there wasn't. Now what?
I mean, somebody would have opened, even Trump would have opened an independent investigation if they thought that
That's
Ashli
not true.
was somehow
That's
justified.
not true.
Now, look, we can derive intent. You know, we do this all the time in court. Mens rea, right? You're familiar with the term mens rea in law.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can derive intent by a variety of evidence. You know, circumstantial or in that case, in Ashli Babbitt's case, her intent going at someone who was armed can be derived much more easily than Renee Good.
What was her intent? What was her intent? There you go. There you go. First off, you have mens rea completely backwards. The qualification for a legal shoot has nothing to do with the mens rea of the person that gets shot. It has to do with the. Let me finish. It has to do with the. It has to do with the thought process. For example, if I pull out a gun and I discharge it aiming at an officer, but my intent was to shoot the bear behind him, and the officer fears for his life and shoots me, it does not matter that my intent was not to shoot the officer. It's irrelevant. All that matters is, did the officer reasonably fear for his life? Yes, in that situation. He may feel terrible afterwards as he turns around and says, oh my God, and yet it wouldn't be an illegal shoot. Nonetheless, you say it's easy to decipher what Ashli Babbitt's intent was. Go ahead. What was the intent?
I'm saying the intent was more of a threat.
Tell me what it was. What was the intent? You said it's easy to decipher her intent. Go ahead.
I'm saying that there's a case to be set.
Why won't you just tell me what her intent was? You said it's easy to decipher.
I said it's easier, or like it's more reasonable to think that Ashli Babbitt had negative intent as far as lethality or causing harm.
How?
Because she had ample time to recognize that a weapon was being pointed at her.
The weapon is irrelevant. The weapon is irrelevant. The weapon is irrelevant, as we've said dozens of times. For example, if I showed to you any of the dozens upon dozens of ICE protests or Black Lives Matter protests where officers are visibly armed with long guns and people attack them and throw tear gas and throw rocks, would you say it's easy to see their intent is to inflict violence, and if they got a chance they would disarm officers? Would you say that?
There's obviously a line. And
so so the officer's like this and someone smashes them in the face with a brick from 5 feet away, you would say it's hard to decipher their intent. But if the officer's like this and someone smashes him with a rock from 5 feet away, you're like, oh, now we can decipher his intent. Can you tell me what the differences in intent in those two situations are?
In that situation where a brick is brought to the face of an officer, yeah, you can assume that maybe that person is trying to grab the weapon or take the weapon away from the officer, and the officer
we could literally, now listen, just to be
clear,
clear, within the ICE protest and Black Lives Matter, in fact, probably tonight, we'll see that happen dozens of times. So it's okay for officers just to open up on the crowd, right? Because the fact that people are advancing on them and attacking open carrying officers shows that their intent is to cause significant harm, and if they got access to these firearms, they would kill the officers, correct? No? No response? See, the problem is this. When you're bad faith and you won't just admit I'm just a partisan hack, you have to keep making up excuses that just are contradictory and dig your hole deeper and deeper. If you want to make the Ashli Babbitt case, I could, again, make the case better for you. You could say, look, Bird thought he was protecting and she might get in there and harm senators and stuff, and the standards are higher there. Sorry, that's the way it is. And with this case with Renee Good, the problem is I don't even know the reasonable case to defend. I don't know. You've tried everything. It's all fucking weak. You can't, even if it's a mistake, you can't fucking advance your vehicle on law enforcement as you're refusing to comply. Saying I was just trying to flee from law enforcement when my vehicle hit him as I was trying to escape is not a fucking excuse. I didn't boot him. He booted himself. Now, this is what I'm saying. I'm willing to admit this situation today is more complicated than Renee Good. And it may, in fact, be that there's an investigation that finds that someone committed a crime here, or January 6th was the worst act of domestic terrorism since the Oklahoma City bombing. I disagree. When it comes to the scale of it, it's not even close to the mass amounts of domestic terrorism we saw from Black Lives Matter and Antifa. And every consequence, we can see that's the case. The amount of officers that have been hurt, the amount of people that have been killed, the amount of property destruction, the amount of civilians hurt. Every single case, we see that it's worse with groups like Black Lives Matter and the anti-ICE protesters. Every single one. It is ongoing. There is zero chance if January 6th proceeded in the way that we're seeing with these anti-ICE protesters, that it was a day after day after day thing where they constantly attacked law enforcement and tried to prevent them from doing their job. There is zero chance that pieces of shit like this wouldn't be saying, oh my God, this is the worst domestic, my God, there's an insurrection, it's sedition, terrorist, oh my God, it's the worst. But when it's the left, he's like, January 6th. There's currently an insurrection going on. H1, by the way, our good friend HN. I remind you of who HN is. HN's the person that thinks that Rampage Jackson's son, who beat a white wrestler, was okay. It was actually the white wrestler. Being beat near to death in a wrestling ring by a black man, it's the white guy's fault. That's who HN is, just so you know. He also said that as a white person, you have to expect that you can't have political opinions on a historical black university or college. So if someone like King Higby goes there, he has to expect that the uncontrollable blacks will commit violence against him. You are HN, we know it. Then call in H1N1. We know who you are. That kind of hyperbole doesn't serve anyone, bro, says the guy that's talking about January 6th in Oklahoma City. Let's not be hyperbolic. Rolo says 9 people died on January 6th. Name them. Name the 9 people that died on January 6th. Go ahead. Hell, you don't even have to give me their names. Tell me what the cause of deaths were. Go ahead. Ashli Babbitt got shot. The Boylan lady got beat probably to death. A couple people had heart attacks. I believe there was 4 or 5 that died in that day. No police officers. You said 9. Show me the 9. Let's see the 9. Who were they? Don't worry, I promise I'll get to super chats too. 9 people. Let's hear them. Now, as he criticizes me for hyperbole, let's see if he can defend his number that he said here. Rollo, where you at? No? No? Are you Googling? No? That's what I thought. Unfortunate. There you go. Suicide by cop. She blatantly, willfully informed multiple warnings she would be shot, and she still decided to breach. What's that have to do with your claims of 9 deaths? I can show you all sorts of times that law enforcement's announced to violent rioters, you will be shot upon, you will have violence, and they continue with the violence. Would all of those, if the law enforcement opens up on them, be suicide by cop? Just curious. You said 9. Where are you? Let's hear the 9. Now, once more, this is what's so frustrating. Why do I know their own arguments better than them? What he's going to do is say, well, Several officers were killed afterward. For example, the officer, I forget his name, and I am sorry for that, the officer that died the next day. Yes, he died of a stroke. Medical examiners looked at it and were unable to find any evidence that any of the action on January 6th caused his death at all. The rest of the deaths from law enforcement officers are going to be people that unalive themselves after January 6th. Now, this is particularly insidious because they have no evidence whatsoever that this was people on January 6th killing them. This would be no different. Imagine if all of a sudden in the next 6 months we find out that like 30 ICE officers unalive themselves. Would we be fair to say then that, the anti-ICE protest and riots killed 30 ICE agents? Of course not. Of course not. Not one of these motherfuckers that cite those unalivings would say that. Not one of them. You know it. I don't know. You tell me. So you're telling me if ICE officers unalive themselves in the future, you're going to count that as deaths inflicted upon by Democrat protests, correct? I would guess that law enforcement have a higher unaliving rate. Than most other professions. Meanwhile, he says the reason that was bad was we have at least 20-something deaths in the Black Lives Matter riots. Bullshit. You're full of shit. By the way, no one kept any statistics on the riots that occurred in hundreds of locations around this country. How many officers unalived themselves later? No one kept stats. If we went back and found, oh, fuck, here was 3. No, I'm saying if I get hit by a car on Thursday and I go to the doctor and there's no damage from it, and then on Saturday I die of a stroke, that yes, I didn't die because the car hit me. I may have if I get hit by a car on Thursday and then on Saturday the coroner says he died as complications from getting hit by the car, then you could say the car had something to do with it. However, medical examiners were unable to show that the actions of that protest had anything to do with it. It could have been a peaceful protest and he could have died of a heart attack the next day or a stroke the next day. And so if I could prove that more people died during BLM protests, you would acknowledge that's a more significant insurrection? Or would you say, well, we don't, maybe not all those were real BLM, and we know the answer. How about the Chaz Zone? Remember that 14-year-old African-American kid that was executed in the Chaz Zone? Remember that? No big deal. That's just an idea. Antifa's just an idea, right? It's all so tiresome. Now we'll move the goalpost. Now we've moved on from that being the worst. What's it have to do with the sitting president orchestrating a literal Capitol building takeover? Show me Trump telling people to take over the Capitol. He didn't try to overthrow the election. He was challenging the results of an election. See how the goalposts shift constantly. Every one of these people make the claim, debunk the claim, move the claim. Every single time. Did Trump offer a bail fund for the people that engaged in acts of violence? No, that was Kamala Harris that offered a bail fund for the people that burned down federal precincts. And your outrage was? Oh, that's right, none. You proceeded to vote for Joe Biden and her, didn't you? And you said, no, her bail fund was legitimate. It wasn't bad. All right, I'm going to the restroom and coming back. I'm having fun, though. I absolutely love dealing with these fuckheads. I'll be right back. I just wish I had some more competition. These people are so fucking low IQ, it's easy to dangle them around. Meanwhile, just off the top of my head, I could think of 4 people that are dead because of the anti-ICE shootings or anti-ICE riots. 2 people that were detained as some lunatic climbed on top of a building and shot at ICE officers in Dallas. 2 people ended up dying as a result of that. 3, actually, if you count the shooter as well. So that's 3 there. Plus, we then have Renee Good. That's 4. Plus, we have the guy today. That's 5. Already, we have 5 deaths from the anti-ICE insurrections. Okay, Roddy, why talk about BLM? Fine. Can you show me any example of Trump suggesting that people fight law enforcement? No, I can show you AOC and other people suggesting that the National Guard be used to fight against ICE. How is that not more engaging in an insurrection? Tim Walz said they're at war. He wanted to see more people against ICE. How is that not engaging in an insurrection? Prove it? All right. Tell you what, H1, I'll prove it. And then you're booted. You go back to your anti-white tirades on something else. Americans are being killed in the street by their government. Our constitution's being shredded and our rights dissolving. Resist. Senate Dems should block ICE funding this week. Activate the National Guard. We must stop this. She wants to activate the National Guard against ICE. You saying? I was waiting to cover this, but hell, let's do it, right? Thank you to Cam Higbee, who the left-wing insurrectionists have attacked over and over again. They infiltrated Minneapolis' signal, encrypted chats. I've infiltrated organizational signal groups all around Minneapolis with the sole intention of tracking down federal agents and impeding, assaulting, and obstructing them. Buckle up, all will be revealed. Each area of the city has a signal or several signals. Let's start with a screen recording of all the members. There we go. I've been undercover inside the group for days. You'll notice emojis next to people's names. Here's keys for what the emojis mean. The highlighted positions are most crucial. Most are self-explanatory. Mobile patrols send their entire shift searching for suspicious vehicles. When they find one, they send it to the group so the plate checkers can compare with the database to see if it's a known federal vehicle or if the patrol can make the confirmation so the database can be updated. Dispatch runs a maxed out call all day telling protesters when ICE has been spotted and how they could best be impeded. This is an insurrection by definition. Right? Now, what we're going to see is there are actually key people connected to government that are actually involved in this. So here we have a list, a group, like we were told happened on January 6th. Here we have definitive proof, a group of people with the sole intention of using violence and otherwise impeding, ICE. For each occupation or shift position, protesters have to undergo training. It's unclear what the training entails other than numerous slides of instruction. I've seen it mentioned repeatedly. Each chat for each specific part of the city has smaller districts broken up within the patrol zones, which guide ICE chasers and where they should be positioned. Here's a screen recording of their plate database as well as the link to its instructions. Here's a screenshot of the active dispatch call. It's always active, as well as a shift change. You can see folks changing their emojis, clocking in and out. I'll also attach a video, dispatch actually tracking the vehicle I was in claiming that we were confirmed ICE. They constantly misidentify vehicles. Pay attention to the emojis tag on the plate checks. Here's a recording of protesters actively tailing the vehicle I was in, labeling me as ICE and instructing commuters, ICE chasers, to follow me.
White Chevy Silverado with the newly changed plates with the coexist sticker on the back. We're on Irving and Lake Street going north on Irving. We seem to be the only commuters following. Just wanted to give an update on our location.
Thank you. Do you have anyone in the car with you?
Yes, I do.
Lovely, thank you.
And we are getting a photo sent to the chat.
So here you have in real time, he's infiltrated that, and here's them identifying his vehicle for people to come after him. A new group chat for each zone is made each day. The chats are dated and deleted at the end of the day. This is likely to avoid detection, record keeping, and consequences. By midday, the group chats hit a maximum capacity of 1,000 people, allowed by signal, and people who are not chasing federal agents are asked to leave to create room for those that are. The dispatch calls also reach maximum capacity constantly. I believe it's 50 people maximum, which means at any given time in each small zone, there are 50 people chasing agents. The quasi-police force uses a system called Salute, which uses the size of the federal unit's activities, locations, uniforms, times, and locations. They then instruct the ICE chasers to follow and confront agents at their known locations. They're everywhere, and the local police are cooperating. Here's an observer calls the possible agent, says she's just out walking her dog, so she can't continue on. Dispatch calls for backup. And also below is the message indicating local PD may get involved if ICE hinders public safety. These thugs apparently have a home base, though I haven't been able to identify it. Here's an ICE chaser indicating that he's expected there. Here are chasers discussing what should be done after realizing they positively identified my vehicle as ICE, but then found out it was me. I believe this person might be the aggressive individual in the second photo. Here's more dispatch chatter where they tweak out when they discover my vehicle. Whistles and horns can be heard in the background. Dispatcher asks for photos and videos or plate confirmation.
Truck, pickup truck.
Thank you. If you can get documentation, video, or photos of that plate on that car, we can document. Thank you.
All right, yep, getting that for you.
Update on the corner,
It's got a
30-second.
sticker.
The protesters use a mutual aid system. I tried to join the mutual aid for Bloomington, and admin told me that I was vetted for chat for teachers and I need to describe my relationship to a school and give my real name. I couldn't do that, so I never made it in. Why are teachers aiding the effort? ICE chasers operations go on all night. The dispatch is 24/7. These are message screenshots at 2 a.m. asking for observers at a location with potential illegals. It's from a vetted chat called Wolfpack. Coordinators frequently delete messages to cover their tracks. This is why another layer of security on top of the daily chat refreshes. Here's an admin list for several chats. These are generally consist of code names. What do you mean you're always on the cusp of being banned if you say the wrong thing? You're new here. You're not HN. That's the only time anyone's ever said it to you. Unless you're HN. Giving yourself away there, my friend? Fucking idiot. Can't even be honest about it. This is what I'm saying. Everything they do is a fucking lie. Everything. And we'll see if this is confirmed, but we know for a fact Tim Walz has knowledge of violence being directed by the Signal app. Meet the ringleader, Amanda Kohler, seen here with Tim Walz. Alex Preddy will also have this application on his phone. The local and state government are in on the violence. Tim Walz said, quote, "We are at war with the federal government." There are autonomous zones set up right now. Right now, as we speak in Minneapolis. Here's Tim Walz earlier today discussing what's going on in his city.
But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades. It is not only your right, it's your duty. We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high, and to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives. They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen, have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again, remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faiths packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible.
There you have it. He thinks things should continue. Notice no mention of the violence we see occurring day after day. Strange, huh? Here's some of the pictures you could see. The peaceful shit, right? Kill ICE. Nice. No mention. Here's what Tim Walz is cheering for. Ready?
Thank you. The numbers have actually increased in the last hour or so. A few thousand protesters have joined from a vigil they were holding. And you can see these young people in the shiny vests. They've actually stopped traffic. They're pretty well organized. They've got walkie-talkies and they replace each other. But basically, they've stopped traffic. So you can see this is expanding now from just one block where the shooting took place. Now it's moving out into other blocks. We were going to pull out of our car, and they said, oh, no, you can't go. So you have people in shiny vests really directing traffic, controlling the streets, saying who can go where. No, you can't drive away because I'm in a shiny vest, and I'm telling you you can't. So we can see who's in control not just of one street where the shooting took place, but now multiple streets as several thousand people have joined this protest from a vigil.
All right. They take over the streets. Yay! Nice. Here's their autonomous zone that they have set up. Here's Adam Kissinger. Tim Walz needs to activate the guard under state orders to protect citizens from ICE. If Trump federalizes them from under the government, this needs to go to court immediately as proof the militia clause of the Second Amendment is violated. There you have a direct call. A direct call from Adam Kissinger to have the National Guard conflict against ICE. That's sedition. This is from earlier. It's been an unlawful assembly for hours now, but here we go.
That smoke is coming from a dumpster that's been set on. So we have really an angry, well-prepared crowd here. A lot of people in gas masks, ready to go. We've had the order from police saying you've got 3 minutes to disband, that this is an unlawful assembly. So really it's going to be...
Huh. Tim Walz said, I want everyone to get in the faces of ICE agents and resist them, he said previously. Here's from earlier today.
Seems like trying to effect an arrest. You see there, they've tackled someone into the ground.
Notice how these officers are holding guns visible. Does that mean that the people that advance to them, as that previous caller was saying, should be shot? Is that what that means? Oh, it's different? Huh. Weird. That's strange. Turley had some good things to say on this. I marked down. Here's what Turley says. Once again, Governor Walz is inflaming the mob. He's effectively declaring this to be the murder of a citizen who had a permit to carry this weapon. He is saying that the state, not the federal government, will control the investigation. He does not have that authority. The state could clearly have a parallel investigation, and the federal government can do a joint investigation. However, he cannot dictate how or who will conduct the investigation. With thousands in the streets, Walz just did all that he could to give them license for their rage. Most of us would never call this a lawful or unlawful shooting based on one videotape. Walz calling for his own investigation is a bit odd when he is actively engaged in his version of the Red Queen's justice of a sentence first, verdict afterwards. Walz just said, quit referring to these people as law enforcement. That is a new low from the governor. These are law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line every day. To say that they are not law enforcement is to further enable the rage. Walz is blaming the feds for creating chaos and then leaving the scene. It ignores the lack of coordination and assistance from the state in these operations. Walz is saying that they are slandering this individual and saying that the federal government does not want you to trust your own eyes and ears. In other words, he's conveying again that the facts are clear from the video. Walz just alluded to the bait boy story, which has been debunked. Yes, he's talking about the boy in the bunny hat to further demonize ICE. Once again, it is not. We cannot see the subject's hand and do not know what was unfolding during the struggle on the ground to reach a decision. I'm still dumbfounded by Walz's presser. It was logically incoherent. He was calling for a state investigation while telling citizens to believe their own eyes based on a video taken from across the street through a window. The video, again, shot from across the street, does not show the man is doing as he's obviously resisting arrest. Yet Walz offers a sputtering, chest-thumping press conference that insisted that these officers should not be viewed as actual law enforcement. This was before Walz gave his speech, before other videos came about. How is this not engaging in an insurrection? 0 Hour says, what Ken Higby showed us here is they have access to the national database to trace license plates in real time, meaning someone in law enforcement is passing on plate read data. Not only that, they were notified of police shift changes from within the department. It's organized crime. Now, none of the lefties that screamed about insurrection are going to give a shit about this. None of them. Here once more. Here they are. Let's see. Just so you can see who the Democrats really are. Here they are protesting. Demanding that federal law enforcement not be in their city while they wave Mexican flags. If you'll remember, the initial anti-ICE riots in LA also were waving Mexican flags until Democratic operatives had to encourage them. Please stop doing that. It looks bad optically. James O'Keefe was receiving death threats with his license plate number on it today.
This is James O'Keefe in downtown Minneapolis. We have a team of undercover reporters still inside the mob. I was at the scene of the shooting covering it this morning, and basically we barely got out of there alive. There were a few hundred that surrounded us, started throwing ice bottles at us. A few hit us, hit our vehicle. They were starting to rip off my bulletproof vest, so we got out of there. We were followed, we were tailed, and here we are right now. We just got this message, and it says, we know that you're in Minneapolis. You're with O'Keefe and his crew of Nazis. You're in a white Ford license plate. They actually wrote the license plate down from Florida. You have 1 hour to leave or you're dead. You have 1 hour to leave or you're dead. We are going to produce our footage, gathering everything we've got from this weekend. We're going to put our report together along with the hidden camera footage that we have. We still have undercover people in the field. Please pray for my team's safety. This is worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. I have security with me, former Marine, and he said that it was worse than overseas, and it was certainly anything worse than I've seen the cartel at the border. We're going to contact law enforcement, DHS, and the FBI, and we're going to try to get out of here safely so we can bring the news to you. Stay tuned for our report coming Tuesday.
Peaceful folks there, right? Threatening to kill people. We've all seen the footage. They've been doing this in here and other cities where they're stopping people that they think might be ICE, stopping people with out-of-state license plates, stopping people that have American flag iconography, stopping people that look like white men that could theoretically be with ICE. Just like we saw in Seattle, just like we see in Portland. They run the show. It's not law enforcement. Law enforcement stands down. Are you talking to me, Kyle? How am I still talking about nothing? I feel like I'm talking. If you're talking about me, let me know. I'll see what you mean by it. H1 said earlier that the only reason people are defending this shooting is because the victim was Jewish, something that I had not heard until HN said that. But that's the conclusion he's reached. What evidence would you need to see to be convinced that ICE and DHS are acting like tyrants? Define tyrants. I don't believe tyrants are lawfully executing orders. What evidence would you need to see that the left is engaged in acts of violence that's being promoted by the politicians in charge of the left? I got you, Kyle. I didn't know if you were talking about me or not. Yeah. You want to see H1 or HN here? A liar, by the way, who we caught. That is actually just that HN guy. We caught him with that. Funny, I know. Here, let's go up to H1's chat, as he's probably desperately trying to delete it. Yes, that's his take. HN's take's like, it's all about Jews. They're happy that this guy, the reason that people are not freaking out and saying this was murder is because the person was Jewish. That's his claim. You guys might not have been able to see it, but here it is. See this right here? The only reason why people are okay with the shooting with Renee is because she's LGBT. The only reason they're okay with the man today is because he's Jewish. Yes, there it is. Never even crossed my mind what the man's ethnicity was, but there you have it. HN jumps in. Now, the man that thinks that blacks are so feral that if Cam Higbee or anyone else goes to an HBCU, they have to expect that they'll be violently beaten. That's HN. That's his take on black Americans. That's who he is. Then, of course, he also thinks that blacks have such low agency that if a black man beats the shit out of a white man in a wrestling ring almost to death, that it's the white man's fault. Well, Zach Gelpy's Jewish. Zach says, $5. How does what happened anything to do with that? He's Jewish. Zach's Jewish, by the way. You must be anti-Semitic, Zach. The entire stream, I didn't hear one person mention anything about Judaism, Jewish people, etc. Not one, till H1N. Hey, that's what it is. It's because he's Jewish. You see? Let's read super chats. Hell, we might as well go for $3,000. I'm having fun. Man, these people. It's like I'm like a fucking mouse toy or a fucking cat toying with mice. It's so fun. Over on Rumble, bald ass, $5 says, great job, Rob. Get these fuckers. Happy to do it. Then let's go. We got a lot to get to. Rachel Wilson, thanks so much. Remember, 9 months says, lady, please don't ever talk about politics again, Brittany. All is forgiven. We've got by it. Rachel for 5 says, ma'am, I respectfully begging you to go back to the kitchen. And then for 5 says, bless her heart. I bet she makes a banger casserole. Chuck Soros, $5 says, where's all this anti-ICE energy when Obama and Biden were deporting record numbers of immigrants? All because Orange Man bad. Rachel again, $5 says, ma'am, does your husband know you're on the internet? And then another 5 says, not a feminist, but doesn't even have a permission slip for her husband to be on the internet. AJC, $5 says, we all know the officer should have told him nicely to go home and called Uber for him and brought him lunch instead. Josette, $5 says, if there's fish to fry, get to the kitchen, Southern. Zach Kelpie, $10 says, let's capitulate to the left so we don't have a civil war, but we still lose our country, but at least we can tell ourselves we're on the nicer side while getting persecuted by the other side. Yep. Two Wills, $5 says, great work, Rob. Thank you. Reverse Massage says, please be mean, Rachel. Pat Fricker, $5 says, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Couldn't agree more. Reverse Massage, $2 says, Bernie Madoff was a nonviolent criminal. Yeah. And Rachel for 5 says, please ask if he thinks children can consent if he supports the right of NAMBLA to exist. Blasterbot, $20 says, Alcalvasaurus was a species of Maragaya with a really cool thagomizer. Also, it's great to see the resident racist HN making a comeback. Yes, yes. Don't worry, he proved he isn't racist by now having a conspiracy that people are celebrating or are okay with ICE because this person that was shot was Jewish. Really helping the racist claims there. AJC, $5 says, for chair. OG2, $2 says, hey, chair, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. And then AJC, $5 says, chair, what's your safe word? We'd all like to know. The great Wade Boggs, $50 says, it's been a banger of a stream today. Now send your fucking money, chat. Thank you. And then our good friend Jungle, absolute legend that he is. Holy shit. $500. What a legend. Says, we love you, Rob. Hell of a stream, bud. Not one step back. Cheers, Andrew. W. Avers, a.k.a. Jungle F. Got a collaboration. What a legend. Am I dead naming him with HN? I'm sorry. What a Chad. Chop Chop, $10 says, this is not for chocolate. It was okay. The chocolate was okay. Darth Grumpy, $5 says, give Rob his effing money for being patient. I did patiently listen to Keyline and Andrew go at it a while, didn't I? Vita, $2 says, dude's trying to set Andrew up. I know. Avro, $10 says, you lose, Rob. Keep going. I didn't realize. I was trying to tighten and scratch some paint off this and tighten this, and I forgot my mic was on. Sorry about that. AJC gives 10 subs. Thank you. Roy the Boy, $5 says, Bernie Madoff's imprisonment is fascism. Economic destruction of people's livelihood is not violent. Also, Bolshevism and Maoism is cool. Joe Smith, $10 says, you earned that full bar today. Thank you. Joe Smith, $5 says, Chair, this one's for you. Michael Ruiz, $10. And then, not Freeman. Holy shit, $200. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Reverse Massage, $5 says, Sir Rob, Base Chattington, nor the argumentative for the smoky, my good sir. For the smoke, my good sir. Thank you. I try. Red Shinobi, $5 says, goes into hyperbolic time chamber, raises power level 10 times. Now that's hyperbolic. Yes. Free Media, $5 says, thanks for the coverage, Rob. You got it. 8-8. $10 says, nothing more to add. Thank you. AJC, $5 says, how dare they use dumpsters? They're taking away garbage men's jobs away from them. How could they? That's messed up. They have families too. Agreed. I just got a new dumpster. It's green. DPT, $3 says, why bring a gun to a peaceful protest? God bless. Reverse Massage, $2 says, the anti-fascist fascist irony. Yep. Zach Gelpy, already read this one. And then he says, $5, I guess I hate myself. Then what can I say? And then Cutard, $5 says, this piece of beef jerky is weird. It tastes like sand and says silica on it. Keep eating. Now, I'm glad you asked this question. How much violence has to occur under a Trump presidency before you hold this guy accountable for anything? Might hold Trump accountable for a lot, but the question of violence is very interesting. I'm not even trolling. It's a serious question. This is the left in a nutshell. When you win, we will riot. And then we'll say, look, you're responsible because we're rioting. It's our fault. Or it's your fault. It's the right's fault. See? Look at that. Look at all the violence under Trump. And then when you elect Democrats, we'll stop rioting. And then we'll say, see? When will you admit it's Trump's fault? See, when Trump's there, we riot. And when Trump's not there, we don't riot. So therefore, it's Trump's fault. Not us. Not the ones rioting. I'd be like me saying, well, January 6th, it's Democrats' fault for winning the election. Had Democrats not won, January 6th wouldn't happen. So Democrats, when are you willing to admit that Democrats are responsible for January 6th? See the problem? Oh, hey, it's Swan Dog. It says mouth breathers sending their hard-earned money to another mouth breather while blaming not white people for their financial struggle, laughing my ass off. Would you like to call in? Opinionated anonymous person has opinions. Let's show this mouth breather just how stupid he is. Thanks so much for the donations. Am I non-white? I'm not quite white. That's not true. There were record low numbers of protesters arrested for Black Lives Matter. He went after January 6 people strongly, and yet decided not to go after people that were doing all sorts of other crimes. Trump should be arresting more people. Totally agree. See the double standard? Now H1, the real problem H1 has with Trump is that he's not aggressive enough against the protesters. So see, they're fascist and they're violent and they're killing Jewish people when ICE something happens like today. And then he's like, the real problem is Trump's not arresting enough. See the issue? Trump was president on January 6th, but it's irrelevant. The riot only occurred because Democrats won. Same principle. Reverse Massage, thanks for the $2. Says the only person I blame for my finances is my ex. There you go. We see the violence. We see it. I never said that 50% of the people that broke in were feds. I Stand America, $5 says they don't want to end fascism. They want to be the fascist. They'll gaslight and prey on your emotions to get what they want. Don't ever give in. Totally agree. Mostly Peaceful Polynesian, $5 says, if you'll remember, Destiny already admitted that anti-ICE riots in LA were insurrections. He did, in fact, do that. These people are so hilarious. By the way, when I said, like, had Trump deployed the National Guard on January 6th, they would have screamed fascism. Look at this. Look at how they operate. On one hand, Trump's a fascist because his people are terrorizing and they're going in. And ICE is too aggressive. On the other hand, well, clearly the left's not engaged in violence because they're not being arrested. You could show the videos over and over, places like Portland, places like Minneapolis. It doesn't matter. That must not be true if they didn't get arrested. How convenient. See if we see any more footage. Minneapolis man killed by federal agents was in neighborhood ICE watch group. Really? Like that signal chat that we just looked at? Now, there's no violence, remember? None. Perish the thought. Unless someone's arrested, there's not violence. Of course, Minneapolis won't arrest them.
Stream. I got these guys fucking with my fucking shit. Oh, okay. Alright, what's good? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you just gonna punch me in my car? Let me out, bitch. Let me out. Fight fair, motherfucker. Get out the car, nigga. Yeah, let me out, motherfucker. Bitch is hurt, right? The bitch is hurt, right? Get out the car. Let me. Get out the car. You gotta. Get out the fucking car. You just gotta sucker punch me, motherfucker. Get out the car, nigga. All right, move back. You told me to pull up. Yeah, I did. What's up?
No violence occurring. By the way, that guy's stupid for opening his car. He should have drove away. Some more, don't believe your eyes. On January 24th, our officers were swarmed and attacked by these violent agitators. The courageous men and women of ICE were subjected to the following attacks: hurling and kicking dangerous objects at officers, violent physical assault, including biting, tackling, and punching, deliberate ramming and assault with vehicles, issuing explicit death threats, aggressively obstructing, interfering with lawful arrest, attempted assaults on law enforcement personnel, efforts to vandalize, destroy government vehicles, carrying and brandishing homemade weapons. All fake. Oh, by the way, an ICE officer had his finger bitten off by left-wingers today. You seem like a good dude, Rob, but history will not look kindly on you and your rhetoric. Make that money. Hope it helps you sleep at night. Well, I'll tell you what I don't give a shit about. I don't give a shit about people that want their politics to be the only politics that's allowed in this country through threat of violence to tell me that history will look poorly upon me. That could be the case. Perhaps your side will win and history will look poorly upon me. And yet, I'll be able to go to sleep at night, and even if it leads to the worst possible consequence for me, knowing that I tried to do the right thing. Knowing that the people like you that wore the mantra of the compassionate, nice people were actually the violent thugs that you claimed that we always were. I've not cheered for violence once. I've cheered for peaceful changing. I fought against all of the efforts of violence, and yet you motherfuckers continually push more and more and more for this violence. Constantly. You cheer for the fucking, abortion of children, the murder of so many of them. You cheer for the mutilation of children. You cheer for violence and physical attacks against law enforcement when you don't believe. You cheer for the incarceration of people that were actually protesting abortion. You cheer for the incarceration of people that engaged in peaceful activities on January 6th. You cheer for the middle class being wiped out in the behest of giving welfare to people from different countries. You cheer for our laws being broke, even if it's at the expense of white, black, and brown people that are here legally. You cheer for the same globalist scum that are seeking to disrupt countries all across the Western world to enrich themselves. You cheered for lockdowns. You cheered for punishing people because they didn't want to take a vaccine that you wanted to institute on them. So I don't give a fuck what you and your ilk think of me. In fact, quite to the contrary. I find the fact that you think that history will look poorly upon me given your politics to be a badge of honor. You should judge me by my enemies and the people that think that I'm a poor person or will be judged poorly because I go against their radical politics. Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry I seem like a nice guy to you. What do I mean? Tell me what I mean when I say globalist. Go ahead. Tell me what I mean. Are you going to say Jewish? Like my friend Zach Gelpy, who happens to be Jewish, that runs Maine First Project, that goes against globalist, who's probably one of the biggest supporters of Israel you would know. He too, when he complains about globalists, he really just means Jewish people? That's it? Man, are you fucking racist? It's pathetic. Because your euphemism further instructs your cowardice. Just like you're afraid to admit that you're really the same HN that was always on here. If you want to say it, say it. Don't be a little bitch and hide. I wanted you to say it because you're a lying fucking coward. And if I didn't force you to admit it, you'd say, that's not what I meant. Kyle ran Emil. Thanks for being a member. Says I'm betting on our side. Thanks. Postal Joe, member 8 months. Thanks. Gravios, $20. Everything going on in America right now is so reminiscent of what happened not only in Weimar, Germany, but also right before Russia went full-blown commie. JD Vance just posted out, this level of engineered chaos is unique to Minneapolis. It's the direct consequence of far-left agitators working with local authorities. Absolutely. Words are cheap. Actions arrest the authorities. What is there to say? My goodness. I've been going for 10 hours now. We'll probably end here soon. But the most important part of the show is the first hour. Yeah, that would be his ban. And I remember he created that account and we pinged him out as HN even then. He knows. We know it's him. There's no sense denying it. Why do I think they haven't used the Insurrection Act? Well, because I think, one, they think it'll be bad optics. Yes, there we go. FW's got to the root of the problem. You see, secretly, Trump's trying to arrest authorities, but JD Vance won't let him because Palantir does business. Makes sense. Yep. Oh, HN. Well, that's interesting, seeing as how you're not HN. It's interesting that you know that. Huh. Very interesting. Amazing. I didn't do it. My hilarious editor did. But yes, your screeds against white people and your racist screed. So the most important part of the show is this. The conditions are being set up by Democrats to ensure that these sort of things occur. Sometimes there will be times where you say, law enforcement's gone too far. Most of the time you'll say they didn't. In this particular case, I'm not so sure. It's not as clear-cut as either side's making it be. The Renee Good, I legitimately thought it was an easy, clear-cut, legitimate shoot. Here, I don't know. On one hand, it looks really fucking bad. On the other hand, I try to put myself in the positions of the law enforcement officers and say, in the heat of the moment, could it have looked like he was reaching for a firearm? Maybe. But these things will be inevitable. The truth won't matter. They took the Renee Good situation and said that was clearly a murder. They took this 5-year-old that ICE had to take because his dad was running, and the mother refused to take the child. They used that for their narrative. It does not matter. The truth is irrelevant. Alls they want is the story. Alls they want is the publicity. Anything they could do to paint ICE in a bad light. If it's true and ICE did something poorly, all the better. If not, doesn't matter. Media, Democrats will run with it anyways. Doesn't matter. I'm uninterested in hearing from left-wingers about how we have to parse through these things. I'll parse through them on my own account, but lefties like HN or Keyline Platypus, they can go fuck themselves. This is the world that they want. The solution that the Democrats are offering is do whatever we want. We don't want the illegals deported. We lied to you and said we wanted borders secured just so we could try to win the election, and now we're showing our true colors. We wanted those borders, and we do not want the deportations. They don't give a shit. They do not care. Notice we're not talking about radical lefties storming into a church, harassing families. Not talking about that now. Those people have been left out of jail pending their trial, I think. We're not talking about Charlie Kirk assassination, not talking about the assassination attempts against Trump, not talking about the assassination of 2 detainees as people shot at ICE officers, not talking about the constant attacks on ICE. Nope. Constantly on the offense, and they're smart to do so. And the most pessimistic part of it all is it'll work. As you can see, is evidenced by the people you saw in my chat today. Good people. Good people. Well, maybe it's time to negotiate. Maybe it's time to compromise. Let's give in. Let's give in. Let's do it. I cannot stress this enough. These people need to be told to fuck off. They are engaging in more of an insurrection than anything they claimed that Trump was doing. The correct response needs to be legitimate investigation from the Trump administration into shootings like this. And anytime there is an altercation with law enforcement like this, the law enforcement presence needs to be doubled. Whatever the quota was of people they were deporting prior to this incident, double it in Minneapolis. Right now. Right now. Even if this guy's in the wrong, the shooters. Double the presence. And if they riot, then double them again and again. Send every ICE officer you have strictly to Minneapolis, if that's what it takes. We will not be intimidated. We will not allow the violence to change the policies that we voted for. Period. As soon as you give an inch, they will continually run with it, and they will riot over and over again until they get their way in every scenario. The left that's claiming to care about these people do not. They actually want martyrs. They don't give a fuck about illegals that were being harmed crossing the border and records dying. They don't care about kids detained, as there were more than 2 times under Joe Biden. They do not give a shit. See? This is the game. I don't think the majority of the public agrees with deportations anymore. That's the game, to win the PR war. See, people like HN are happy to see the dead bodies pile up if it means they could win the PR war. That's the plan. That's absolutely the plan. That's the game. They're going to fight. They'll push hoax after hoax. They'll set up the situation to encourage violent confrontation and then say, look how violent it is. Did you see that other guy? He said, oh, when will you admit how much violence there is under Trump? You see, it's always his fault. It's always your fault. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they? Just the left, though. The right will be harshly and swiftly dealt with if they engage in a violent riot. Every time. Every time they'll be cracked down upon. You'll watch the left day after day after day after day after day do this stuff and basically get away with it in impunity. And the day the right does something, they will lose their fucking mind and justify the most harsh crackdown you've ever seen. It's not just about that. That's certainly part of it, to stop the fraud investigation. That's part of it, but they also are desperate to stop deportations in the first place. That's the lesson to take. Look, I know I shit on some people here tonight, particularly right wing. The lefties, I don't give a fuck. I'll shit on them all day. But some of the right wing people, I get it. You're asking questions. Was this justified or not? I get it. And it's not unreasonable to ask that. But yes, old Joe. That's exact. He's just one of the dumber ones. He'll just say it. He'll heavily imply it. Yes, that's exactly what they mean. That's the irony of all this. I would look at the Antifa type people and I'd say, what are you doing? Don't. You're going to get harmed. Some of you are going to get physically harmed, maybe even die. His side won't do that. They'll say, no, go back out there. Go out. So, no hard feelings to my friends on the right. I get it. I get frustrated. It's just, I don't know. I'm a broken record. I've been saying this shit since fucking 2020. They're going to get violent. This is going to lead to more violence. It's going to lead to someone getting killed. Then they want Trump to act so they can call him authoritarian, and eventually the right will take the lesson. Oh, it's okay to riot when we don't get our way. And when they do, the left will lose their fucking mind, and it'll be the biggest story in the world. Said that the entire summer of love. That's what happened. Now for 5 fucking years, all we hear is about January 6th. As soon as Trump wins, the riots take over again. We see the riots going and going. I say it's going to get more violent. You're going to see as they start to lose institutional power, they're going to use violence to get their way. We're going to see assassinations and things like that. That's exactly what we see. Nothing changes. And I keep telling people on the right, I'm like, look, stop. This is why I was doing videos like, I'm not going to listen about Donald Trump's supposed, fucking, what's going on here? I'm not going to listen about Trump's fucking rhetoric and this, that, and the other supposed lawfare from people that cheered on the lawfare. No, 200's not 4 whips. The Dubai chocolate was fine. It was okay. Who's the winner tonight of the dono? Obviously, we have some big numbers, but the last $20 donation is going to go to Gravios. Anyone want to take the crown? We'll try to squeeze a couple more dollars out. Closing some tabs down here. Oh, my goodness. Here's a new high-res video. All right. Oh, look at that. We got a new winner. Brendan Bell, $20. Thank you. Winner. All right. We're going to wrap her up. We're raiding over to Speakeasy on Verbal Combat. Great dude. Had fun there the other day. Speakeasy live? Did I get that right? Yeah.
He's live. Verbal Combat's going on right now, Rob.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll raid over.
Fantastic show today, bud.
Thanks, man. All right. Oh, Nicholas Lewis, thanks so much. As veteran of U.S. military here, I've done many checkpoints collecting detainees. Why doesn't fitness occur to these people when the situation is high tension? Approaching armed men aggressively. Because they don't give a shit. It's all LARP to them. It really is. And they're encouraged by people that want an escalation. When Renee Good got shot, remember the woman yelled, "You have real bullets?" Like, it's fake to them. It's weird shit, man. It's like life's a story or a video game. It won't happen to me. It is definitely a situation where there are mentally malleable people, we'll say, and then people that are intentionally putting them in that position. Yeah, the Imaginarium got it. All right, we're raiding over to Speakeasy. Listen, last thing I'll say. We'll take out the outro tonight. The man that was shot today has a family. The men that shot have families. And you should think of that. And regardless of what I think of this situation or Renee Good or any of these, I don't want to see people die. I think it fucking sucks. It's horrible. And violence is going to continue to escalate as long as the left continues to set up these situations. So say a prayer for all the ICE agents out there. Say a prayer for the families of the people involved. It's a sad day. So, all right. No outro tonight. God bless you all. Thanks to everyone who called in. Thanks to everyone who donated. You guys are tremendous. Stay safe out there. Stay warm. I think the big storm's coming in. I can't guarantee I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to try, though. I don't care if they care for our families. I can aggressively fight back against them and their ideology, but still understand that even the people I dislike have families. So, that's what I'm supposed to get. Where are you at? I'm in PA. That's what they're recommending here. Or suggesting. Not recommending. I hope they're not recommending 15 inches. So, all right, guys. We'll see y'all later. As always, have a good one.